Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Deep in thought, and noticed the revealed sealing formula. This formula? She examined it closely. It's incredibly advanced. Yes, it's a bit tricky, Masashi replied. Of course, it was advanced. This was the bread and butter of his previous self. If someone else got their hands on it, it'd be devastating. Unfortunately, his habit of setting up spatial links everywhere was eventually discovered, leading many nodes to be destroyed. This was the only one left. And that damn second Raikage never gave him the chance to open his storage. One day, he'd dig up that guy's grave. Then he'd say just one thing: stupid brute. I've got save files. Thinking about how the brute was taken down by the Gold and Silver brothers, Masashi felt utterly speechless. The generous patron had sacrificed himself to protect the young generation. With the Flying Thunder God at his disposal, it was understandable how he got tricked. But the brute? That was inexcusable. The 6 path tools, weren't you the one who gave those to them? Pakura, step back a bit, Masashi said, preparing to try again. Let's see if the old theory holds true. No matter how advanced the sealing formula was, it had to have flaws. Otherwise, how could the 5 great nations decipher their enemies' intelligence scrolls, which were all protected by sealing techniques? Pakura complied without question and swiftly stepped back, her eyes fixed on his movements. Masashi's familiarity with the place couldn't be explained simply as exploration, but she didn't need to ask. He also retreated to the same distance before activating his jutsu. A whirlwind of blazing flame surged toward the moss-covered stone wall, accompanied by an ear-piercing roar. The heat was so intense it distorted the air. The vegetation, which had grown for decades, was incinerated within minutes. Even the roots hidden in the cracks were drained of moisture by the fire. Chakra was life energy, and naturally, it could be influenced by life energy. Switching hand seals, he summoned cold air from the ground. The scorching hot atmosphere quickly returned to normal temperature. He approached the original spot again. Despite his caution, the alternation between heat and cold caused cracks to appear on the stone wall. But the structural integrity remained intact. Placing his hand on the seal formula again, he simulated the chakra properties of his previous self and infused chakra into it. This time, the chakra was successfully absorbed. His theory was correct. The seal formula responded. His current chakra shared many similarities with his first iteration, making the simulation fairly convincing. The runes of the seal began to shift. Initially sluggish, they soon flowed smoothly like tadpoles in water. Chakra, unless forcibly depleted, never truly disappeared. This was why the Flying Thunder God marks remain indefinitely as long as the medium wasn't destroyed or fundamentally altered. The principle involved sealing a portion of the caster's chakra there. Every teleportation also replenished this chakra. So, any seal formula that recognized chakra retained a portion of the caster's chakra to unlock the seal upon activation. The chakra sealed within this formula belonged to his first life's self. After nearly 20 years, Masashi felt the familiar vibrant energy chakra once again. If he hadn't been diligent in developing his physical energy in this life, his Uchiha-style chakra would have never activated it. Releasing his hand, he stepped back. There was no more need for him to intervene. The tadpole-like runes expanded across the stone wall, forming the pattern of a door. With the seal formula complete, the stone wall disappeared, revealing a short passage leading to a large space at the end. Calming himself, he waited for the air to circulate. When the lamps inside the passage ignited due to the airflow, he entered. Walking through the short corridor, he reached the vast space. The ceiling was high and shrouded in darkness. The light wells built long ago were likely clogged after decades of disuse. But that didn't matter. Feeling the air currents, Masashi stood silently at the entrance. As the lamps on the surrounding walls lit up one by one, the warehouse's true appearance was revealed. It was a large, square chamber. The walls and floor were paved with stone slabs. Aside from the supporting columns, there was no unnecessary decoration. Everything was purely functional. The inventory consisted of stone coffins arranged neatly on the ground. The spacing between the coffins allowed 3 people to walk side by side. They stretched from one end of the room to the other. The seals on the coffins indicated they were in a locked state. These were the remnants of his past self's final battle plans, over 300 Edo Tensei bodies painstakingly collected and sealed over a decade. Although they'd become single-use due to chakra differences, they'd be well worth deploying against the Hidden Clouds village ninjas. Chapter 65, The Walking Dead. Looking at the coffins before him, Masashi felt deeply emotional. In his past life, he hadn't left much behind, and now it was all here. Many of the deeds of his past self would be condemned, not only on Earth but even in the current shinobi world. But there was no other choice. Without experiencing that era, one couldn't truly understand how fortunate the current shinobi of the great nations were. The peace they took for granted was built on mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. Did anyone think he liked grave robbing? Each body here represented hours spent hunting, digging, and preserving. The Edo Tensei became a forbidden jutsu because it violated human ethics and was opposed by all the living. Even allies found it difficult to view it with a calm heart. People who died to protect their villages and families were brought back, forced to harm the very things and people they once cherished. It was an act of extreme cruelty. The psychological torture was always more effective than the physical damage. And the first Great Ninja War marked the first use of Edo Tensei by Hidden Leaf Village. However, it hadn't been used since. Not because they couldn't, Hiruzen certainly could. But that level of restraint was something only shinobi of this new era could afford. Masashi, however, could not empathize with the pain of people like Obito, Yahiko, Nagato, or Conan. The world of adults was inherently painful. In the Warring States period, experiencing the pain of adulthood was a privilege for the strong. Children who slept too deeply never woke up. The blade didn't distinguish between warrior and infant. He had watched a younger sibling, barely a few years old, be hacked to death before his very eyes. To their enemies, there was no mercy for children. In the new era, shinobi's pain was still human pain. But in a time of chaos, people weren't even human, they were hollows. Their humanity existed only in front of their families. Beyond that, they were weapons, monsters, demons wearing human skin. Growing up in such an environment, he became the very kind of person he had once loathed as a child. Each act of cruelty was justified by the cruelties he had witnessed, each death avenging 100 others. His revenge was to torment his enemies with their own humanity, making them hate themselves more than they hated him. He perfected the art of breaking spirits rather than bodies. Knowing that Edo Tensei would eventually be invented, he spent a long time waiting and preparing. The founding of Hidden Leaf Village soothed the hatred in many hearts, but the deepest part of him remained icy cold. People were vessels of hatred. Only in death was hatred extinguished. Masashi, now free of hatred, had buried both love and enmity with the old era. Now, as he looked at those he once tormented, he felt calm, without the anger or satisfaction of the past. After completing this mission, the souls sealed in the Edo Tensei for decades would finally find peace. Footsteps sounded behind him as Bakura entered. The moment she stepped in and saw the rows of coffins, she froze in place. Then her eyes fell on the sealing formulas etched onto the coffins. This isn't a graveyard, is it? Doesn't look like it. But aren't we lucky? Masashi said. This must be a private collection left by some of the village's elders. Bakura glanced around. Private collection? This was insane. So many dead bodies, and former Hidden Leaf Village elites, no less. There was only one possibility she could think of. Edo Tensei? Bakura didn't fully understand the mechanics of Edo Tensei, but as Hidden Sand Village's former race, she knew about the notorious forbidden technique that had angered so many in the past. Of course, at the start of the first Great Ninja War, it was Hidden Leaf Village versus everyone else. Nobody played fair, and Hidden Leaf Village wasn't bound by moral constraints. The second Kazekage was the only Kage to survive that war. The war was so devastating that the nations needed nearly 2 decades to recover. After that, everyone started to adhere to rules. Yeah, Edo Tensei, Masashi said, brushing his hand against a coffin. These are all fully prepared. With the seals on them, they can be summoned directly. That's terrifying, Bakura shuddered at the thought. So many corpses. Yeah, it's pretty scary. The elders of the village really didn't make things easy for us. The jutsu he had developed allowed him to use the Edo Tensei bodies as his shadow clones. Unlike clones, though, the Edo Tensei bodies could use their own techniques. The souls sealed within the bodies were forced to watch themselves use their best techniques to harm their loved ones. Looking back now, his first life self really had been twisted. Are you planning to use these dead bodies? Bakura asked, visibly uncomfortable. Think of it as doing something good. Otherwise, these souls will remain trapped in the Edo Tensei forever, Masashi said. Death should be the end. When the predecessors are gone, so should their hatred be. Bakura nodded. Even she, who had killed countless, felt sympathy seeing the dead toyed with in such a way. Death was supposed to be everyone's final resting place, until Edo Tensei came along. What will you do next? Bakura asked. I'll try to break the seal on this jutsu, Masashi said, inspecting the coffin seals. It'll take some time. Keep watch outside for me. The noise just now might have attracted the Hidden Clouds village ninjas. If they find this place, we'll have to destroy it. Understood. Hurry up. Without hesitation, Bakura left to stand guard. Masashi watched her leave completely, then stopped pretending. Break the seal? As if he had invented this jutsu himself, all he needed to do was use it. Unlike the entry seals on the door, this technique didn't require the chakra of his past self. All he needed to do was master and modify it. He walked to the deepest part of the room, where there was an altar. Brushing off the dust, he revealed a crest identical to that of the Senju clan. Placing his hand on it, he activated the technique. He needed time, but not for the seals. Runes spread from the altar like dark veins, connecting with the sealing scripts on hundreds of coffins. Crack. Crack. The coffins opened one by one. Figures clad in the armor of the old era sat up. Their skin was dark and cracked, their faces marked by fissures. Their eye sockets were empty of white, pitch black. They were elite shinobi of various clans, united only by their shared enmity against the Senju. It's time to wake up. Masashi formed a hand seal, restoring their intelligence. One by one, the reanimated dead regained their awareness. They noticed the young ninja standing on the altar. Despite his changed appearance, they recognized his soul unmistakably. You actually succeeded? One of them growled. In the dimly lit space, hundreds of coffins were all wide open. A group of dead men, each with distinct appearances, stared blankly at the young man standing on the high platform. These dead men had once been enemies, even mortal foes, and now they were all puppets, the handiwork of the young man before them. No, not a young man. They had all lived in the same era as him. When they were alive, each of them had crossed paths with his clansmen. They thought little of him during their lifetimes but only realized his cruelty after death. The person they knew in life was different for each of them, but the one they saw in death was an abyss of darkness, a demon cloaked in human skin. Under his control, they had slaughtered countless living people, some of whom had then become comrades. Over time, their anger turned to numbness, and they came to hate themselves more than they hated him. They despised the part of themselves that still retained humanity. The very thing they once cherished now became the weapon used to torment them. Masashi gazed at these once familiar faces. His eyes finally settled on the dead man who had spoken. It was an Uchiha. The deep crimson armor he wore was covered in scratches. In the empty black eye sockets gleamed a pair of Sharingan with 3 tomoe. Long time no see, Masashi said, neither denying the other man's words nor making excuses, openly acknowledging his identity. After all, they knew each other too well. Even with a different body, recognition was inevitable. There was no need to lie to the dead. Every reanimated body here had a complicated backstory and had been difficult to create. Obirama's Tensei was not the overpowered, modified version created by Orochimaru and Kabuto in the original timeline. Apart from needing the DNA of the deceased, the jutsu also demanded a highly specific sacrifice, a body with chakra similar to that of the reanimated individual. Typically, reanimating one shinobi from a clan required killing 2 others, with closer blood ties yielding better synchronization and stronger results. To reanimate K, his past self had used the eldest son of Kai as the sacrifice. It had been a cursed era, an age that drove people to become monsters. Muzo, who are you going to kill this time? Kai asked coldly, staring at Masashi. Are you your true self now? Or are you, like me, just a puppet? This was a living body. Even in death, he could tell the difference. My current name is Masashi. I've been called that since the day I was born. He activated his Sharingan. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, but all I think about now is how to protect the Uchiha clan. Sharingan. Kai's expression shifted from cold indifference to disbelief. After a long silence, he bowed his head, the armor on his body creaking. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply. Do you even remember how many Uchiha you killed? In times of chaos, survival often requires killing to stop further killing, Masashi replied evenly. My daughter was only 3 years old. My brother was 3 as well, Masashi said calmly. You and the others hacked him into pieces. He was crying at the time. Kai said nothing, his gaze icy as he looked at Masashi. To him, the man standing there, Sharingan or not, was Muzo. Does anyone else have questions? Masashi asked, looking at the rest of the group. No one spoke. Not everyone had the same long-standing grudge as Kai or knew him so well. What do you want us to do? A white-haired man asked, breaking the tense silence. I'm giving you a chance for release, Masashi said, looking at the dead men. "Fight one last battle for me, and I will end this jutsu. You will never see me again." The dead were stunned. When had they ever been summoned without being used to death's edge? And now this? Was he turning over a new leaf? "Who do you want killed?" "Hidden Cloud's village shinobi," Masashi replied. "This is the world decades after your deaths. None of your loved ones are on the other side." "Hidden Cloud's village shinobi?" another voice asked. "Our clan. What became of them?" Masashi turned toward the speaker. It was a member of the Heigoromo clan. After the founding of Hidden Leaf Village, Masashi hadn't summoned this person again. "This is no longer the era of shinobi clans but the era of hidden villages," Masashi explained. "The Hidden Clouds village shinobi have nothing to do with your Heigoromo clan. Ask the others for details. Much has changed since your time." The dead men began whispering among themselves, sharing fragments of knowledge gleaned from their various summonings. Masashi waited patiently. Although these reanimated shinobi weren't as powerful as they had been in life, they were still capable of Jonin-level combat. Higher levels of power were beyond reach. The original purpose of Edo Tensei was to create reusable suicide soldiers, so he hadn't bothered trying to reanimate Kage-level shinobi. It was too resource-intensive to be worth it. After a while, the whispering ceased. K, as the representative, looked at Masashi. "Why tell us all this?" he asked, his face still skeptical. "You've never needed our consent before." As the caster of the jutsu, Masashi held absolute control over them. There was no need for this negotiation-like approach. "Don't you want to rest in peace?" he asked in return. The dead fell silent. "Who wouldn't want eternal rest?" "Just make sure you keep your word," Kai said. "Where's the enemy? Let's head out first. We'll talk outside." With that, Masashi began walking toward the exit. The dead men stepped aside to let him pass, then followed behind. Just like before. But this time, they were not numb. Outside in the sunlight, Bakura still stood at the entrance, staring into the dark tunnel. Questions swirled in her mind. The next moment, her thoughts were overtaken by shock. Masashi emerged first, leading a procession of the dead. They moved with the fluidity of the living, but their appearances screamed the obvious: "We are not alive." One by one, they marched out, the sound of armor scraping filling the air. Though it was broad daylight, Bakura felt a chill. In the end, over 300 reanimated shinobi stood under the sun, arranged in precise formation as if they had never stopped being soldiers. Even though they were back in the mortal world, their reanimated forms felt nothing. They could not feel the warmth of the sun or the sting of its glare. They were weapons, stripped of all human weakness. "Is everyone here?" Masashi asked. "Anyone still inside?" The dead swiftly began counting. All accounted for, one of them reported. 312, ready for battle. Bakura looked on, feeling the absurdity of it all. "All right, now let's discuss the battle plan." Masashi nodded in satisfaction and began making arrangements. Chapter 66, Killer Bee. The coastal area of the Land of Frost had been formed by the southward shift of the sea, but because most domesticated species lived in the mountains, the early inhabitants of the Land of Frost paid little attention to the coastline. The indigenous people also lacked a sufficiently strong organization to support the development of the coastal region. Its development was credited to the Warring States period. The desire for territorial expansion by various countries integrated previously fragmented areas. The location of the Land of Frost happened to separate the Land of Lightning from the mainland plains. Whether forces from the mainland wanted to expand northeastward or the Land of Lightning wanted access to the mainland plains, they had to pass through this area. "Notice how the mountains funnel everything through here?" Masashi gestured at the natural formations. Bakura nodded, her eyes following his indication. "Like a natural choke point?" "Exactly. Perfect for bleeding an army dry. If you know what you're doing. And I've seen it done before, from both sides." This coastal passage was the most direct route. If the Land of Lightning were to march through the mountainous passages instead, its supply lines would stretch too far, creating logistical issues for its army. By advancing through the coastal passage, the Land of Lightning could traverse the area in the shortest time, enter the mainland, avoid overstretching its battle lines, and directly threaten the mainland plains nations. However, the Land of Frost was mostly mountainous, making it difficult to construct a passage here easily. During the Warring States period, ninjas were the dominant force on the battlefield. Faced with these human-shaped artillery that could walk without turning, the fortification techniques of various countries developed rapidly. To develop this shortcut linking the mainland, the Land of Lightning invested resources to support the construction of a village in the Land of Frost. By settling the population, this narrow passage developed at rocket speed, supported by a large populace. At the end of the Warring States period, Under the immense pressure of the alliance between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, the Land of Lightning once again provided funding to assist the Land of Frost in constructing 3 fortified villages at both ends and the middle of the passage as military strongholds. These villages were integrated into the surrounding mountains and bays, effectively sealing off the passage. Although the Senju and the Uchiha did not launch a joint assault afterward, these 3 strongholds transformed the coastal passage into a comprehensive military defense system. This remained the case until the outbreak of the First Great Ninja War, when the Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Army became the first force to directly attack this defense system. His plan at the time was to use 381 tireless, endlessly regenerating reanimated bodies as the vanguard to break through the defenses, destroy key passes, and render the coastal region useless for transportation. However, he was surrounded beneath the southern stronghold by a massive contingent of Hidden Cloud's villages Jonin after summoning only 69 reanimated bodies. Confronted with the lightning-style chakra mode pioneered by the second Raikage, he, unable to escape, chose a desperate fight. Before dying, he commanded the 69 reanimated bodies to head north, kill any Hidden Cloud's village ninja they encountered, and burn any fortresses they came across. 2.5 of the 3 strongholds collapsed, and the coastal passage was engulfed in flames. Over 40 Hidden Cloud's village Jonin perished in this battle, with none of the Raikage's direct subordinates surviving. The rebuilt southern stronghold was identical to the one in Masashi's memories. The southern stronghold was ablaze with lights. Its towering walls stretched from mountain to sea, forming an integrated defensive structure. These walls were designed to resist explosive tags, the primary destructive tools used by Geinin and Chunin. Though the tags varied in explosive power, typically ranging from 1 to 3 meters in diameter depending on quality, they were limited in effectiveness. Thus, the stronghold was meant to block Geinin and Chunin. Stopping Jonin, however, was a different matter. The designers of the stronghold never had that hope. Even the same explosive tags, when used in the second Hokage's stand-in paper bombs, became devastating. Such an attack was impossible to defend against. Stopping Jonin was a task only Jonin could handle, a universal truth. Under the night's cover, a group of people reached the woods west of the stronghold. Masashi and Pakura walked at the front. "What a majestic fortress," Pakura remarked, admiring it. In the Land of Wind, such a mountain and sea-based military fortress was unthinkable due to the environment. Majestic? Where? It's all for show and useless in practice, Masashi said dismissively. As a Jonin, I have every right to say so. Pakura was speechless. Sure, you're a Jonin, but you're practically on the level of a Kage. What country could build a fortress you couldn't breach? After his retort, Masashi's Sharingan fixated on the distant fortress, stirring old memories. He wondered how those 69 reanimated bodies performed in the end. After his reincarnation, he couldn't find any relevant information. But after that incident, Hidden Cloud's village and Hidden Leaf village entered peace talks. Both the Raikage and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning died during those negotiations, and Hiruzen subsequently ruled Hidden Leaf village as Hokage for decades. Who's going first? He turned to the 312 reanimated Jonin behind him. I will. A white-haired burly man stepped forward with a meager grin. I've always been controlled in the past. Let me fight freely for once. Masashi stepped aside and gestured. Go ahead and put on your show. The white-haired man glanced at the Uchiha and strode forward. This time, Masashi imposed no mobility restrictions on them. Their only limitation was that they must not, in any way, link him to the identity of Muzo. Everyone shared the same thought about this rule. This guy hadn't changed at all. He was definitely planning to screw over the Uchiha clan. Aside from Kei, no one cared. If he wanted to mess with the Uchiha, they were fine with it. Every ninja clan had been beaten by either the Uchiha or Senju at some point. The only difference was whether it was because they sided with the Senju and got beaten by the Uchiha, or vice versa. Now that the two were fighting each other, if not for the situation, they would have clapped in celebration. Watch closely. This is how you break a perfect defense. The white-haired man left the forest, his pace quickening as he charged toward the stronghold. As a reanimated body, his strength wasn't what it used to be, but the gap wasn't massive. In fact, his physical prowess had even improved. As he approached the walls, the Hidden Cloud's village ninja station there noticed him. Shouts rang out from the walls, but the white-haired man ignored them, maintaining his speed. The air whistled as kunai with explosive tags attached rained down from the walls. His vision was sharper than in life. He spotted the tag designs at a glance and grinned. Such a simple design, low-quality goods. With a tearing sound, bone spikes emerged from his body. He pulled a bone blade from his shoulder, casually deflecting several kunai to the ground before leaping. Boom. The explosion's shockwave propelled him like a cannonball toward the top of the wall. In the forest, Masashi, seeing the white-haired man begin his assault, formed a series of hand seals. The reanimated bodies behind him began to vanish one by one. As the first line of defense for the coastal passage, the Hidden Clouds village ninjas retained significant forces in the stronghold despite needing their main troops to move south. Though predominantly staffed with new recruits, it still housed over 1,000 ninjas, including more than 30 special jonin and 5 full-fledged jonin. Among these 5 jonin, one was particularly notable. Originally, after the death of the third Raikage, the newly appointed fourth Raikage issued a strict order forbidding Killer B, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, from leaving the village without his explicit permission. Having already lost a close family member, he couldn't bear another loss. However, this opportunity was too rare to pass up, and Killer B himself persistently lobbied to join. Weighing his options, the fourth Raikage reluctantly allowed his brother to accompany him on the mission. Still, given that Hidden Lee Village's commander was none other than Jiraiya of the Sannin, the fourth Raikage exercised caution. He stationed Killer B in the southern border as a garrison commander rather than taking him into the main battlefield in the Land of Hot Water. And so, Killer B grew bored. Though labeled as a commander, his role was largely symbolic. This wasn't because he'd been sidelined but because he lacked the skills for actual command. Commander B, the patrol reports are ready, a guard called from outside his door. Yeah, just leave them there, yo. Can't you see I'm about to flow? B waved dismissively, focused on his notebook. As a perfectly trained Jinchuriki, his education focused on one thing, being a spearhead alongside the fourth Raikage, using the power of the Eight Tails to break through enemy defenses and clear paths for the main army. On this particular day, he was, as usual, practicing his rapping. Then he heard the sound of explosion tags going off. Since the village stored large quantities of supplies for the front line, Killer B's first thought was that someone had accidentally triggered an explosion tag. It never crossed his mind that they were under attack. After all, Hidden Clouds Village had the numerical advantage, allowing them to deploy more scout teams. A small elite squad might infiltrate the southern village, but an entire army making it here unnoticed? Impossible. As for a small group, who would dare mount a frontal assault? Annoyed that his rap session was interrupted, he decided to find the unlucky fool responsible for the disturbance. But when he opened the door, he was greeted by flames erupting in the south. The 20-year-old Killer B froze. A series of explosions quickly snapped him back to reality. Idiots. Fools. Without stopping to think why the village was under attack, he rushed back to his room to grab his weapons and bolted out the door. Bounding over rooftops toward the southern wall, he saw a horrifying scene. They're everywhere. How did they get past our scouts? A Hidden Clouds village ninja screamed before a blade cut him down. These chakra signatures. They're not normal. Another squad leader shouted, trying to rally his men before being engulfed in flames. These aren't ordinary enemies, the Eight Tails rumbled in his mind. Hundreds of agile, highly coordinated enemies were slaughtering every Hidden Clouds village shinobi in sight with terrifying efficiency. A white-haired man clad in a bone-like armor was laughing maniacally as he dove into a group of shinobi. The moment he landed, the bone armor shattered into razor-sharp blades, cutting down dozens of shinobi as if they were grass. Blood sprayed in arcs as limbs and bodies fell like rain, the bone-clad warrior moving through the carnage like a dance of death. And he was just one of many. Killer B saw over a dozen enemies using elemental jutsu of all 5 natures, cutting down wave after wave of Hidden Clouds village defenders. More attackers ignored the resistance altogether, setting fires throughout the village. Massive plumes of smoke billowed from the southern warehouses, and the flames grew fiercer with each gust of wind. Explosions echoed as the stored explosion tags detonated, blowing roofs sky high. Killer B was both furious and alarmed. As a perfect Jinchuriki, he immediately called upon the Eight Tails. He suspected he might be under a Ganjutsu. These attackers all seemed to be at least Jonin level, though they appeared to be only at the lower end of that spectrum. A quick glance revealed there were at least 200 of them. Emptying out all of Hidden Clouds village wouldn't even come close to matching this force. At least there weren't any elites. Little brat from the Yatsuki clan? A voice suddenly called out from his side. A dazzling blade sliced toward Killer B's neck with impeccable timing and precision. No one in his memory had ever executed a slash like this. A veteran. An elite jonin. With a clang, his blade sprang from its sheath, parrying the strike. In the reflection of his blade, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Not good. The thought had barely formed before he was pulled into a Ganjutsu. But in an instant, the Eight Tails broke him free. Without hesitation, Killer B infused his blade with lightning chakra, severing the enemy's weapon and countering with a strike that bisected his foe. But it was only an illusion. Not bad, the enemy said, inspecting his broken blade. To wield lightning like that, impressive. Uchiha. Killer Bee's eyes narrowed. This wasn't a living person. The cracked, ash-gray skin and hollow black eyes left no doubt in his mind. Edo Tensei. In this world, no village remembered Edo Tensei as vividly as Hidden Cloud's village. Everything about it was classified at the highest level, only a select few top officials and elite shinobi knew of its horrors. As well as the name that could not be spoken. Hidden Cloud's village still sealed away 69 Edo Tensei bodies. Not even Hidden Leaf Village, which had agreed to peace talks, knew the extent of Hidden Cloud's village's losses. A deafening roar shook the ground. His gaze shifted beyond the enemy shinobi. The southern wall collapsed, crumbling like soft tofu before scattering into rubble. The tremors quickly spread, toppling buildings and burying screaming Hidden Cloud's village shinobi beneath the debris. He saw another Hidden Cloud's village jonin embraced by a dead man, triggering a chain of explosions that engulfed entire blocks. The flames spread rapidly, turning the southern district into an inferno. All the attackers were reanimated corpses. Hidden Leaf Village had deployed Edo Tensei once again. This village won't hold much longer, the Uchiha Revenant remarked. And your comrades will all die. Fleeing alone, that wouldn't sit well with you, right? Who summoned you? Killer Bee demanded. Can't say, the Uchiha sneered. That bastard placed a restriction on us. Besides, I hate the Yatsuki clan. My name is Kai. Perhaps you'll become his puppet as well. Killer Bee avoided his gaze. Stay alert, B, the Eight Tails warned. Though his opponent was a corpse, his Ganjutsu was formidable. Even the Eight Tails warned him to avoid eye contact. Killer Bee wasn't yet the powerhouse he'd become years later, capable of defeating Mangekyō Sharingan users like Sasuke with raw taijutsu. His skills in both taijutsu and ninjutsu were still far from that level. The technique he was developing, the acrobat, was incomplete. Yo, dead Gramps trying to act tough, fool, ya fool. Killer Bee declared as his chakra flared, red chakra swirling around him. Got things to do, ain't dying to no corpse, that's my rule. A giant octopus tentacle shot out from him, lunging toward Kai with devastating force, crushing everything in its path. So, you're a Jinchuriki, Kai remarked, sidestepping the attack and countering in one fluid motion. The tentacles severed and hit the ground, leaving a crater in the stone. In life, Kai had mastered fire and wind. I take back what I just said. You won't become a puppet, you'll just die. Chapter 67, Becoming Empty. The first time Kai encountered Muzo was during a raid on the Senju clan. At that time, Muzo was an insignificant figure among the Senju. Following the customs of the warring states, he and his clansmen attacked a young Senju child. Muzo's younger brother was hacked to death by them. Considering that both the Senju and Uzumaki clans were known for their robust vitality, they made sure the body was unrecognizable before stopping. Unfortunately, they missed the chance to kill Muzo himself. Through the chaos and blood, the older brother slipped away. The Senju ninja returned to retaliate. This was the greatest regret of Kai's life. Years later, Muzo reappeared, but he was no longer the same person. The trauma had hollowed him out completely. He became known for his swift, ruthless attacks, and even his own clan stopped using his birth name, referring to him simply as Muzo, the name itself meaning empty, formless, like the shell of a man he'd become. Yes, he was no longer human. People often labeled the Uchihas evil, but Muzo was far worse. Kai had never minded being called evil. Insults from enemies were, after all, it just proved how strong he was. Within his clan, only the Patriarch and Izuna were stronger than him. But to be outdone in evilness by a Senju? That was unacceptable. Especially when this judgment came from the clan leader he admired most. Kai had always hoped to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan, but he never succeeded. The clan leader bluntly told him to give up, claiming he lacked the ruthlessness to harm his own friends. Eventually, he did harm others, not just friends but even close kin, but by then, he was no longer alive. Kai understood Muzo all too well, just as Muzo understood him. They knew how to make each other wish for death again. Watching Killer Bee transform in the distance, he made no effort to stop him, quietly waiting for Bee to complete his transformation. As Bee transformed, the violent chakra began affecting the surrounding air, drawing the attention of other people. Kay, are you toying with him? Looks interesting. A vessel, huh? Another Edo Tensei ninja landed beside Kay, dark flakes falling from his regenerating form. Fighting with his own will? How satisfying. A third joined them. Several Edo Tensei ninjas gathered around, forming a loose circle around their prey. Most of them had already spread throughout the fortress, leaving no survivors in the southern district. Everywhere they went, they ravaged like locusts, their destruction the only way to alleviate their torment. By coincidence, none of the current victims were connected to the clans that formed Hidden Cloud's village. So, killing Hidden Cloud's village ninjas posed no ethical dilemma for the resurrected dead, who saw this as their final chance to indulge. Meanwhile, in Killer Bee's spiritual world. B. Calm down. Fighting them is pointless. You don't know sealing techniques. The Eight Tails warned. Yo, I know what's at stake, but the caster we gotta locate, before it's too late. No, that's not it. You need to leave immediately. The Eight Tails realized V hadn't grasped the urgency. Listen carefully. These individuals surrounding you were terrifying when alive. While weaker now, their abilities remain the same in other ways. Are you speaking to your vessel, tailed beast? One of the Edo Tensei shinobi interrupted, his hands already forming seals. B and the Eight Tails abruptly ceased their internal dialogue, not by choice. The Eight Tails was the first to notice something wrong. The air had grown thick with an ancient, malevolent chakra. B. Attack that person now. Halfway through his transformation, enveloped in dark red-tailed beast chakra, B charged at his enemy without hesitation. The movement alone caused the earth to quake. Deep fissures spread outward like spider webs. B's blackened red form, surrounded by destructive chakra, unleashed shockwaves that carved deep gashes into the ground. The enemy smirked coldly. The next instant, they were torn apart, their bodies scattering like paper in the wind. This is bad. Eight Tails groaned. It recognized the technique. There once was a clan renowned for sacrificial sealing jutsu. Sure enough, strange, tadpole-like curse marks appeared on B's body as his chakra plummeted. The marks burned black against his skin, spreading like poison. Simultaneously, the air began to coalesce with dust-like particles. For the Edo Tensei ninja, a sacrificial technique was just another jutsu. Above B, Kai emerged, pressing his clasped hands downward. A gust of wind slammed B into the fractured ground. The impact crater spread for meters in every direction. Sharp wind blades pierced through B's tailed beast cloak, slicing deep into his body, turning him into a bloodied mess. A bone spear followed, aiming straight for his head. Roar. A guttural, inhuman cry erupted as B vanished, replaced by a fully manifested tailed beast. The Eight Tails' massive form rose like a mountain of flesh and chakra. To save his partner, it forcibly took over B's body and fought at full power. The massive beast shattered the enemy's sealing technique, flinging several Edo Tensei ninjas far away with brute force. But another surge of chakra-infused energy met the Eight Tails head-on. It looked up to see a colossal sand sphere above, blocking out the sky. The sphere burst open, drenching the Eight Tails in cascading sand. Shukaku, you idiot. Why did you let them learn this? The Eight Tails cursed internally. B's current strength was far from enough to utilize its true power. Before it could react further, a massive rock pillar shot up beneath it, sending it airborne. The pillar was backed by 7 or 8 Edo Tensei ninjas, their hands pressed against the earth. More enemies emerged, their bloodthirsty eyes fixed on the Eight Tails. Knowing it had no time left, it prepared to flee. The fortress had already fallen silent. There was no need to guess, the inhabitants had all been slaughtered. Before it could stabilize, dozens of Edo Tensei ninjas piled onto its massive form. Flames obscured its vision. A series of explosions rippled across its chakra-cloaked body, pushing it to its limits. After throwing a group of Edo Tensei ninjas in the southern fortress, Masashi paid no further attention. Regardless of their relationships during their lives, this first round had made their coordination incredibly adept. Wiping out the fortress was only a matter of time. However, the combat zone had to remain confined to the city itself, preventing any spillover. In the shinobi world, killing opposing ninjas in war was justified. But when it came to ordinary civilians, ninjas avoided harming them if there was any choice, even during national conflicts. For the fortress, he had no qualms about deploying all Edo Tensei ninjas because the village contained only ninjas. The 3 fortresses, though located in the Land of Frost, were managed and garrisoned by Hidden Cloud's village. Similarly, Hidden Leaf village maintained garrisons in key military points of its allied nations. This was standard practice. However, outside these 3 fortresses, the majority of the coastal corridor's population was made up of ordinary citizens of the Land of Frost. These people couldn't be considered enemies. The culture of hiring ninjas originated in the Warring States period. Under this system, ninjas didn't harbor notions of patriotism. They had no nationality, only clan affiliations or village allegiances. Their aspirations weren't global unity but achieving higher social status and income through their strength. Fighting for their country was just part of their job. Naturally, he didn't see the Land of Frost's citizens as enemies. He earned money from Hidden Leaf village, which earned money from the Land of Fire, nothing to do with the Land of Frost. Even in his first life, where he was just a working stiff, he found this ninja mindset, "I'm here to make money, just pay me," very appealing and easy to accept. Ninja villages embodied this ethos to the extreme, both internally and externally. If these ninja villages were thrown into a world like Earth, they'd probably be ridiculed by corporate moguls. Such a fine organization, why wouldn't he protect and contribute to it? Standing outside the fortress northern gate, Masashi dispelled the ice barrier he had previously erected. No one had escaped. They must have all been wiped out efficiently. The road outside the gate was now a mess, with craters dotting the ground. Hidden Cloud's village ninjas' remains lay scattered everywhere, with few intact bodies. During his past life, he had designed a specific technique to maximize the advantages of Edo Tensei, avoiding the need for excessive preparation. Using this technique, he could seal Edo Tensei bodies for repeated use. A single Edo Tensei body only needed to be created once. During combat, he could share their vision, control their movements, and even use techniques that were beyond reach in his previous life. Techniques like tandem paper bombs was part of this system. Although he sometimes felt a fleeting urge to revisit unfinished plans from before, it was just that, a fleeting thought. This wasn't the environment of the First Great Ninja War. The objectives and demands of the current combat were entirely different. Moreover, he was no longer Muso. Many conditions no longer applied. The current deployment of Edo Tensei was already pushing the limits. One fortress was enough to earn the 50 million ryo. Losing these Edo Tensei bodies didn't bother him. The biggest lesson he learned in his past life was that external power was temporary, but one's own strength was reliable. Had his original self possessed the power he had now, he wouldn't have died. Nor would Tobirama have fallen, as the Gold and Silver brothers would have been slain on the spot. With this thought, Masashi prepared to end the technique. Right as he lifted his hand, a huge explosion shook the whole village, making the ground rumble under their feet. Is there still someone in the village? Bakura asked, surprised. Her stance shifted instinctively to combat ready. She had seen the Edo Tensei ninjas in action and found it hard to believe someone could hold their ground for so long against them. And the power of this ninjutsu, wasn't it excessive? It's not enemy ninjutsu, it's from the Edo Tensei ninjas, Masashi clarified. Through their connection, he realized that the Edo Tensei ninjas had triggered the tandem paper bombs. Each Edo Tensei ninja had been imbued with numerous explosive tags, making them walking scrolls of destruction. Using the technique, they could self-activate the explosive tags, a far more convenient approach than having to step in himself. With Edo Tensei ninjas, keeping a distance was always better than making an appearance. But they weren't all used up yet? Judging by the intensity, they should be depleted this time. Beyond the northern wall, the continuous explosions painted the sky a fiery red. Masashi activated his shared vision. What he saw stunned him. A massive figure was surrounded by the Edo Tensei ninjas, relentlessly bombarded. The Eight Tails is here? He had completely missed this while circling around to cut off their retreat and neglecting chakra sensing. Nearly missing this opportunity was almost a blunder. Instead of rushing in, he continued observing through one Edo Tensei ninja. He was alive, not a reanimated body. Getting caught in tandem paper bombs could genuinely result in death. One by one, the Edo Tensei ninjas exhausted their stockpile of explosive tags. The Eight Tails was being gradually reduced in size by the repeated explosions. While it still retained its form, its condition was pitiful. Its massive body bore countless burns and wounds. Having stopped moving, all Edo Tensei ninjas encircled the Eight Tails, their chakra fluctuating. Though far weaker than in life, none of them feared the tailed beast. Their confidence stemmed not from their reanimated state but their past prowess. For figures like Chi, taking down a Jinchuriki in life had been routine. Though their strength had diminished, their mastery of power and combat experience remained unscathed. The Eight Tails, now much smaller and gasping for breath, lay sprawled in the center of the Edo Tensei ninjas. None of them showed derision, for the Eight Tails to lose to them was only natural. A Jinchuriki limited both the beast and its host, a lose-lose situation. Especially in the case of this young and inexperienced Jinchuriki. Kai stepped forward, flames forming a long sword in his hand. This was Kagetsuchi, the most powerful ninjutsu he had mastered in life. Though he lacked the Mangekyō Sharingan, his exceptional spiritual talent allowed him to use this mighty ocular technique through his 3 Tomoe Sharingan. With it, he had accomplished great feats for the Uchiha clan, though ultimately slain by Masashi. Still, during that fateful battle, he had simply been unlucky. Who could have predicted that in their duel, a stray log would fly into his jaw at just the right moment? It was a twist of fate that even Madara and Izuna couldn't have foreseen while handling Hashirama and Tobirama nearby. Looking at the young Yatsuki boy, Kai felt a rare twinge of pity. The boy must be furious about losing like this. Rest in peace, young one. My sword is swift. The flames of Kagetsuchi blazed brighter as he raised a blade. Swinging the flame blade, he decapitated Killer Bee, but before the head hit the ground, Masashi appeared. Are you here to fulfill your promise? Kai asked coldly. Yes, but... Masashi glanced at the flame blade. You went all out with Kagatsuchi, huh? Any objections? Not really. Just letting you know you hit a clone. With a swift kick, Masashi struck the severed head, shattering it into an octopus tentacle. Killer Bee's body disintegrated before them, leaving only a severed tentacle behind. Kai spun around, hurling his flame sword, which morphed into a fiery dragon in midair and surged toward the northern ruins, where Killer Bee was fleeing at full speed. Chapter 68, Rest in Peace. The speed of the fire dragon was astonishing, catching up to Killer Bee in an instant and diving down. The heat alone was enough to scorch the air, creating a vacuum that pulled debris in its path. Killer Bee, still sprinting, quickly coated himself with the Eight Tails chakra, leaping forward with a sudden burst of speed. He tumbled into a half-collapsed building, rolling to safety. A moment later, the fire dragon exploded. With a deafening roar, the surrounding buildings toppled like blocks, flames swirling outward like a tornado, reducing everything to a sea of fire. Killer Bee burst out from the debris and continued his wild dash north, the chakra cloak sizzling against the intense heat. Behind him, the sound of collapsing structures rumbled. There wasn't even time to look back, he had never run this fast in his entire life. How can this old man be so strong, yo? His flames make me dance, don't you know? His chakra signature. I remember this. During the clan wars, the Eight Tails began. Save the history lesson, that's what I say. Just tell me how to survive another day, hey. Be cut in, narrowly avoiding another wave of heat. Don't get caught. If his chakra touches you, it'll burn you to ashes. Idiot. Dodge quickly. His fire style isn't over yet. Serving as Killer Bee's eyes, it gave constant warnings, but once again, it found that its host had misunderstood the situation. There's no winning move here, Bee. We need to retreat. Huh? Killer Bee, scolded again, was momentarily confused. Running straight's my style, but these flames are wild. As he habitually sprinted in a straight line, the surroundings changed abruptly. Flames surged, blazing fiercely. The scattered fires among the ruins seemed to be infused with new life, shining brilliantly. A deafening rumble spread outward in waves, flames carrying chunks of debris into the sky. The intense heat melted these fragments into volcanic bombs. This was one of Kai's most powerful combination jutsu, a creation born of his mastery of Kagatsuchi. It pushed the nature transformation and shape transformation of fire to their absolute limits. The already red-hot rocks streaked through the air, leaving dozens of fiery trails. Watching this familiar scene, Masashi, standing beside Kai, couldn't help but admire it now that his past biases had been set aside. Your technique hasn't diminished at all, Masashi commented. No wonder Kai was regarded as the strongest fire user of his generation. Even someone as discerning as Madara considered Kai his most valued follower. Killer Bee, however, did not share Masashi's appreciation. With a loud scream, he frantically dodged the volcanic bombs raining down from above. To be fair, he was already being let off lightly. During his past lifetime, Kai could unleash this technique with hundreds of bombs. He'd almost been killed by this move. Its range was simply too vast to escape. At this moment, Masashi activated his Sharingan, studying Kai's flow and manipulation of chakra with undivided focus. The name Kagatsuchi was forever linked with Kai in a clan's archives. However, the archives only recorded the name. Kai had died too soon, unable to fully document his insights. Still, the Senju clan, particularly Tobirama, remembered his mastery of Kagatsuchi vividly. In the original timeline, he once saw Sasuke's use of Kagatsuchi and praised it, saying, "I've never seen Kagatsuchi wielded with such power." This was because he had witnessed Kai's skill with the technique, even when using just 3 Tomoe Sharingan. The 3 Tomoe weren't on the same level as the Mangekyō Sharingan, and ordinary fire couldn't compare to Amaterasu. But aside from his power ceiling, Kai's technique with Kagatsuchi was unmatched. With his skill, even as a reanimated corpse, he could display elite Jonin-level combat prowess. Ahead, more than 10 large and small volcanic bombs struck the village. The remnants of the streets turned into blazing infernos, the violent impacts cracking the ground and causing mass destruction of buildings. Kai's face remained cold as he formed a single seal, rising with the wind toward Killer Bee, who was still charging through the flames. Masashi chuckled softly and followed with the body flicker. Hearing Masashi's laughter behind him, Kai's expression grew darker. Of all people to embarrass himself in front of, why did it have to be this guy? Once again, he activated Kagatsuchi. The firestorm began to boil inward from the edges. Meanwhile, in the middle of the flames, Killer Bee was in dire straits. A volcanic bomb had directly struck him earlier. The Eight Tails chakra cloak dissolved instantly. While it had absorbed most of the damage, the impact broke several bones. Blood spurted from his mouth, evaporating in the intense heat. If not for his robust physique, he would have died. His entire body was in agony, covered in burns. But these external injuries weren't the main issue. Inside, Kai's wind chakra continued to ravage his body. The Eight Tails was busy expelling the invading chakra, leaving it unable to heal him completely. It no longer had much hope that Killer Bee would survive. Even as a reanimated corpse, Kai was terrifyingly strong, and there were still other monsters yet to act. It saw Kai approaching, exuding murderous intent. All around, reanimated shinobi had formed a large encirclement, keeping their distance. Near the group of reanimated shinobi stood a living person, another Uchiha. No, he wasn't just any Uchiha. He was the summoner. B, stop. There's no escape. Killer Bee stopped. His trust in the Eight Tails was absolute. He had never considered it a mere beast. What's wrong? Killer Bee panted heavily. That person is the summoner. Yeah, I see him. The summoner. Killer Bee looked at Masashi, who was walking toward him. Another Uchiha with those eyes so red, making me wish I had stayed in bed, yeah. Masashi's gaze was indifferent. In the original timeline, Killer Bee was an interesting person. But Masashi wasn't Naruto. He wasn't Killer Bee's friend and never would be. As the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and an enemy in this battle, he had only one fate, death. Oh ho, such an arrogant jerk. Killer Bee grinned, his stance deceptively loose despite his injuries. Coming at me with that smug face perk. Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Masashi finally acknowledged him with a glance. You're a good person, but please die. It will bring the war to an end sooner. Killing me won't be your easy game, when I'm done you'll remember the name. Killer Bee said, secretly gathering chakra. He hoped the Uchiha would attack quickly, just a little closer. Don't waste your energy, Masashi said. The only way to end Edo Tensai is for the summoner to release it voluntarily. Killing him won't help. Hidden Cloud's village should understand this technique. Little brat from the Yatsuki clan. Kai descended from the air. You've done well enough. Rest now. Before his words were finished, a fiery blade erupted from the ground beneath B, piercing him. It was fire from the earlier volcanic rock bombs. With Kagatsuchi, Kai had sent the flames burrowing underground, cutting through the earth and stone to strike B from below. The concentrated flames formed a sharp blade, breaking through the ground, piercing B, and lifting him into the air. Yo, Eito, my friend so true, this is my final verse just for you, Killer Bee thought with a peaceful smile as he felt death closing in. No more rhymes, no more fights. But at least you'll see the morning lights. With that, flames erupted from B's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Guided by Kagatsuchi, they detonated. The fire tore through and consumed his body, until he was just part of the flames. Nothing remained. For a brief moment, Masashi sensed the Eight Tails. But, as Killer Bee had requested, the beast chose to retreat. Just as he said, the Eight Tails, from this moment onward, was free. When Killer Bee exploded midair, it was like a firework blooming in the night, radiating colorful brilliance. The last of the embers scattered in all directions before fading away. And with that, the battle came to an end. This time, he was truly gone. He could deceive once, but not twice. In the shinobi world, many jutsus can only be used once, especially secret techniques, which are most notorious in this regard. Secret techniques are called so not because they are mysterious, but because they must remain secret. Otherwise, they lose their effectiveness. Killer Bee's earlier technique was essentially a substitution jutsu, executed using the vast chakra of the Eight Tails. If one were unaware of this jutsu, it could indeed succeed under the cover of the Eight Tails chakra. But unfortunately, Masashi had the advantage of new game plus knowledge. As he gazed at the now quiet skies, he lamented that Killer Bee wasn't on his side. Hidden Cloud's village was dominated by martial factions and was the most aggressive among the 5 great villages, often threatening others with war. Even on a personal level, he had never regarded Hidden Cloud's village as a potential ally. Hidden Cloud's village's double standards were infamous. To them, taking from others was survival of the fittest. If they failed, it was the other party's fault. And if they not only failed but were also beaten, then it was a grudge that had to be avenged at all costs. This mindset of the Yatsuki clan has now become ingrained in Hidden Cloud's village's culture. Maintaining peace with such a village was surprisingly simple, just beat them so thoroughly that even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. Shifting his gaze, Masashi surveyed his surroundings. The resurrected individuals had gathered around, all staring at him. Relax, I keep my promises, he said with a smile. Unlike some villages I could name. Though promises are just another tool in our world. He looked earnestly at all of them. This truly was the final farewell. From now on, he and these figures would have no further connection. He formed the first hand seal. Wait a moment, Kai suddenly said. Masashi paused, looking at him with confusion. What now? Got too into the fight and don't want to go back? What's the current state of the Uchiha clan? Kai asked. The other Edo Tensei individuals perked up at this. Yeah, and what about the Hazuki clan? What about the Kaguya? Did they join Kiri? Did my family finally overthrow those idiots in the Hazuki clan? What about the Tsuchigamo clan? Did they join any village? Is Shukaku still controlled by Hidden Sand Village? Who's the current Kazekage? Questions burst out from everywhere as the Edo Tensei figures crowded around, their eyes full of hope, eager to hear good news. But Masashi had no time for this. You're dead, why worry about such things? He said, waving them off. Keep pushing, and I might just change my mind. The group immediately backed off, those who had been the most vocal hurriedly assuring him that they were merely curious and that he didn't have to answer. Kai snorted, clearly unfazed. Really? You joined the Uchiha clan, and now I can't even ask questions? Ask if you want, but keep it short, Masashi grumbled. You claim you're protecting the Uchiha. Did the Senju do something to them? The Senju clan dissolved long ago, there's no Senju clan anymore, Masashi replied. He decided to answer Kai's question for once. You know how Madara and the Senju fell out. Obirama didn't actively oppress the Uchiha, but some of his students couldn't let go of their biases. Ah, that's why you're protecting the Uchiha now, Kai said, clearly satisfied. What, just a few brats couldn't handle you? How many of them are left? Is this guy even listening to himself? Do I look like I enjoy killing people? Masashi asked. Only one's dead. TSK. Kai practically smirked, his schadenfreude written all over his face. The rest probably won't last much longer either. Alright, I'm good. You can proceed. He frowned, then held up a hand. Wait, one more thing. How far have you progressed with the Sharingan? About the same as you, Masashi said irritably. Why? Then learn Kagetsuchi and record it in the clan library, Kai instructed. You won't master it just by relying on your Sharingan. I'll teach you. Watch closely. The Sharingan isn't just for copying. I know the theory. It's the application that, theory? Kai cut him off with a scoff. This is about feeling the flames in your blood. The Sharingan guides, but the power comes from within. Wow, so generous. Don't you hate me anymore? Generous? Becoming an Uchiha is punishment enough for you. You'll be stuck fighting for the Uchiha for the rest of your life. Kai sneered before launching into a detailed explanation of how to use the 3 Tomoe Sharingan to perform Kagetsuchi. The flames respond to emotion as much as chakra. Remember that. The other Edo Tensei figures initially listened with interest but soon found it tedious. They began to grumble about the Uchiha clan's absurdity. Always making simple things complicated, one muttered under their breath. In their view, manipulating chakra should suffice. Why complicate things with ocular powers? The Sharingan is just a crutch, someone whispered. Real shinobi rely on their own strength. They eventually sat down, chatting among themselves and thinking about their past lives. When Pakura arrived, she found this bizarre scene of resurrected individuals casually hanging out. Upon seeing Masashi learning jutsu from Kei, she couldn't help but think it was even more surreal. Not even the dead are safe from you? Yet she no longer felt so uneasy around the Edo Tensei figures. Apart from their corpse-like appearance, they weren't much different from the living. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight painted the earth, Masashi concluded his training session. His Sharingan had recorded every detail of the technique. I don't expect you to master it, but at least remember it and record it. Just because you can't doesn't mean others can't, Kai said smugly. Stop showing off. I've already added more jutsus to the library than you. Those are trash compared to mine. Trash? Let's see you pull off a Susanoo then. Masashi shot back before forming hand seals. He released the Edo Tensei jutsu, sending all the resurrected souls back to the Pure Land. The gathered spirits began to glow, their forms shimmering as they prepared for their final departure. Finally going back? Thank goodness. Next time, I'll make sure to die somewhere less conspicuous. Kai also began to glow as the dust on his body began to crumble away. At least you kept your word this time. He raised a hand, sensing the jutsu's diminishing hold on him. He knew it wouldn't be long before he found peace in the Pure Land. One last piece of advice, he said to Masashi. As an Uchiha, there are many things you have no choice in. With that, his body disintegrated, his soul ascending in a pillar of light. All around, other beams of light rose, carrying souls with peaceful smiles back to their rest. As the dust settled, the remains of sacrifices used in the Edo Tensei revealed their true forms. Standing before Masashi was a young man's corpse, Kai's eldest son. This time, he would ensure they all returned to the earth properly. It was the least he could do for those whose rest he had disturbed, even if it had been necessary. Chapter 69, Legacy of the Hollow, Bonus. With the souls laid to rest, Masashi and Kakura left the ruins of Southern Gate behind. We should sweep the area for any remaining Hidden Clouds village squads, Kakura suggested. If they're running regular patrols to their fortress, we need to know their routes. Masashi nodded. Flying Thunder God would be faster, but we'd miss vital intelligence, better to move on foot and map their movements. Agreed. We can't let them establish new supply lines elsewhere. Handling the sacrifices wasn't difficult, fire took care of everything. You're unusually thorough with this, Kakura observed. Some things are better left forgotten, he replied simply. Whether coming or leaving, they kept everything silent. They moved through the terrain, avoiding the main paths where possible. They headed back to you along the same route. On the road, Kakura expressed some regret. As a fellow former member of a Hidden Sand Village faction, she wished she could learn from the reanimated ninja who specialized in magnet style. Unfortunately, their techniques offered her nothing to study. Masashi's luck, though, was something else. He stumbled upon a mission and conveniently discovered a batch of ready-made Edo Tensei subjects, which even included a fellow Uchiha. If that's luck, she was willing to call him the strongest in the shinobi world. If it wasn't luck, then the title of Hokage should belong to the Uchiha clan. Comparatively, she preferred to believe it was simply luck. Your luck is unreal. It is, isn't it? Masashi sighed. How can one person's luck be this good? What kind of jutsu is it? Kakura asked. It enhances shape transformation, Masashi explained. It's just a bit powerful. Kagutsuchi and Amaterasu were a perfect match. In the original timeline, Sasuke was the only Uchiha to possess both of these ocular jutsu. In this timeline, who knows? He wasn't even sure if Itachi could awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan here. But that wasn't a significant issue. If the Mangekyō was awakened by the wrong person, it was better off not being awakened at all. The two sped through the landscape, unimpeded. No Hidden Clouds village ninjas crossed their path, possibly because Hidden Leaf Village's ninja forces held the upper hand. Their assumption proved correct when they encountered their first Hidden Leaf Village scout team. Jiraiya-sama's engaged the Raikage directly, the lead scout reported after they verified identities. Casualties? Masashi asked sharply. We're holding, but barely. The balance could tip either way. As they left the mountainous area, they began to see signs of battles. They also came across fallen shinobi. Overall, more Hidden Clouds village ninjas lay dead than Hidden Leaf village ninjas. They're losing cohesion without proper supply lines, Kakura noted. And they don't even know why yet, Masashi said. When they met Hidden Clouds village ninjas, there was no hesitation, they attacked immediately. When they met Hidden Leaf village ninjas, they verified their identities again, exchanged information, and went their separate ways. In this process, the two gained a clearer picture of the situation. The main forces of the Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Leaf Village armies had already clashed for the first time. Thanks to team support, Jiraiya had no problem activating Sage Mode and tearing through the Hidden Clouds Village ranks, rampaging until the fourth Raikage blocked his path. The first clash didn't last long. Both sides quickly withdrew their forces. The battle caused losses for both sides. Despite their numerical superiority, Hidden Clouds Village's main force managed to hold its ground in this engagement. However, Hidden Clouds Village's reconnaissance units were crushed by Hidden Leaf Village. Without the advantage of numbers, Hidden Clouds Village's small squads were overwhelmed by Hidden Leaf Village's teams. Hidden Leaf Village's forces retreated to you, and the Hidden Clouds Village forces also pulled back. Masashi believed Hidden Clouds Village's army had likely realized their supply lines were in trouble. The situation about the fortress wouldn't stay hidden from the Hidden Clouds Village forces for long. He needed to deliver this information to you quickly, to seize this opportunity and deal a heavy blow to the Hidden Clouds Village army. They quickened their pace. Finally, before sunset, they saw the walls of you. The village's defenses had been heightened, with additional sensor barriers and patrol units visible even from a distance. After verifying their identities, they entered the village. Masashi headed straight for Jiraiya's office. Opening the door, he saw the white-haired toad sage slouched at the desk, looking like a middle-aged man dealing with a crisis. Jiraiya. Masashi, welcome back, Jiraiya mumbled, looking half asleep. The fleeting sadness in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. This Kage-level ninja wasn't as listless as he seemed. You've had a long journey. Rest early, you don't need to report to me. Go enjoy the hot springs, they're excellent here, he said lazily, waving his hand. No, this can't wait, Masashi replied, already prepared to explain. He quickly reported everything about the village in one go. As the report unfolded, Jiraiya's demeanor shifted from disinterest to something more serious, as if he wanted to smack himself awake. Hidden Clouds Village's fortress is gone? The man's eyes widened. Yes. You found reanimated shinobi? Were they left behind by one of the village's predecessors? Yes, but that's not important. For now, Hidden Cloud's village's supplies won't be replenished anytime soon. No, Masashi, this is very important. Jiraiya stood abruptly, seemingly about to elaborate, but then hesitated. He was facing an Uchiha. Though he had no prejudice against the Uchiha clan, he knew some topics weren't suitable for them. He had heard stories from the old man. There was someone, an important figure during the second Hokage's era, who had been a hero of Hidden Lee Village and the interim principal of the Ninja Academy. This person had sacrificed himself in the first Great Ninja War and had mastered the Edo Tensei. And he had died near that fortress. Did you find that predecessor's remains? Jiraiya asked. No. You want my body? Dream on. Even Hidden Cloud's village didn't get it. Keep dreaming. After spending half his life raiding graves, there was no way he'd let anyone have a chance at his own. He had strapped the last wave of exploding tags directly to his own body. Are you sure? Jiraiya pressed, clearly concerned. Of course not. Is that so? No remains, then. Jiraiya decided he'd check fortress after the war. If the body had left any remains, they couldn't be treated lightly. At the very least, they couldn't fall into the hands of any shinobi clan. From his personal perspective, Jiraiya hoped Muzo's remains could return to Hidden Lee Village in a few decades to be buried in his homeland. I see. In that case, we'll need to adjust our strategy against Hidden Cloud's village. Masashi, notify the Uchiha clan. We're holding a meeting. Aren't we attacking right now? Masashi saw no need for a meeting. Forget the meeting, just march out and fight until they're unrecognizable. He was ready to snack on some onigiri already. We don't need to rush. This opportunity must be fully utilized, Jiraiya said cryptically. If we're too hasty, we might give ourselves away. This will be the decisive battle. As an old hand at Hidden Lee Village's tactics, he considered himself quite knowledgeable about the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. Hidden Clouds Village had a high tolerance for casualties in battle but also a critical weakness. Their tolerance was high because they were genuinely unafraid of tough battles. But their weakness lay in their inability to sustain wars where the costs exceeded the gains. The moment their costs outweighed their benefits, they would lose the ability to continue fighting. That was when internal dissent started to rise. Masashi used Muzo's legacy to destroy the fortress and even killed the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Regardless of how much of the legacy Masashi has gained, this victory will undoubtedly deal a severe blow to the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas' morale. The loss of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki was a fundamental one. However, the upper echelons of Hidden Clouds Village would suppress this news, rallying their forces under the banner of revenge, escalating the war, and even collaborating with Hidden Stone's village to force the Land of Fire into peace talks to recoup their losses through war reparations. For this purpose, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki would undoubtedly be sent to the front lines, especially since Hidden Lee Village had never deployed Jinchuriki in battle. As the ultimate weapon on the battlefield, a Jinchuriki's power was undeniable. Fortunately, while Hidden Lee Village's Jinchuriki didn't leave the village, they always had access to giant summoning beasts. But formalities had to still be observed. This wasn't the Warring States period, where standing at the village gate and shouting for the clan was enough to rally fighters for a mass skirmish. Moreover, the credit for this victory was monumental. Hidden Lee Village hadn't seen such a critical hit in years. Youth had its advantages. If it were a seasoned Kage-level ninja, they'd be closely monitored, and such opportunities wouldn't arise. From now on, Masashi would be someone all the ninja villages keep an eye on. He wouldn't remain unknown. To wield the legacy effectively, one had to be at least Kage level. Muzo's techniques weren't something just anyone could handle. And the legacy itself would undoubtedly become a source of trouble. Many coveted it, not only in Hidden Lee Village but in other villages as well. No one believed someone would obtain such a legacy and not use it to further their power. Muzo was one of the most brilliant figures of the late Warring States period. The ninjutsu he mastered was enough to create a sixth great ninja village. This wouldn't be easy, there was much to hash out in the future. The question was whether the Uchiha clan could withstand the pressure. Though he claimed there was no rush, Jiraiya acted swiftly, convening a meeting without delay. At the meeting, he first announced the news. The room erupted in commotion. Muzo's legacy. In Uchiha hands? The jonin of civilian background were shocked by the sheer scale of the victory, while the ninja clan representatives focused on the legacy of Muzo. After Madara left Hidden Lee Village, Muzo was the one who, alongside the second Hokage, held actual power over Hidden Lee Village, one openly, the other in the shadows. Danzo might be the unscrupulous darkness of the shinobi, but his methods, while shady, are nothing more than that. People cursed him when appropriate and took him down when evidence was solid. But Muzo. Only Tobirama dared criticize him. Otherwise, why else would the villagers turn a blind eye when this scoundrel flirted with women all over the place? Did they really think Ninja Clan women were that easy to charm? That they'd let things slide with just a slap on the wrist? The truth was, people preferred him being Muzo the scoundrel over him reverting to the hollow of their memories. Masashi, did none of the reanimated individuals survive? A Jonin asked Masashi. Of course not. What, should I invite them to the hot springs for a soak? Masashi retorted. Though his tone wasn't exactly friendly, no one minded. After all, with such a monumental achievement, it was understandable to feel annoyed at being questioned. But questions still needed to be asked. During the Warring States period, everyone was wicked, their consciences lost. Landlords went bankrupt, samurai roamed aimlessly, and the weak fell victim to the strong in widespread starvation. In the endless battles among ninja clans, corpses piled up like mountains. And among the Senju clan, one man lost all his siblings, parents, and even his lover. By the time people noticed him, he had grown from an obscure member of the clan into the ultimate evil of the Senju clan. Not many people knew his birth name, he was only known as Muzo. After the founding of the village, he abruptly seemed to have a change of heart and started pursuing love. Who would dare stop him? If they did, they'd end up strung from a flagpole as an offering to the heavens. And many clans even genuinely considered marrying into his family, given the treasures he possessed. In the end, however, his last known relationship was with a woman from the Uchiha clan. The timing is interesting, a Hyuga elder commented softly. An Uchiha wielding Muzo's power, just when we need it most. The ninja clan representatives firmly believed that Muzo must have left a method of utilizing his legacy with the Uchiha clan. Some even suspected Masashi might be his descendant. After all, Muzo was infamous for rarely returning home at night during his prime. Even with precautions, there must have been oversights. The clans tried to recall Muzo's likeness from their records. Unfortunately, they couldn't find any similarities in Masashi's appearance. Ahem. Jiraiya coughed heavily, interrupting their musings. Let's focus. I propose launching the decisive battle against the Hidden Clouds village ninja ahead of schedule. Does anyone object? Wouldn't that be too aggressive? A Jonin from the Sarutobi clan asked. Our military supplies have been heavily consumed recently, and resupply hasn't caught up. If the Hidden Clouds village ninja set a trap, the situation could favor them. I think it's feasible, a Hyuga representative countered. The Hidden Clouds village ninjas' supplies are even tighter. The fortress held more than half their stockpile. Their camp supplies probably barely suffice for defense. But they still have the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, which could turn the tide. We can concentrate our Jonin forces, another clan head suggested. With Jiraiya-sama and Masashi both having giant summoning beasts, we won't be weaker than a Jinchuriki. If we can kill the Two-Tails, the death of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki will become impossible to hide. The Hidden Clouds village ninja would have to sue for peace, and Hidden Stones village's focus would shift to them. Not necessarily. An intelligence officer stepped forward. Recent intelligence suggests Hidden Stones village is in contact with Hidden Sand village. They might attack Hidden Leaf village instead. The room engaged in serious debate. Politics as usual, Jiraiya thought. Everyone wants glory, but no one wants to risk too much. However, the majority leaned toward gradually applying pressure through superior strength to corner the Hidden Clouds village ninja before delivering a decisive blow. He observed this quietly. This wasn't fear of battle, it stemmed from deeper motivations. Merit. Masashi's achievements were not only massive but also swift, disrupting many ninja clans' strategies for this war. Of course, everyone wanted their village to win, but they also hoped to meet their expected returns. Launching the decisive battle early carried risks. For those prioritizing stability, opposition was natural. Although Jiraiya was the commander, he had to consider everyone's demands. Everyone present represented more than just themselves. All right, I understand your views. Waving his hand to end the discussion, Jiraiya decided on a compromise that would satisfy most. Expedite the transport of supplies from the rear. Meanwhile, the front lines must not slacken. Starting now, we'll increase the number of deployed squads to eliminate the Hidden Clouds village ninjas' scouts. He surveyed the room. Before we launch the decisive battle, we'll do everything possible to confine the Hidden Clouds village ninja forces to their strongholds. This is my strategy. Any objections? No objections, Jiraiya-sama. Agreed. The Hyuga clan will handle reconnaissance. The clan representatives voiced their support. The civilian Jonin, being relatively straightforward, had fewer objections. With consensus achieved, Jiraiya waved dismissively, signaling the end of the meeting. Chapter 70, Snake Eyes on the Cat. As the Hidden Leaf village ninja army adjusted its strategy, with the main force standing by and shifting focus to annihilating enemy squads in field battles, the Jonin, including Masashi, were given some rest. Jiraiya set up the rotation system, keeping only a few jonin on duty at a time. Several jonin had gathered at one of the rest areas, discussing the recent strategic changes. The smell of tea filled the place as they debated the merits of their new approach. "We're spreading our forces too thin," a senior jonin said, setting down his cup with a frown. "The enemy could exploit the gaps in our defense." Masashi leaned against the wall, eyes half closed. "Sometimes efficiency requires aggression. A direct approach with our full strength would end us faster. And risk more casualties." Another jonin cut in, looking up from the map spread on the low table. "We've already lost enough people. Better quick losses than a drawn-out war. The longer we wait, the more variables enter the equation." Although Masashi believed that given Hidden Leaf Village's current configuration, a direct and aggressive approach might be the most efficient, he deferred to the consensus. After all, at its core, a ninja village functioned as a service organization. When Dobirama established the nomination system for the Hokage, it wasn't specifically targeting the Uchiha. At that time, the Uchiha themselves had no intention of vying for the position of the first Hokage. It was Hashirama's less than reliable handling of the matter that inadvertently put Madara on a roller coaster of emotions. With no combat missions for the moment, Masashi took the opportunity to enjoy the famed hot springs of Yu. However, soaking in the springs didn't mean neglecting his training. His focus was on lightning-style body techniques and Kagetsuchi. The latter proved significantly more challenging. Kagetsuchi, a true Mangekyō Sharingan ability, was theoretically impossible to understand or utilize without awakening the Mangekyō. Historically, most Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan couldn't clearly articulate their abilities. Every Mangekyō technique was born directly from the user's deepest desires, a system completely detached from conventional ninjutsu. But Kai had managed to create this technique purely with the power of a 3-Tomoe Sharingan. Remarkably, it worked just like the Mangekyō version of Kagetsuchi. Before divine beings entered the fray, any Mangekyō ability was a formidable weapon. Amaterasu could defeat almost anyone at a glance, representing the pinnacle of elemental transformation. Tsukuyomi and Koto Matsukami epitomized Genjutsu, the former shattering minds with violence, the latter manipulating its victims without them ever noticing. Kamui excelled in both offense and defense, reigning supreme among space-time techniques. And Kagetsuchi, while seemingly less impactful than the aforementioned techniques, was unparalleled in shape manipulation. Turning something inherently abstract into something akin to a standard ninjutsu was extraordinarily difficult. Even with a 3-Tomoe Sharingan, mastering it was no guarantee. Fortunately, Masashi was one of the rare Uchiha who could properly wield ocular power at the 3-Tomoe stage. For him, Kagetsuchi was challenging but not impossible. In Yu's abandoned training grounds, now converted into tourist spots, the place was often filled with the sounds of crackling and explosions, with the occasional fire pillars shooting into the sky. This kept the Yu ninja at a distance, though Uchiha clan members frequently visited to train together. "It's like trying to grab smoke," one Uchiha member complained after another failed attempt. "Because you're thinking of it as chakra. Think of it as an extension of your vision. But the flames won't stabilize. That's the point. They're not meant to be stable. They're meant to be alive." The Jonin of the Uchiha clan had a straightforward strategy: unity. Since the night of the Nine-Tails attack, the Uchiha understood the importance of acting collectively. Instead of endless debates over better tactics, they decided to band together and act decisively, adjusting strategies as needed. This time was no exception. Whether or not Masashi inherited the Muso's legacy, the sentiment was unanimous: support him. In the training grounds today, a group of Uchiha was gathered, all honing their fire release techniques. True to his pragmatic nature, Masashi included them in his training to share knowledge and elevate everyone's abilities. "There's a qualitative threshold we're missing," Masashi explained, watching another attempt fizzle out. "Something beyond just strengthening our eyes. Like the difference between regular chakra and nature energy?" Tetsuka asked, his own Sharingan analyzing the failed technique. "Exactly. But for each Uchiha, that threshold manifests differently. Just as every Mangekyō ability is unique to its wielder. If Kagetsuchi could be popularized, an Uchiha ninja's standard capability in battle would shift from 1-on-2 to 1-on-3. For the fire-specializing Uchiha clan, Kagetsuchi was nothing short of a divine weapon. But as always, the fire remained unruly and uncooperative. The root issue was the difference between controlling ocular power and chakra. "So what you're saying is," a senior Uchiha began, his brow furrowed in concentration, "we each need to find our own path to control." Masashi said, "The traditional path won't work here. Chakra manipulation follows a rigorous and well-established system. Ocular power, however, was entirely subjective. If there was any guiding principle, it was simply this: if you believe you can, then you can, even if you can't. This left the group of Uchiha Jonin scratching their heads, much to Masashi's frustration. He had hoped that someone in the group would experience a breakthrough to accelerate the progress. Instead, they were all struggling more than he was. Shape manipulation was not a foreign concept to the Uchiha. Jutsus like Fire Dragon Bomb and Dragon Flame Caterwaul all involved fire shape manipulation. However, those techniques required hand signs, and the resulting shapes were fixed. Kagetsuchi, in contrast, demanded free-form manipulation, replacing hand signs with ocular power. The fire created by this technique could be endlessly manipulated as long as it wasn't extinguished. Yet, none of them, including Masashi, could perform even basic shape transformations. He concluded that the issue lay in insufficient ocular power. Just as chakra achieved qualitative change at a certain threshold, so too did ocular power. Before this threshold was reached, the only noticeable improvement was an enhancement of the Sharingan's basic functions. He theorized that the qualitative change might vary for each individual. For K, it seemed to enhance control. After another failed attempt, Masashi admitted to himself that he couldn't fully master the technique in his current state. Just like his Susanoo, which was inaccessible outside of Sage Mode, Kagetsuchi required a power boost from the Mangekyō. "Step back a little, everyone," he announced, preparing to shift tactics. "How far is a little with you?" Tetsuka asked, already moving back. "Far enough to not get burned, I guess?" The Jonin promptly gave him space, knowing all too well that fire, once out of control, spared no one, even those proficient in fire. With a single thought, Masashi tapped into the natural energy stored within him. Flame-like markings appeared on his face as his chakra and ocular power surged in Sage Mode. He released a controlled amount of chakra, transforming it with fire nature, then used his ocular power to manipulate it. Drawing on Kai's insights and his own experience with Susanoo, he shaped the fire into a sword. The flames twisted and danced before solidifying into the form of a blade, stable and precise. The gathered Jonin marveled at the sight, crowding around to observe the fire sword. "Why don't you try cutting something?" someone suggested. Masashi nodded, walking to a nearby target and swinging the sword. The blade passed cleanly through, leaving the upper half of the target to slide off, its cut edge charred black. Kagetsuchi had been successfully executed, with a perfect transformation. He would call it sage art, Kagetsuchi. In the final days before the decisive battle, one of Masashi's main tasks was to accumulate natural energy. After confirming that he couldn't use it without buffing up, he stopped worrying about it. Of course, he still practiced daily, but only briefly before deactivating it quickly. Good resources should be saved for critical moments. What was the point of a buff if it didn't let you last for 100 rounds? And so, finally, the time for a group brawl had arrived. Hidden Leaf Village's military supplies had been replenished. Most importantly, Hidden Cloud's village's forces were beaten to the point where they could no longer operate in small, independent squads. Without the havoc caused by the Ninetales, Hidden Leaf Village's basic combat strength was solid. In the original timeline, Hidden Leaf Village's losses on the night of the Ninetales attack were concentrated among the Genin. The higher-ranking Jonin were mostly unharmed unless they recklessly got close to the Ninetales' claws. As a result, Hidden Leaf Village in the original timeline, with its Genin forces severely depleted, found itself unable to continue its confrontation with Hidden Cloud's village after a brief clash. Even though it knew Hidden Cloud's village's threats were habitual, Hidden Leaf Village dared not take risks and was forced to compromise. This led to Hidden Leaf Village handing over Hisashi's corpse, with his Byakugan already destroyed. The high-ranking officials of Hidden Cloud's village understood that this was Hidden Leaf Village's bottom line. Any further provocation would lead to a desperate fight, something Hidden Cloud's village wanted to avoid. Their goal was robbery, not war to the death. Thus, peace was achieved. But in this timeline, the attitude of Hidden Leaf Village's clans was completely the opposite. They were more worried about Hidden Cloud's village suddenly deciding not to fight. When Hidden Leaf Village's main forces departed from you, the clansmen marched with high spirits, brimming with fighting intent. Thanks to the frequent skirmishes and reconnaissance battles during this time, the Genin of clan origin had already earned their battle merits. With military supplies in place, there were no further worries. Now it was time for the Jonin to earn their share of merits. On Earth, there was a certain big shot named Napoleon who liked to concentrate his artillery, calling it the King of Battle. In the Shinobi world, the King of Battle was the Jonin, and long ago, it was established that in large-scale fights, if there were enough Jonin, some should always be grouped together. The Hidden Leaf Village's army, numbering over 10,000, spread out after leaving the village. They continued using the traditional multi-front deep penetration strategy. This was necessary. Otherwise, it would just lead to unnecessary casualties. Clusters of Jonin acted as spearheads, while Chunin and Genin stayed in small squad formations. The mobilized Hidden Leaf Village ninjas advanced straight toward Hidden Clouds Village's main base. As for the Hidden Clouds Village army, from the perspective of the entire land of hot water, they had already lost their ability to gather intelligence on the periphery. However, they still had enough strength to send out scouts. Thus, when the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas approached the village that Hidden Clouds Village had turned into a stronghold, battles between scouts and guards broke out once again. This did not hinder the main advance of Hidden Leaf Village's forces. Masashi, like most of the Jonin, moved alongside Jiraiya. Bakura, however, had been sent out separately. Her scorch style was better suited for small squad combat. But even while moving, Masashi didn't stop absorbing natural energy. Finally, he saw the large village in the distance. Once, this village had been the central battleground for countless ninja clans, its once bustling streets turned into grim graveyards. Over time, the area became a haunting place filled with bones, rumored to be a haven for ghosts. But after the establishment of the one country one village system, this village, located at a major transportation hub, regained its prosperity. Otherwise, Hidden Clouds Village wouldn't have chosen it as a stronghold. Jiraiya led a group of Jonin to a high ground overlooking the battlefield. Below them, on the plains, Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village ninjas were locked in fierce combat, the ground stained red with blood. On the village walls, Hidden Clouds Village Jonin were also watching, waiting for an opportunity to turn the tide. They had noticed the group on the distant high ground. They knew those were the true opponents. They had long been aware of the destruction of the fortress. Hidden Leaf Village had somehow managed to accomplish it overnight. All the Hidden Clouds Village stationed there were annihilated, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was missing. No one believed that Killer Bee was dead. There were only minor signs of partial transformation at the site, something that didn't align with the norm. A battle that fierce should have left more destruction, the Hidden Clouds Village commanders reasoned. It was clear he must have been captured. But to destroy the fortress so thoroughly that Killer Bee couldn't even fully unleash the Eight Tails? Only multiple Kage-level individuals leading a group of Jonin could achieve that. Jiraiya and the Hidden Leaf Village Jonin couldn't possibly have sneaked there. Hidden Clouds Village wasn't so lax. Jiraiya and his group had always been in U. Thus, Hidden Clouds Village suspected Hidden Stones Village. Possibly even Hidden Sand Village. After all, Hidden Sand Village was Hidden Leaf Village's ally, and they would relish the chance to strike at Hidden Clouds Village. No smaller village could muster such power. They had already sent messages back to their village, requesting reinforcements to investigate. For now, they announced within the army that Killer Bee was on a secret mission. But today, Hidden Leaf Village suddenly launched a massive offensive. The timing was terrible for Hidden Clouds Village, coming right before their next supply shipment was due to arrive. The loss of the fortress had severely weakened Hidden Clouds Village's supply capacity. Without that transit hub, transportation costs had skyrocketed, and safety had plummeted. Hidden Leaf Village not only hampered Hidden Clouds Village's reconnaissance efforts but also attacked their supply lines. As a result, Hidden Clouds Village's resource stockpile was even tighter than when they first heard about the fortress's fall. Many low-level Hidden Clouds Village ninjas didn't even have enough explosive tags. At this moment, the fourth Raikage stood on the village wall. Lightning chakra crackled around him intermittently, betraying his agitation. His face showed no emotion. Only those who knew him well could tell that this expression meant the Raikage was in an extremely foul mood. Yujiro, he suddenly said. Yes, Raikage-sama, a female ninja responded. I'll hold off Jiraiya. Your task is to kill as many Hidden Leaf Village ninjas as possible. Avoid engaging their Jonin. Understood. The rest of you, same as the last time. Keep your opponents occupied. Yes. The group responded loudly, their voices filled with pent-up frustration. Hidden Leaf Village's tactics during this time had been utterly infuriating. Good. Move out. The fourth Raikage barked before leaping off the village wall, his body already wrapped in his lightning-style chakra mode. Reckless as always, Raikage-sama. His guards muttered with wry smiles, but they followed, one after another. Alongside them, other Hidden Clouds Village Jonin jumped down as well, their formations tight and disciplined despite their commander's impulsive charge. From his vantage point, Hisashi immediately relayed this information to the Jonin, his Byakugan tracking every movement. The Raikage is on the move, and so is their Jinchuriki. They're splitting their forces, the Raikage is heading straight for us. Got it, Hisashi, Jiraiya said, stretching his limbs. Let's go, too. With that, he leapt from the high ground. The Hidden Leaf Village Jonin followed, smiling as they joined the charge. Finally, a real fight, their expressions seemed to say. Among the 8 great ninja clans, the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans were particularly excited. These two clans excelled at battlefield assaults, and they thrived in scenarios like this. Masashi didn't smile. He was too busy. There was no time for grinning. Every second spent gathering natural energy was crucial, as he would need it soon. Following his clansmen, he quickly broke ahead of the pack, then summoned his beast. With a deafening roar, a massive black snake appeared on the battlefield, Masashi standing atop its head. Kuro. Masashi, your orders? See that cat? Charge straight at it. His eyes fixed on Yujiro. Chapter 71, the chain that binds the massive black-scaled snake instantly drew everyone's attention as it appeared on the battlefield. Orochimaru? This was the fourth Raikage's first reaction. Several Hidden Clouds village jonin near him tensed. Those scales are different. One of his commanders muttered, but the Raikage had already dismissed the thought. Why would someone suddenly attack an ally they had just cooperated with? If that were the case, what's the point of defecting? Where's the loyalty in the shinobi world? Hidden Leaf Village still has someone like this? He was slightly surprised but unconcerned. It was just a summoned beast. Let Yujiro deal with it. He ordered before turning back to charge toward Jiraiya. Lightning chakra crackled around his body. His main goal was to prevent the Toad Sannin from powering up like last time. The lightning-style chakra mode was undeniably powerful and effective in most combat situations. However, its weakness lay in its lack of wide-scale destructive capabilities, making it ineffective as a battlefield sweeper. Thus, the fourth Raikage's only aim this time was to stop Jiraiya from activating his enhancements. Without his Sage mode, the fourth Raikage was confident he could prevent Jiraiya from focusing on killing ordinary Hidden Clouds village ninjas. With his lightning-style chakra mode fully activated, he tore into the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas' ranks like a hot knife through butter, brushing aside those in his path like paper. Bodies flew through the air, some still twitching from the lightning coursing through them. The Raikage himself. A Hidden Leaf Village ninja shouted in panic. Don't engage. Fall back to formation. Another commander yelled, pulling his subordinates back. He charged all the way to the base of Gamabunga. The giant toad had no time to react before the Raikage, cloaked in lightning, launched a punch directly at Jiraiya. Elsewhere, the jonin of both sides were locked in fierce battles. In the distance, Masashi merely glanced at the scene before refocusing on the fully transformed Two-Tails Jinchuriki. On his way there, Kuro had already trampled countless Hidden Clouds village ninjas underfoot. Due to the nature of their ninjutsu systems, Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village favored dense formations for large-scale battles. But the serpents from Ruchi Cave were natural counters to such formations. The ordinary Hidden Clouds Village ninja's lightning-style taijutsu was utterly ineffective against the serpent's defenses. And for elemental ninjutsu, mid to lower level ninjas often relied on explosive tags for good reason. Reform the lines. Don't scatter. A Hidden Clouds Village commander shouted desperately. It's breaking through everything. Came the panicked response as another line collapsed. While lightning-style taijutsu was among the most cost-effective techniques for genin ninjas, there were limits to its effectiveness. Additionally, lightning-style taijutsu was distinct from the advanced lightning-style chakra mode used by higher-ranking ninjas. Without jonin-level expertise, it was impossible to master the latter. Most Hidden Clouds village ninjas practiced a basic form of lightning-style taijutsu, using the piercing properties of lightning-style to enhance their melee attacks. Technically, the highest level of this art would be something like Kakashi's initial version of the Chidori. Ordinary Hidden Clouds village ninjas, however, were far from reaching such mastery. As such, Masashi didn't even bother to equip Kuro with advanced defensive enhancements. Kuro's path was littered with carnage. Hidden Clouds village ninjas were either ignored and crushed underfoot, slapped into paste by its tail, or sent flying with a casual shake. Blood and broken bodies marked its path through their ranks, the screams of the dying mixing with orders to retreat. Though Hidden Clouds village ninjas were known for their bravery, they weren't reckless. Faced with this unstoppable force, the Hidden Clouds village ninjas retreated in haste. At the end of the battlefield stood Yujiro, fully transformed into her tail beast form. Blue flames flickered around her massive form as chakra swirled violently. Like Killer Bee, she was a perfect Jinchuriki, now in the complete form of her tailed beast. At this moment, she was literally a giant cat. As this massive cat opened its mouth wide, far in the distance, Masashi clasped his hands together. The ground trembled as enormous ice-formed arms burst forth, targeting the retreating Hidden Clouds village ninjas. In the next instant, the arms swung violently. A barrage of ice spikes rained down across the battlefield. The sudden, large-scale attack caught many Hidden Clouds village ninjas off guard. Those who couldn't escape in time were pinned to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Some were pierced through their limbs, others through their stomachs, and some lost their heads entirely. When did he set up those seals? A Hidden Leaf village jonin whispered. He planned this from the start. Another replied, watching the devastation unfold. Witnessing this, Yujiro, enraged, unleashed a tail beast bomb. While the bomb took some time to charge, its release was swift. In moments, it reached the black serpent. But in front of everyone, the bomb was captured by a flying thunder god barrier, swallowed whole, and redirected to the icy wasteland created by Masashi's earlier attack. A brilliant light erupted from the site, blinding all who looked. The sudden white light caused the ground to quake, twist, crack, and surge. At the explosion's epicenter, all matter was vaporized. Around it, bodies were flung into the air by the shockwave, only to crash back to the ground. The extreme heat and pressure distorted the surrounding air. Debris, dust, and fragments of the ground rose high into the sky, forming a mushroom cloud. The Hidden Clouds village ninja army at the site was completely obliterated. Despite the lack of full charge time, Yujito's tailed beast bomb demonstrated the strategic value of Jinchuriki as weapons of mass destruction. Unfortunately for her, not a single Hidden Leaf village ninja was killed. An icy wall, creaking and groaning, had blocked the deadly shockwave from reaching the Hidden Leaf village forces. Meanwhile, Kuro, now clad in the chakra armor of sage art, majestic attire, gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Obediently following Masashi's orders, she charged toward the distant tailed beast. The majestic attire hadn't slowed it down in the slightest, and now, no obstacles remained. The faces of the Hidden Clouds village Jonin changed drastically at the sudden turn of events. The fourth Rukongai stared at the battlefield. Flying Thunder God? Having once lost to Minato in terms of speed, he had thoroughly investigated his rival's abilities. As one of the 5 Kage, he had access to the intelligence networks necessary to uncover the truth behind the yellow flash. Thus, he knew that Minato's speed was not simply due to raw ability, but because of a space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God. Support Yujiro. He ordered decisively. He turned and prepared to rush back to aid her. Hold them off. Jiraiya commanded simultaneously. Abandoning his earlier cautious approach, he leaped from Gamabunta's head. The sage toads from Mount Mayabaku perched on his shoulders, their combined efforts finally activating sage mode. His toad-like eyes opened wide as he charged toward the Rukongai. The Hidden Leaf village Jonin acted swiftly, intercepting the Hidden Clouds village Jonin and holding them back with all their might. Everyone on the Hidden Leaf village side knew that as long as no one interfered, Yujito would inevitably fall to Masashi. This guy was even stronger than during that fateful night. Still, the Hidden Leaf village forces couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. The top prize for this battle's merit? Out of reach now. No chance of competing for it. They'd have to settle for second place, losing out on 10 million ryo. After all, this was an Uchiha. Geniuses were turned out every generation, it was just how it was. A mere 19-year-old Kage-level ninja. Sure, why not? With these thoughts in mind, the Jonin from various clans fought fiercely, determined to hold off the Hidden Clouds village Jonin. Though Jiraiya couldn't match the Rukongai in speed, his sage mode gave him enough power to hold his ground, creating a stalemate between the two. Meanwhile, Kuro under Masashi's control coiled tightly around Yujiro, restraining her. Before she could break free, his hands flashed through a series of seals, summoning water serpents that erupted from his palms and shot toward their target. With supernatural speed, the water serpents latched onto Yujiro, their fangs sinking deep into the tailed beast's chakra form. Where they bit, ice and dark sealing marks spread in tandem, forming patterns across her massive body. She roared in fury as the two tails' chakra weakened with each new seal, ice crackling as it spread alongside the marks. In that frozen moment of vulnerability, countless more water serpents erupted, forming a massive net that trapped her. Kuro quickly coiled tightly around the enemy, immediately starting to constrict her own body. Though the snakes of Rechi Cave were extraordinary creatures nurtured by natural energy, they still retained many of their original animal instincts. Masashi watched as her movements followed the same pattern he'd studied countless times. For example, relying on judgment during battle. They would strike to kill only when confident of a one-hit kill, when holding an absolute advantage, using their judgment and focus to secure victory. If it were a typical living creature, being wrapped by Kuro like this would mean either death or being left with half a life. The snake's crushing force could pulverize rock, let alone flesh and bone. Unfortunately, the complete tailed beast transformation was essentially the ultimate version of the tailed beast chakra cloak. Thus, for Yujiro, as long as this chakra cloak wasn't destroyed, she'd be perfectly fine. What really posed a threat to her were the sealing snakes wielded by Masashi. These snakes were sealing off her control over the tailed beast chakra. The two tails, Matetabi, sealed within her, was very familiar with this kind of technique. Yujiro, these snakes are likely his version of the Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains. They can seal our chakra. Matetabi, whose voice was distinctly feminine, appeared as a large cat covered entirely in blue chakra flames. Her tone was gentle, unlike the rough-and-tumble vibe of her single-tailed brother. Shukaku was the type to start spouting gang jargon as soon as it opened its mouth. Still, even Mate-Trabi was getting anxious now. It wasn't for its own sake, after all, being a tailed beast, it couldn't die anyway. But it didn't want Yujiro to die. Since its creation, it had had many hosts, but Yujiro was the only one it genuinely cared for. Their bond went beyond mere container and contained, they were true partners. To be blunt, the tailed beasts had different temperaments. The more docile ones had grown somewhat accustomed to being sealed over the years. Their expectations had shifted, from not being sealed at all to simply hoping their hosts had a pleasant personality. Of course, getting along wasn't enough to achieve perfect Jinchuriki status. It was only one of the necessary conditions. The host also had to possess the ability to perfectly control the tailed beast's chakra. Yujiro, struggling against the sealing technique, was taken aback. How can an Uchiha know Uzumaki sealing techniques? The Uzumaki clan had been destroyed long ago, though that wasn't entirely accurate. Hidden Eddy village had indeed been destroyed, and many members of the Uzumaki clan had been scattered across various countries, living under assumed identities. Among them were even direct descendants. However, some had chosen to join the Land of Fire. A few of them, those with intact legacies, joined Hidden Leaf Village. Though they had difficulty accepting the fall of Hidden Eddy Village emotionally, they didn't hold Hidden Leaf Village responsible. After all, Hidden Leaf Village had arrived late but hadn't been indifferent. Even from a pragmatic standpoint, Hidden Leaf Village couldn't have allowed the Uzumaki clan to disappear completely. Such an outcome would have tarnished not just its reputation, but that of the Hokage's lineage. Faced with the near-universal assault on the Uzumaki clan by the shinobi world at the time, Hidden Leaf Village's decision was to deploy troops to aid them. The third Hokage had even prepared for an all-out war with Kiri. During that war, Danzo fought at the front lines, losing an eye in battle. If it hadn't been for Kagami, he would have died. Those who survived built a new shrine within Hidden Leaf Village's territory and reorganized Hidden Leaf Village's sealing squad. Before this, the sealing squad was not an independent department but merely a unit type within the Hidden Leaf Village forces. From then on, the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques were integrated into Hidden Leaf Village in a relatively complete form. This marked the beginning of Hidden Leaf Village's dominance in the field of sealing arts in the shinobi world. However, the surviving Uzumaki clan members remained haunted by memories of the past. They no longer organized themselves as a ninja clan, and many ceased to be shinobi altogether. During the third Hokage's tenure, aside from Kushina, there wasn't a single prominent shinobi with the Uzumaki name in Hidden Leaf Village's forces. As Minato became Hokage, the Uzumaki survivors began reconsidering direct service to Hidden Leaf Village. It seemed that when Kushina transitioned to being the Hokage's wife, the Uzumaki clan started becoming more open to the idea of identifying as Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. However, the adamantine sealing chains, a core legacy of the clan, were beyond even Minato. In the original Uzumaki clan, very few people had mastered this technique. Compared to techniques like the Reaper Death Seal, which demanded life as its cost, the adamantine sealing chains were the true hallmark of the Uzumaki clan. During the Warring States period, Uzumaki clan powerhouses used chains instead of ninja tools in combat. Once struck, their enemies were effectively finished. Yujiro had certainly heard of the adamantine sealing chains. So, this is the Uchiha's version of adamantine sealing chains? Yujiro realized. While it was true that the sealing techniques of Hidden Cloud's village were inferior to those of Hidden Leaf Village, the fact that they had managed to produce perfect Jinchuriki showed their proficiency in sealing arts. Thus, her knowledge and instincts were sharp. The sealing arts of all 5 great villages weren't lacking, Hidden Leaf Villages were just so strong that they made the others look weak. When Masashi unleashed his sealing snakes, Yujito knew she was up against a formidable foe. She had been resisting, but it felt like tug of war. When you saw the other team's arms were thicker than your team's legs, you pretty much knew the result in your heart. Struggling was human nature. Only when facing death could one realize how skilled they were at clinging to life. In her fully transformed tailed beast state, she activated the corrosive effects of her chakra cloak. Blue flames intensified, eating away at everything they touched. Kuro screeched in pain, scales sizzling under the caustic chakra. "Sorry, Kuro," Masashi muttered, glancing at his summon. "Manda's going to be insufferable about this." He decisively dismissed the summoning. The next time he encountered Manda, he was sure to be cursed at. Kuro vanished back to Richie Cave in a puff of smoke, and he began to fall. Using the momentum of his fall, he gave a mighty tug, trying to pull Mate-Tabi's chakra downward. Yujiro initially rejoiced, but quickly realized something was wrong. Reacting swiftly, she adjusted her body to follow Masashi's downward pull. Otherwise, her tail beast chakra cloak might have been stripped away. After all, it was merely a layer of chakra attached to her body, not the real Matetabi. Landing on the ground, Masashi noted that the chakra cloak had remained intact. He quickly formed a single hand seal, summoning multiple arms from the surrounding area that grasped toward her. At the same time, an icy snake emerged from the ground beneath him, mirroring Kuro's previous movements as it coiled around Yujiro. Standing atop the snake's head, he met her gaze directly. The fiery sage markings on his face seemed to truly burn, a reflection of sage mode pushed to its peak. Chakra swirled around him in visible waves. The Sharingan's Tomoe spun rapidly as they met the fierce gaze of the Two-Tails host. Masashi could only use Kagetsuchi in Sage Mode for a simple reason: with Sage Mode's amplification, his Sharingan's ocular power could reach the base level of the Mangekyō Sharingan. This revelation had come to him during his time studying the Sage Mode. Illusionary techniques through the Sharingan were pushed to their limit, assailing Yujido's will. Chapter 72, White Mist, Red Dawn. From a distance, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki looked nothing short of miserable. Countless water snakes bound her, which restrained her fully transformed tailed beast state. Around her, massive icy hands emerged from the ground, gripping her legs and holding them firmly in place. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free. The blue flames of Matetabi flickered against the ice, steam rising where they met, but the hands remained unmelted. Although the giant icy hands had previously crushed hundreds of ninjas effortlessly, the nearby Hidden Clouds village ninja forces had rallied to support their Jinchuriki. Teams of 4. Don't let them isolate us. A senior Chunin shouted, organizing the scattered forces. Watch for Genjutsu. He's an Uchiha. Another squad leader warned. After the Ninja Academy was first established by Hidden Leaf Village, it became the standard system across the 5 great nations following the First Great Ninja War. This system nurtured countless civilian ninjas loyal to the 5 major villages. Today, civilian ninjas formed the majority of the shinobi world, and their strength couldn't be ignored. Their loyalty to their villages often surpassed that of the ninja clans. Their willingness to sacrifice was unmatched, making collective spirit the cornerstone of the one nation one village system. This faith ran deep, becoming the backbone of the ninja villages. It was not only Hidden Leaf Village that produced heroes. These individuals shared the same heart for their villages. Without orders from a jonin, squads of 4 quickly assembled and merged into a torrent of ninjas charging towards Masashi. The ground trembled under their advance, battle cries filling the battleground as they moved as one. Meanwhile, the mental clash between Masashi and Yujido continued. With the help of Matetabi, Yujido frequently broke free from the Genjutsu, only to be dragged back into them by Masashi. He was never skilled in Genjutsu like Shizui, and he didn't expect to resolve Yujido's willpower with it. However, the seamless cooperation between the perfect Jinchuriki and her tailed beast exceeded his expectations. How did Obito manage to control the 4th Mizukage? Obito wasn't particularly adept at Genjutsu either. From their last clash, that much was evident. And yet, he had controlled the 4th Mizukage, a perfect Jinchuriki, though not as skilled as Killer Bee. The 8-Tails Jinchuriki was flawless in his control. Masashi realized he had overlooked something crucial about Obito's method. The 4th Mizukage could not have been subdued so easily, even by the Mangekyō Sharingan. Especially given that Obito's Mangekyō ability wasn't related to Genjutsu. He judged Obito's Genjutsu talent to be on par with his own, mediocre at best. For now, he didn't have the luxury to dwell on this. In his mental tug-of-war with Yujido, he achieved his objective. The sealing snakes were taking effect, and the icy hands he had conjured served as ideal conduits for another sealing technique he had learned from the Uzumaki clan. Had he been in Uzumaki, Yujido would already be sealed by now, thanks to their unique chakra. The Uchiha chakra wasn't particularly remarkable for sealing jutsu, it relied purely on skill and power, not natural affinity. Just like the transcription seal, a technique that typically required the Mangekyō Sharingan to perform. Suddenly, he felt the ground shaking beneath him. He turned to see the advancing Hidden Clouds village ninja forces. At this point, Genjutsu was unnecessary. Yujido's sealing was only a matter of time, the sealing technique's power had already begun infiltrating her body. As long as he wasn't interrupted, he would succeed. The Hidden Clouds village ninjas must not get close. They're all the same, huh? Masashi thought, watching the charging Hidden Clouds village ninjas. A shame that we're on opposite sides. Seeing the world with admiration revealed its beauty. The opposite was also true. Masashi had once viewed the world through a lens of darkness, a black and white photograph of life. It was a miserable perspective. When circumstances allowed, he chose to recover his original outlook, one of reverence and appreciation for all things. Conflict was inevitable, but it could be viewed differently. Those who risked their lives and fought with everything deserved respect. He hated Hidden Cloud's village, but he didn't despise the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas. These rank-and-file shinobi, much like their Hidden Leaf village counterparts, were adorably foolish. Forming the cross seal, he created 7 shadow clones. One shadow clone leaped to the ground and faced the approaching Hidden Cloud's village ninja forces. The clone quickly formed hand seals. The mist began to rise from the clone, milky white and swirling. Stay together. Don't lose formation. A voice called out from the advancing forces. The thick, white mist spread outward, enveloping the surroundings until everything was shrouded in a dense fog. I can't see anything. Where's the target? Panic began to spread through the ranks. At first, the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas could vaguely make out the silhouette of the two tails, towering and imposing. But soon, the mist thickened, obscuring everything. Even their comrades became indistinct shadows. Watch out for, the warning cry was cut short, replaced by a wet gurgle. Unease crept into their hearts, and their advance slowed. Masashi's shadow clone silently moved into the mist. The killing began. The silence was soon broken by the anguished cries of Hidden Cloud's village ninjas, the roars of rage, and the pain of blades and jutsu striking flesh. Only the shadow clones remained silent. When the silent killing jutsu combined with the power of the Uchiha, its brutality was magnified. Fire, water, wind, lightning, and ice techniques ran rampant in the white mist, claiming lives indiscriminately. Enhanced physical strikes and deadly shuriken jutsu only added to the carnage. Each battle was another chance to master these elements further. Theory could only teach so much, real combat was the best teacher for mastering multiple chakra natures. Though the spirit of the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas was boundless, their individual strength had limits. These geinin and shunin spilled their blood in vain, unable to aid Yujito at all. When Masashi's clones began summoning massive ice constructs, the disorganized Hidden Cloud's village ninja force finally broke. Unable to distinguish friend from foe, they tried to flee. Even their escape route was subtly guided by the clones. Eventually, they emerged from the mist, but only a fraction remained. Most had fallen to friendly fire in the chaos. Looking back at the mist that still cloaked the battlefield, they were filled with despair. Gradually, the mist changed. It lightened, becoming clear and transparent. Slowly, it dissipated completely. Finally, the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas saw their enemy. Standing on the blood-soaked ground, holding Yujito in his grasp. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki seemed lifeless, her eyes closed, her fate uncertain. The decisive battle between Hidden Leaf Village's army and Hidden Cloud's village's army ended with the latter's retreat. Focus on Jiraiya. Don't let him. The Hidden Cloud's village commander's order was cut short as massive pillars of ice erupted from the ground around him. You're looking at the wrong threat. Masashi's voice echoed from above, his hands already forming seals. After losing the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, they had now lost the Two Tails as well. He had swiftly and cleanly defeated the Two Tails Jinchuriki and crushed the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas' support troops. He accomplished all this single-handedly, demonstrating why certain individuals among the Jonin are specifically regarded as Kage level. If Jinchuriki were considered strategic weapons, then Kage level ninja were the backbone of a village. Gaining or losing one directly impacted a village's diplomacy and military strategy. However, this classification wasn't explicitly defined. Ninja villages deliberately maintain vague and rough distinctions in their rankings to avoid unnecessary comparisons, unless the gap in strength was overwhelmingly large. As such, a Geinin was simply a Geinin, and a Jonin was simply a Jonin. The term special Jonin existed mainly for wartime necessities. Among Jonin, everyone had their own standing, creating distinctions like ordinary, elite, or Kage level would disrupt the delicate hierarchy. Some things could be said aloud but should never be put in writing. Similarly, every Kage was universally praised as the strongest in some way. Yet, regarding pure strength, every Kage knew precisely where they stand. One of the basic qualities of a Jonin was the ability to accurately gauge their own skill level. Regardless, as of today, in all intelligence reports across the villages, Masashi had indisputably become a Kage-level ninja of Hidden Leaf Village. From now on, any movement he made will trigger Kage-level responses from the opposition. At minimum, the enemy would send a lead-level Jonin to confront him, probably 3 to match his strength. If he visited any of the other 4 great villages, the Kage of that village would personally meet him, as an unwritten rule of respect for someone of Kage-level strength. After all, why else would they be called Kage-level? In short, no one would foolishly throw themselves at him for an easy defeat anymore. The 4th Raikage, known for his hot-tempered demeanor, immediately ordered a retreat after witnessing Masashi's display of power. Pull back. We can't waste more forces here. He had no choice. Their Jinchuriki were gone, and Hidden Leaf Village had gained a new Kage-level ninja. Throughout this process, the 4th Raikage's suspicions grew. His initial belief that Hidden Stone's village was behind this started to waver. Previously, they suspected Hidden Stone's village because Hidden Leaf Village was thought to have only one Kage-level ninja in the land of hot water, Jiraiya. Now, there were two. Could a single Kage-level ninja single-handedly take down the southern fortress? Of course. For a Kage-level ninja, taking a fortress alone was basic protocol, unless their skill set was unusually niche. Hidden Cloud's village's army decisively retreated, even abandoning their fallen. They had no choice. Hidden Leaf Village's forces were brimming with morale, while the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas were entirely demoralized. When Masashi casually hurled a tailed beast bomb at the Hidden Cloud's village ninja while protecting his own troops, their spirits were crushed. Then, when he sealed the two tails with overwhelming force and used shadow clones to dismantle their support troops, no one on the Hidden Cloud's village side believed the battle could continue. Mastery of sealing techniques, space-time ninjutsu, 4 elemental releases, and even multi-nature fusion techniques, he had it all. Those massive ice giants he created were as tall as tailed beasts, and he summoned them with a simple clap of his hands. His chakra reserves allowed him to annihilate entire support divisions without breaking a sweat. So, how could anyone fight against that? This type of ninja was considered a ruler in the field, nearly impossible to defeat unless extensive intelligence and overwhelming strength were employed. If you were weaker than them by even a little and lack a powerful hidden trump card, you were as good as dead. Among all the Hidden Cloud's village ninja in a land of hot water, only the 4th Raikage had any chance against him. And Hidden Leaf Village still had Jiraiya. Given these odds, Hidden Cloud's village had no desire to continue the fight, regardless of their rank or strength. Recognizing that this war would only lead to disaster, the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas simply wanted to return home safely. They retreated steadily, leaving the battlefield, abandoning the fortress, and finally sprinting towards the Land of Frost. Hidden Leaf Village's army pursued them closely. However, thanks to the restraint of the Jonin commanders, they avoided any reckless overextension. Instead, they struck opportunistically whenever possible. Eventually, the Hidden Leaf Village forces escorted Hidden Cloud's village's army all the way to the border of the Land of Frost, watching as they crossed the ruined southern fortress and entered the coastal routes. At this point, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas stopped their pursuit. Their supply lines had been stretched dangerously thin, and expanding the battlefield further was unnecessary. From the start, Hidden Leaf Village's objective had been to drive the Hidden Cloud's village forces out of the land of hot water. Pushing into the Land of Frost would mean full-scale war, lasting years with no foreseeable end. Neither Hidden Leaf Village nor Hidden Cloud's village desired such an outcome. It would only benefit a third party, most likely Hidden Stone's village, possibly Hidden Sand Village, or even Kiri. After ending the chase, the Hidden Leaf Village forces entered the ruined fortress. Jiraiya and the other leaders explored the massive structure. Even as a ruin, the fortress's former majesty was evident. It had stood tall for decades, only to be dismantled by Masashi. Everyone agreed that his performance in this war was extraordinary. Of course, this was partly because the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas hadn't realized there was a second Kage-level ninja on Hidden Leaf Village's side and had focused entirely on Jiraiya. Had Masashi not used the reanimated ninjas, he could never have destroyed such a fortress overnight or defeated the Eight Tails Jinchuriki quickly. And no one doubted his claims. If the Eight Tails Jinchuriki had escaped, that would have been surprising. The fortress had been destroyed, but its northern section remained relatively intact. The Hidden Leaf Village forces decided to occupy this portion. Jiraiya wandered around the ruins and eventually found a reasonably intact room to use as a temporary office. Once settled, the first thing he did was summon Masashi. Chapter 73, Brewing Changes, Bonus. The room Jiraiya used as a temporary office was quite spacious. As night fell, he lit a lamp. The light barely illuminated the room, and a cold wind suddenly blew in through a crack in the wall, making the papers on the desk rustle noisily. Jiraiya glared at the wall with dissatisfaction, pressed down on the corners of the paper with his hand, and continued writing. Perhaps the environment was unsuitable, as he felt that what he had written after much effort was dull and lifeless. Sigh. He gave up. This endless warring world. When will it all end? When Masashi arrived, he saw Jiraiya sitting at the desk with a rather forlorn expression. Jiraiya, did you call for me? Please don't ask me again where the corpses are. Oh. Masashi, come sit, Jiraiya greeted him warmly. The Uchiha walked over and, out of curiosity, glanced at the papers on the desk. Probably another strategy document about Hidden Cloud's village's movements. He was shocked. He thought Jiraiya was writing something important. It turned out to be all dirty jokes? What are you doing? Masashi's eye twitched slightly as he stared at the pages covered in questionable content. Oh? You mean this? Jiraiya waved the papers in his hand. As a writer, I have to seize every opportunity for inspiration. This isn't inspiration. This is a waste of your talent. You shouldn't have become a ninja. I thought you were writing a battle report. That kind of thing doesn't need me to write it, Jiraiya replied, putting down his brush. But you, on the other hand, should start preparing to write. Now that you've reached this level, you need to complete these kinds of materials. Me too? Masashi was stunned. He hadn't written any reports since becoming a Jonin. Why would a combat-focused Jonin have to write such nonsense? Shouldn't that be the administrative department's job? For major events like this, the ninja involved has to personally recount the process. Jiraiya leaned back, adopting a more serious tone. Back during the Nine Tails incident, you should have written one, but since everyone was there, it was waived. He had a smug expression, as if saying, I'm quite experienced in these matters. Just write down the process and casually mention the techniques used. This is mainly to help the village assign you tasks in the future. Why don't you just admit the village wants to routinely gather intel on its ninjas? Masashi smirked. How transparent can they be? Big villages have their drawbacks, complicated bureaucracy. Only someone in the administration department could come up with such formalities. What kind of fool would honestly detail their methods in these reports? Who knows when there might be a leak? Got it, Masashi said. He recalled how the first Hokage used to explain techniques, giving him an idea of the writing style he should use. It doesn't really matter. The administrative department has people stationed in the unit anyway. If you really don't want to write it, just tell them orally and let them write it themselves, Jiraiya said knowingly. He was well aware of the nature of the administration department. They came up with this to avoid hassle for themselves. Asking a Kage-level ninja to recount their mission process made sense, but it was also intimidating. Even the paper pushers knew better than to press too hard. More importantly, Masashi, have you thought about which department you'd like to join? He finally brought up the main topic, his expression growing more focused. After this war, you're going to be one of the village's symbolic forces. Unless you plan to take over the police force, staying there won't be suitable anymore. You know that, right? I understand, Masashi nodded. So, how does the village plan to arrange me? If it were up to me, I'd say the Jonin Corps would be best for you. But this depends on what Minato and Fugaku negotiate. After all, you're still part of the police force for now, and even transfers have to go through the proper procedures. I don't mind, as long as it's not the Anbu. You don't like the Anbu? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious. It's not that. Work is work, but I just don't like the atmosphere there. Masashi mimicked putting on a mask, his gesture casual but his eyes sharp. With my personality, it's a bit difficult. The Anbu is too formal for me. Don't worry. Whatever the assignment, your preference will be the priority, Jiraiya reassured him. Back when the Sannin wandered about, they hardly reported to work. Only Orochimaru briefly served in the Anbu under Danzo's protection. Who would have thought that brief stint would lead to major trouble? Since Orochimaru's incident, Hidden Leaf Village would never again link a Kage-level ninja to the Anbu under any pretense. The inherently shady nature of Anbu work made it prone to fostering negativity. In all the major villages, Kage-level ninjas were treated similarly, given the best resources and the utmost freedom. Aside from the Kage themselves, no one could command them. Even the Kage would show great respect to their Kage-level ninjas, as they were treasures of the village. Issuing arbitrary orders? Not a chance. In contrast, the fourth Kazekage of the impoverished Hidden Sand Village had to mine gold to patch up the village's finances. Meanwhile, Hidden Sand Village's Kage-level ninjas lounged about, drinking tea and signing tabs. The fourth Kazekage even considered early retirement but found no suitable successors. The root cause? Poverty. Hidden Leaf Village wasn't poor, so its elite ninjas were considerate, never burdening the village with personal expenses. They had their pride. Is that all? Masashi asked, sensing Jiraiya was being overly optimistic. Losing a Jinchuriki didn't mean they couldn't fight. Yes, that's all, Jiraiya nodded. As for Hidden Cloud's village, they'll probably withdraw entirely. They won't fight if they can't gain an advantage. We might even pull back soon. The village should profit from this situation, Masashi remarked. When Kinkaku and Ginkaku became missing ninja, Hidden Cloud's village didn't compensate Hidden Leaf Village. Now that we've captured their Two Tails Jinchuriki, we should demand reparations. Not necessarily, Jiraiya shook his head. Having been in Hidden Leaf Village's decision-making circles, he understood the village's strategy well. Hidden Cloud's village shouldn't be weakened too much. But don't worry, just think about how to spend that 50 million ryo. He smiled outwardly but was thinking of something else. If Masashi had released the Edo Tensei souls, then the ones who had attacked Hidden Cloud's village in the past might have been freed too. Would Hidden Cloud's village think that Muzo might be alive? Hopefully, their reaction wouldn't be too extreme. All he wanted was to wrap up this job quickly and get back to his real work. Maybe I can find some inspiration for my next chapter while I'm at it. Jiraiya's predictions were correct. On the second day of Hidden Leaf Village's ninja army stationing in the fortress, the envoys from Hidden Cloud's village arrived. They were straightforward and directly proposed the intention to suspend military conflict between the two sides. The envoy from Hidden Cloud's village went straight to the point. Through intelligence gathered by their side, they made it clear to Hidden Leaf Village why halting the war at this time was the optimal solution. "We come seeking a cessation of hostilities," the lead envoy stated plainly, his tone neither submissive nor challenging. "Our sources confirm unusual movements along both borders. Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Sand Village are showing signs of restlessness," the envoy explained, his hands folded calmly in his lap. "And Raza hasn't just stopped mining, he's been holding daily meetings with Hidden Sand Village's council. Furthermore, Hidden Clouds Village's envoy presented a reason that was hard for Hidden Leaf Village to reject. The fourth Rukongai will personally attend treaty discussions," the envoy stated firmly. "And what guarantee do we have that this isn't just a delaying tactic?" Hisashi asked. Jiraiya stepped forward. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki would make for a good show of faith during these discussions. The envoy's expression tightened slightly before smoothing out. "We are prepared to offer substantial compensation. A shipment of resources is already en route, for reclaiming the fortress." Of course, this was just a pleasant way of putting it. The fortress had been utterly wrecked by Masashi, leaving little more than a back wall and a few dilapidated houses. What was there to reclaim? In essence, it was Hidden Clouds Village's preliminary war reparations to Hidden Leaf Village. But Hidden Leaf Village didn't mind. Even during wartime, Hidden Leaf Village's spirit could not falter. Besides, after this battle, the significance of Hidden Clouds Village to Hidden Leaf Village had changed. It was no longer an enemy. Having lost 2 Jinchuriki and thousands of ninjas, Hidden Clouds Village had transitioned from being a northern threat to Hidden Leaf Village to a nominal enemy but an actual ally, capable of sharing the burden of pressure from Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Sand Village. This was the norm among the 5 great ninja villages. As the second most affluent village after Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Clouds Village also attracted nearly as much envy as Hidden Leaf Village. The dominance of the militant faction in Hidden Clouds Village was a significant factor in this dynamic. While Hidden Leaf Village's strength was innate, Hidden Clouds Village's power was largely due to its hard-earned efforts. Hidden Clouds Village had always been adept at flexibility and strategic pivots. In short, the discussions were amicable. Before departing, Hidden Clouds Village's envoy made a point to greet Masashi. "Masashi-san, you're welcome to visit Hidden Clouds Village if you ever have the opportunity," he said, as if unaware that the man before him had slaughtered many of their ninjas and destroyed the village beneath their feet just 2 days ago. "Of course, I would love to visit and see the beautiful sights of Hidden Clouds Village," Masashi replied with a smile. "Particularly that one grave I'd like to dance on." "Digging up the grave, though?" "Nah, not this time around. It wasn't worth the effort in this cycle. Besides, he'd heard that the girls from the Land of Lightning were particularly passionate." He wondered if that was true. "That would be excellent," the envoy said calmly, gazing at Masashi. "Although Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Leaf Village have had misunderstandings, the future holds great promise." "Absolutely. You're welcome to visit Hidden Leaf Village as well," Masashi said with an air of hospitality. "We in Hidden Leaf Village always warmly welcome guests from afar." The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas didn't respond to this with more than a polite smile. They bid farewell to the present Hidden Leaf Village Jonin and departed. Not half an hour after their departure, Hidden Clouds Village's transport team arrived. The caravan, transporting resources, formed a long line and was escorted by a Hidden Clouds Village ninja force all the way to the village walls. Their escort force consists entirely of elite Jonin, one Hidden Leaf Village Jonin muttered to another. "They're not taking any chances. Can you blame them?" came the response. "After what happened here? Anyone believing this to be a simple second-line unit was clearly out of their mind. Who sent elite Jonin to escort a transport team?" Clearly, the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas were prepared for contingencies. After receiving and inventorying the resources, Hidden Leaf Village's ninja army spent one last night in the fortress. Early the next morning, they broke camp and began their journey home. Their departure was as spirited as their arrival. The troops were in high spirits, overall satisfied with the campaign. Even the Jonin had made significant gains. However, due to transporting resources, the return journey was slower. Masashi used the time on the road to reflect on what he had gained during the campaign. And the gains were significant. In particular, he had learned Kagatsuchi. Though he was still inexperienced in its use due to the short time he had had it, the future held great potential for this technique. He had also laid the foundation for lightning techniques. Masashi was pleased. These moments of joy needed to be cherished. Who knows when they might disappear entirely? After traveling for over half a month, the surrounding vegetation finally became familiar again. One day, he heard the cheers erupting from the front. The cheers surged like waves, spreading throughout the entire army. Of the more than 10,000 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas who had set out, nearly 8,000 returned. This battle had cost Hidden Leaf Village over 2,000 lives, mostly Gainian, with several hundred Chunin lost, but not a single Jonin had fallen. It was a decisive victory. In comparison, Hidden Cloud's village had fared far worse. By the time they retreated to the Land of Frost, they had less than 6,000 troops remaining, losing over half their forces. Both of their Jinchuriki had been lost as well, one killed, and one captured by Hidden Leaf Village. This didn't even account for the destruction of the fortress. As for the current state of Hidden Cloud's village, Masashi didn't know and had no interest in finding out. But within Hidden Leaf Village, the atmosphere was as festive as a holiday. Still, the loss of over 2,000 lives meant many families would mourn. Hidden Leaf Village's leadership was mindful of this and arranged a hero's returning home ceremony. Regardless, the war was temporarily over. The Land of Fire had returned to peace, and everyone could resume normal life. After returning home, he enjoyed a few peaceful days. He got up on time each day, took leisurely walks around the village, and practiced diligently at the training grounds as usual. Rediscovering this lifestyle almost moved him to tears. Moved by this, he even revisited his long-unused tea-making skills. When he expertly brewed a pot of fine tea at a familiar shop, he felt gratified that his skills were still as sharp as ever. Maintaining the quality of life, what a blessing. However, he couldn't help noticing that Fugaku had been visiting the Hokage's office rather frequently lately. Something's brewing in the clan politics again, he thought, then snickered. Maybe they should try brewing tea instead. Speaking of which, Minato was increasingly looking the part of the Hokage. The victory against Hidden Cloud's village had further solidified his prestige and position. The reorganization of the Anbu seemed to be progressing effectively during this time. Whispers around the village suggested significant changes in their structure and operations. Moreover, Minato's working hours had noticeably decreased. After returning to the village, Masashi also noticed another change. Mikoto had developed a new hobby. She now enjoyed encouraging Fugaku to take the entire family to visit the Hokage's household. Her reasoning? Children need to build relationships from a young age. Admittedly, this was a good thing. Perhaps due to these frequent visits, the matter of Masashi's post-transfer was resolved sooner than he had expected. Fugaku even sought him out for a private discussion. The Jonin Corps needs capable shinobi like you, he stated, his tone measured as they sat in his office. And the police force? Masashi asked, though he already knew the answer. We've discussed this with the Hokage. Your talents would be better utilized outside the village. Masashi had no objections to the outcome. He would be leaving the police force to join the Jonin Corps. Chapter 74, Diapers and Diplomacy. Since Obirama established the basic organizational structure of Hidden Leaf Village, the Jonin Corps had been a particularly unique military division. During a time when other ninja villages were essentially alliances of ninja clans masquerading as villages, Tobirama, who had already founded the Ninja Academy, understood the profound implications of this initiative and implemented corresponding measures. One measure was appointing the most reliable senju, Muzo, as the acting principal of the academy. The other was the immediate formation of the Jonin Corps. The overt purpose of this organization was to efficiently allocate the village's Jonin resources. However, its deeper function was to bridge the gap between different ninja clans and, in the future, between ninja clans and civilian-born Jonin. Incidentally, the leader of the first Jonin Corps was Obirama himself, who also served as its instructor. The Jonin Corps was designed to be a bright and open environment, a place to foster camaraderie among people. He believed it was the most suitable place for Muzo. Although he often found Muzo's behavior frustrating, he still wanted him to live a more human life. That's why Obirama unhesitatingly rejected Muzo's self-recommendation to join the Anbu and instead forcibly placed him in the Jonin Corps. With the companionship of children and peers, he hoped this might help Muzo develop a more balanced mindset. Obirama guessed the process correctly but misjudged the outcome. He hadn't anticipated that Muzo would later throw himself into socializing with women and even drag him along for matchmaking, with one of the dates being with an Uchiha. In summary, the Jonin Corps was a place where darkness was not allowed to take root. It was also the core identity of Hidden Leaf Village. The Anbu essentially served as the Hokage's enforcers, while the Jonin Corps represented the village itself. From Tobirama's time through Hiruzen's era, the Hokage's office strictly safeguarded this institution. Not a single Uchiha was allowed in the Jonin Corps, and the clan was institutionally confined to the police force. Without the network and support of the Jonin Corps, any attempt by an Uchiha to vie for the Hokage position was a mere pipe dream. This exclusivity became a key focus of Minato's reforms. His confidence stemmed from his overwhelming popularity in the Jonin Corps, where he enjoyed 100% approval. To the Jonin, he was first and foremost their former squad leader, and only secondarily the Hokage. With such a solid foundation, Minato aspired to fundamentally resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and the Hokage's administration. However, at the start of his tenure, this vision was hard to implement. Following the Nine Tails incident, Danzō's case, and the war with Hidden Cloud's village, Minato's authority as Hokage became unshakable. The advisory team began incorporating younger faces, and conservative policies were increasingly overshadowed by the aspirations of a younger generation eager for change. The two elder advisors, though unmovable in their positions, rarely opposed the Hokage's decisions outright. Hyuga, who might have had the power to challenge Minato's authority, had lost interest in politics after Danzō's death and instead focused on enjoying his retirement. Finally, the stage was set for comprehensive reform. Under these circumstances, Masashi's reassignment unfolded naturally. He transitioned from a member of the police force to the Jonin Corps. It was foreseeable that Shizui, who had joined the Anbu earlier, would soon become the second. Under Minato's leadership, the Anbu was undergoing downsizing and would primarily focus on intelligence gathering. The former Root's intelligence operatives were merged into the Anbu, while its combat units were reorganized into special operations squads tasked with missions assigned by the Hokage and organized by the Jonin Corps. His reforms emphasized fostering unity, ensuring that all actions carried out in the name of the village adhered to standard protocols, and eliminating factors that could breed mistrust among ninja. This was the philosophy of a Hokage who embodied benevolent governance. It also resonated deeply with Masashi. Thus, when he received Minato's dinner invitation, he happily accepted. Incidentally, Fugaku's family was also invited. The two families had been visiting each other more frequently, which didn't raise any eyebrows. After all, Kushina and Mikoto had been close friends since their student days, a well-known fact. As for Fugaku, though he was often criticized by fans of the series, he actually had a decent reputation in the village. Once, he had been a battlefield hero, earning respect from many comrades. When Masashi arrived, Kushina was in the kitchen cooking, while Minato, looking flustered, opened the door. "Ah, you're finally here. Quick, lend me a hand," he said, clearly overwhelmed. "The diapers are on the sofa, I'll grab them." Minato was utterly clueless about childcare. Baby Naruto had just peed all over him and was still squirming energetically in his arms. Meanwhile, baby Sasuke, held by Mikoto, seemed to sense his rival's challenge. Not to be outdone, he began wriggling as well, exuding a vibe that said, "If you throw water, I'll throw bombs." Fugaku, maintaining his stoic expression, extended his hand to his wife. "Mikoto, help Minato. I'll hold Sasuke." Even in casual settings like this, clan politics never rest, Masashi noted. Changing his own child's diapers was one thing, but helping another man clean up after getting peed on? That wasn't behavior befitting a composed Uchiha clan leader. Masashi, observing Fugaku's body language, caught the message loud and clear. He had no qualms about it. After all, it was just baby pee. Compared to his past life, where he had even delivered babies on the battlefield, this was nothing. Taking Naruto from Minato's arms, he strode to the sofa. The squirming baby continued his energetic protest as Masashi laid him on the cushioned sofa, keeping one hand firmly but gently on Naruto's chest to prevent rolling. Then, he grabbed a fresh diaper and wipes from the nearby pile of supplies. He made quick work of the soiled diaper, lifting Naruto's legs with one hand while sliding the wet garment away with the other. Naruto giggled at the cool sensation of the wipes, his tiny legs kicking with renewed vigor. Masashi dodged another potential spray with the skills of a veteran, smoothly sliding the fresh diaper under before securing it with two quick fasteners. His movements were economical, no energy wasted. Grab, wipe, lift, secure, each motion flowing into the next like a well-rehearsed kata. The entire process took less than a minute. After depositing the soiled diaper in the disposal bin and thoroughly washing his hands, he returned to find both Minato and Fugaku staring at him. "I knew Masashi would make a great husband," Mikoto said proudly, casting a glance at her husband. "Hokage-sama, how long has it been?" "You still seem like a complete novice," Masashi remarked, puzzled by Minato's fumbling. Well, you see, I've been so busy lately." Minato scratched his head awkwardly. "How are you so skilled at this?" "It's just common sense," Masashi replied. "Honestly, you should practice more. Even if we say men work outside the home, Kushina Aizen isn't exactly a full-time housewife. You should take on more responsibilities. Dinner's ready." Kushina's cheerful voice called from the kitchen. Hearing his wife's call, Minato snapped out of the frustration from his parenting struggles. After handing Naruto over to Mikoto, he hurried into the kitchen. Kushina has really settled into her role, Mikoto commented, watching the couple busy in the kitchen. Her eyes followed their comfortable movements around each other with appreciation. Definitely very domestic, Masashi nodded in agreement. Though her skills are pretty trash. Mikoto burst out laughing. That can be improved, she said, then turned to Fugaku with a gleam in her eye. What do you think? He felt inexplicably attacked. Having served as both clan head and head of the police force for a long time, he was well versed in one skill, endurance. Years of political maneuvering had taught him when silence was the best response. Masashi, how are you feeling about being back in the village? Pretty good, eating, drinking, relaxing. No shifts as a Jonin Corps leader, so I've got plenty of freedom, Masashi said. The current state of Hidden Leaf Village suited him perfectly. Originally, this was how Hidden Leaf Village was supposed to be. Good, as long as no one stirs trouble, Fugaku nodded, his eyes briefly meeting Masashi's. Alright, let's not talk about work today, Mikoto said with a smile, playing with the two little ones. Look how well they're getting along. The two Uchiha men glanced over, their trained eyes automatically assessing the scene before them. The two toddlers were having a blast, crawling around the sofa, tugging at each other's feet. Naruto's giggles filled the room while Sasuke made little grunting noises as they chased around. They were clearly enjoying chasing one another. At that moment, the kitchen curtain was pulled aside, and Minato and Kushina came out with dishes in hand. Steam rose from the plates. Minato's cooking didn't need any explanation, and Kushina, having endured years of hardship after her village's destruction, wasn't the type to serve devil's food. Despite becoming Hidden Leaf Village's first couple, their lifestyle hadn't changed much. Apart from moving into a new house near the Hokage office, an obligatory change for convenience, they lived much like any other villagers. Being Hokage meant sacrificing personal space, your life revolved around the job. This was true not just for Hidden Leaf Village, but for all Kages. Even Obito, in his act as Mizukage, had to meticulously fulfill his basic duties to maintain the facade. Pretending to be a Kage wasn't as easy as it looked, even if it wasn't 24 out of 7, working long hours was standard. The lives of the 5 Kage, arguably the pinnacle of the ninja world, could be summed up simply, first to rise, last to rest, barely time to eat, and endless work. This wasn't an exaggeration. Take Tobirama's schedule as an example, up before dawn to wash up, change, and tackle leftover paperwork from the previous afternoon. Breakfast? Just whatever's on hand, nothing fancy. Meticulous review of documents took hours, so by the time he was done, it was usually 9 a.m. Then came departmental briefings, requiring decisions on various projects. By the time he finished, it'd be 11 a.m. lunch break? Dream on. A specialized meeting with ANBU leaders would take up that time. By the time everything wrapped up, it'd be 12:30 p.m., leaving him just half an hour for a quick meal and a power nap before afternoon work. Afternoons were for field inspections, checking administrative departments, Ninja Academy progress, and ANBU mission statuses. The day's routine wouldn't end until at least 10 p.m. and even then, there were experiments to conduct, meaning he'd often get home around 1 a.m., entirely missing optimal sleeping hours. By this time, his brother, Hashirama, was already snoring peacefully with his wife. Thus, the role of Kage was nothing short of a beast of burden. As dish after dish was brought to the table, Minato warmly invited everyone to dig in. Kushina and Mikoto, more interested in their children than the food, focused on the little ones, their maternal instincts outweighing any political considerations. Dinner was pleasant enough, the conversation flowing naturally between domestic matters and carefully veiled observations. After the meal, the men and women split up to enjoy their hobbies. The 2 children of destiny continued to entertain their mothers, while the 3 now superfluous men cleaned up before being shooed out for a walk. Stepping outside the Hokage residence, the 3 strolled through the bustling streets of Hidden Leaf Village's most vibrant district, bathed in cheerful light and lively activity. The sight filled Minato with genuine joy, until Masashi curiously asked, "Hokage-sama, why haven't you been working overtime these past few days?" Minato's face froze for a moment before forcing a smile. "No big deal. I had several days of leave saved up, so I'm taking them all at once." Impressive. Only the Hokage could approve his own vacation. Masashi reconsidered his earlier judgment, perhaps being Kage did come with some perks, like writing your own time off requests. Fugaku glanced between Minato and Masashi but chose to stay silent. After all, he wasn't the one in an awkward position. Besides, he'd had his fair share of such moments, why not let someone else take the hit for a change? The 3 men walked in silence for a while before Minato finally broke it. "Masashi, I've got a question." "Ask away, Hokage-sama." "Ah, don't be so formal." Just call me by my name, Minato said, feeling uncomfortable with Hokage-sama during his off hours. It made him feel like he was still working. What do you know about Muso? That's a tough one, Masashi sighed. I guess I know a little. Asking me what I know about myself? That's a big question. After all, they say the hardest person to understand is yourself. Our clan's records on Muso aren't very comprehensive, Fugaku chimed in. He wasn't surprised Masashi knew of Muso. Masashi was a regular in the clan library, where plenty of blackmail material on Muso was stored. I see. Minato pondered, his steps slowing slightly. My knowledge isn't complete either. The third Hokage's generation would know best. By the time, Muso was already the principal of the academy. The only people who truly knew him were a select few. Still, he was a key figure in the village's founding. It's no wonder his legacy attracts attention, Minato said to Masashi. Although some people might seem overzealous, not all of them have bad intentions. You have to understand, he had many admirers back then. Admirers? When did that happen? Did they all enjoy suffering that much? Masashi was shocked. Just a heads up, Minato said, clearly pleased with Masashi's stunned expression, believing his message had sunk in. Elder Shijime has extended you an invitation. Eh? She invited you to visit the Hyuga clan. What? Shijime is still alive? Since he hadn't heard of her during his second life, he assumed she had long passed. She wouldn't slap him, would she? Oh wait, he was Masashi now. That should be fine. Chapter 75, Ghosts of Yesterday's Love. Unlike the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan's territory occupies a larger area and was located in the northern district. Of the 8 major ninja clans, only the Uchiha were not in the northern district. However, like the Uchiha, the Hyuga clan territory was also designed with isolation in mind and was situated on the western side of the northern district. When the Hokage building allocated this area to the Hyuga clan, the initial intention was to utilize the Byakugan to create an additional free defensive line. This idea turned out to be very effective. Even the villagers rarely approached the Hyuga territory. If the Uchiha clan's land felt distant due to its proximity to the police force and prison facilities, causing villagers to subconsciously avoid it, the Hyuga territory's traditional aristocratic atmosphere had an imposing presence that made passers-by instinctively serious, discouraging visits. But that was just the area near the main entrance. Since it bordered the western wasteland, the Hyuga territory had ample space to develop. Their buildings were all single-story structures. In terms of architectural style, the central building always faced south, and various secondary structures, connected by non-open-air corridors and bridges, surround it. The aesthetic was heavily traditional. The Hyuga clan was undoubtedly the most rule-bound clan in Hidden Leaf Village. However, since they kept their traditions internal, people mostly sighed about the difficulties of managing a large family rather than accusing the Hyuga of being pretentious. When Masashi headed to the Hyuga territory, it was already the afternoon of the second day. In his previous life, he hadn't interacted much with the Hyuga, except during the battles against the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, when he often worked on missions with Hyuga ninjas. The Byakugan was really useful. As soon as Masashi arrived at the entrance to the Hyuga territory, someone came out to greet him. With that far-reaching vision, seamless coordination was indeed achievable. The Hyuga were very polite. Compared to the previous life, this politeness felt much more genuine. To be honest, he had quite a few comrades among the Hyuga. He hadn't walked far into their territory when he met one. Masashi, long time no see. A Hyuga approached, smiling warmly. Oh, it's you, Masahide. Masashi felt a wave of familiarity upon seeing him. Why didn't you go to the land of hot water with your brother earlier? Masahide was a jonin Masashi had frequently partnered with during the Third Great Ninja War. He had an older brother named Misunari. However, Masashi wasn't as close to him. I couldn't. I had other things to take care of. Masahide warmly placed a hand on Masashi's shoulder. He lowered his voice slightly. Things have been tense lately. The elders are worried about something. Oh? The mighty Hyuga clan has concerns? Masashi raised an eyebrow. You know how it is. Main family politics. Masahide's smile didn't waver. Come, I'll take you to see the elder. With a jonin like Masahide around, the Hyuga reception staff tactfully stepped aside. While the clan's branch and main family system was often criticized, it was not entirely a master-servant relationship. Even branch family members, as jonin, had their rightful status. Of course, when matters arose, the distinction between main and branch families still became apparent. But Masahide, despite being from a branch family, gave off a very positive vibe. He didn't carry any negativity or bitterness about his status. Instead, he was energetic and upbeat. Soon, the two arrived at a large house. The house was a single-story structure elevated by wooden pillars, with thick planks making up the roof under its ceramic tiles. They climbed up the wooden stairs, headed down the hallway, and slid open a painted door. "The elder is inside. She specifically requested to meet with you alone, so I won't accompany you further," Mastermind said with a smile. "And she doesn't have the best temper, so be prepared." "Don't worry, I'm famous for respecting the elderly and caring for the young," Masashi said, waving his hand as he entered the house. Inside, he immediately saw the woman seated at the front. Shijime was older than Hyuga, but not by much. However, she had aged far better than him. As the pampered princess of the Hyuga main family in her youth, she had always been well protected, especially by her doting and temperamental father. In the first timeline, that temperamental old man would glare daggers at the Senju clan, especially at Muzo, for seemingly no reason. Time had left its marks on Shijime. Her skin was well maintained, but her once petite face and delicate features had changed significantly. Fine crow's feet crept around her eyes, which no longer sparkled with youthful vitality. Years of burdens weighed them down. Her hair had grayed, and her tightly pursed lips hinted at some tension. Masashi knelt on the mat before her, his expression calm, though his emotions were complex. Her former radiance still felt like it had been just yesterday. The image of her tearful departure surfaced in his mind. "Masashi," Shijime said. "Rumor has it in the village that you found his burial place." "That's a misunderstanding," Masashi replied, shaking his head. "It was just an armory." "An armory? That does sound like something he would call it." Shijime's memory was stirred by the term. She carefully studied the young man before her. "You're not even 20 yet, are you?" "Almost," Masashi said. Strictly speaking, she was an elder of the Hyuga, and he should be addressing her respectfully. However, it felt too uncomfortable. Fortunately, as an Uchiha, a little impoliteness wasn't a big deal. For once, the exaggerated negative stereotypes about the Uchiha clan felt like a blessing. The Edo Tensei was a technique he devoted much effort to perfecting. Without him, there is no way to undo it. Why would he leave such a flaw? "That, I don't know. Maybe he had a change of heart before his death," Masashi speculated. Dealing with old acquaintances is always tricky. In today's Hidden Leaf village, probably only Hyuga understood Edo Tensei. The problem was that none of his current skills rivaled the insights of those who had been close to Muzo in their youth. Shijime certainly knew how paranoid Muzo had been. He'd designed many safeguards to prevent Edo Tensei from being forcibly undone. That doesn't sound like him at all. Shijime sighed. Masashi remained silent. But that was the personality he had chosen to display. Only such a persona could instill fear in his enemies. "I don't know. The technique he left behind is just like that." "Only the technique?" Shijime fixed her gaze on him. "Please, Masashi, think carefully. Could there be something you missed? I want him to return." In her youth, pride had driven her to leave Muzo when she saw his lingering ties with an ex-girlfriend. She couldn't bring herself to reconcile with him. Afterward, she never entered another relationship, especially since her now-deceased father had been both a clan leader and a fiercely protective father. Even after stepping down, his authority as an elder meant no one dared challenge her decision to remain single. Now, after so many years, hearing news of him again unsettled her once peaceful heart. The dead could not return, but she wanted him to rest in his homeland. "There really is nothing else," Masashi suppressed his inner turmoil, pretending not to notice the anticipation in her voice. Shaking his head firmly, he said, "There were only weapons there. Nothing else." In a bar, Masashi and Masashi sat across from each other. On the table, a warm sake pot and a large plate of sashimi lay between them. It was already evening. Pouring himself a cup of warm sake, Masashi took a sip. After leaving the Hyuga clan's territory, his mood was complicated. "You've finally reached this position," Masashi said with envy, taking a piece of sashimi. "From now on, except for the Hokage, no one can order you around anymore." "Having work to do isn't necessarily a bad thing," Masashi replied. Although the Hyuga clan's family system was often criticized privately, the clan was outwardly very united. In external matters, the distinction between the main and branch families blurred considerably. Essentially, only the main family could bully the branch family. Moreover, not every member of the main family indulged in such behavior. The Hyuga clan, known for their collective mindset, maintained a delicate balance within this system. The branch family system was, in essence, a brutal yet undeniably efficient protective mechanism. At the very least, it ensured that Hyuga clan members would not be specifically targeted for their byakugan outside the village. The Uchiha clan, however, faced such issues. Clan members who failed to awaken the Sharingan were often targeted once their identities were discovered. Masashi added a large dollop of wasabi to his dish, mashing it up with his chopsticks. He had specifically requested the shop for a stronger, more pungent flavor. This was a preference developed in his first playthrough of life. When eating sashimi, the wasabi had to pack a punch. Your taste. Masahide grimaced. You're ruining the flavor of the ingredients. If the wasabi isn't spicy, what's the point? Masashi said. He picked up a piece of sashimi with sauce, and ate it in one bite. Across from him, Masahide, who preferred his sashimi plain, refrained from adding any wasabi. In a bad mood? Didn't the meeting with the elder go well? Not really. Among the many girlfriends he had in his first life, Shijime held a special place in his heart. She was the one who made him realize that, even in the cruel world of shinobi, a girl from a ninja clan wouldn't approach someone from another clan purely for the sake of a mission. Unfortunately, he understood this too late. At the time, after much deliberation, he had concluded that separating was the best choice for both of them. The life of a man known as Muzo was too filthy to deserve the sincere affection of a girl like her. Some stains never washed away, but that didn't mean others should suffer for them. Masahide, has Elder Shijime ever had children? Oh, no, she hasn't, Masahide said, putting down his chopsticks with a sigh. Among all the elders, she's the only one without descendants. Her family passed away long ago, so she's usually by herself. Judging by her appearance, she must have had many admirers in her youth. Didn't anyone catch her eye? Of course. When she was young, Elder Shijime was famous in Hidden Leaf Village for her beauty. Everyone in her generation pursued her, but she was very serious about relationships. After her first love sacrificed himself, she never considered love again. Masahide paused and looked at Masashi. Her first love was that Muzo. She invited you this time because of that. She doesn't care about the legacy, though some in the clan do, but she scolded them all. So she never married. A loneliness I caused. One more debt to repay. Being all alone must be terribly lonely, don't you think? Has anyone tried to pursue her? As he said this, Masashi lowered his head and drank. Not at all, Masahide waved his hand dismissively. The elder is incredibly powerful. There was a pervert once, an old geezer who wanted to remarry and set his sights on her. She beat him half to death. No one dares approach her now, but... He paused, sighing. Of course, she must be lonely. But she's very kind, especially to children. We all received her care when we were young. Whenever she has time, she visits us, hoping to liven things up and make herself happy. Masahide. What is it? Why are you so serious? That pervert you mentioned, was he from the Hyuga clan? No, he was a member of the Yamanaka clan, an elder. He's probably around 70 or 80 now. I'm planning to tell the Hokage that I'll leave the village for a bit to look for something. Can you pass a message to Elder Shijime for me? Tell her I'll try my best, but she shouldn't expect too much. If there was anything, it's probably gone by now. Shijime's life shouldn't be like this. It was his fault, an undeniable mistake. Masashi decided to check the Kanabi Bridge. In his previous life, he specialized in chakra research but neglected physical restoration techniques. He couldn't use the Yin Seal, that was Tsunada's unique creation. Masashi hoped to, at the very least, restore Shijime's youthful beauty. Every girl cared about their appearance, and Shijime was particularly obsessive about maintenance. If he succeeded, she would surely be delighted. For now, he wouldn't take on any other tasks and would focus solely on this. Oh. Do you have a lead? Masahide asked, his eyes lighting up. Those who weren't born into the Hyuga branch family couldn't understand their feelings or the sensitivity they had towards the main family's gaze. But Shijime was different. For the branch family children, she made them feel more than ever that they were part of the Hyuga clan. They all knew about her unspoken sorrow. Masashi, don't lie to me. I'm not lying. I thoroughly searched that place once and sealed it again. There's a chance, however slim. Masashi said. When I need to be serious, I don't joke around. That's true. You're the most reliable person I know. Masahide cracked his knuckles. Need help? I can call for reinforcements. You have no idea how hard it was for us to watch her back then. No need. You're all too slow compared to me. Masashi lifted his cup again. It's better for you to visit the elder more often. Come on, let's drink to that. Cheers. Masahide, now in a great mood, raised his cup. The two continued drinking, thinking about their experiences on the battlefield. The more they talked, the more animated they became. One cup followed another. As the alcohol flowed, so did their thoughts. Those who want to get drunk always have their reasons. Only by wanting to be drunk can one truly get drunk. Masashi tapped his cup against the table. You holding up? Stop nagging. I've got the Byakugan. I can see chakra, what's alcohol compared to that? As if you're the only one who can see chakra, Masashi scoffed. He reached for the sake pot, only to find it empty. He rang the bell on the table. A waiter pulled back the curtain and leaned in with a cheerful smile. "Another pot, please. Also, bring us some hot dishes." "Got it." Seeing Masahide's reddened face, he decided the timing was about right. He knew Masahide's drinking habits well. By this point, he'd wake up with no memory of the night. "Masahide." "Yeah. You said earlier that the elder beat up a pervert. What was his name?" "Oh, Masamune, yeah. The old geezer." Masahide muttered, clearly drunk, as he polished off the last piece of sashimi. Chapter 76, Legacy Hunters. Yamanaka Masamune was a person Masashi vaguely remembered. The Yamanaka clan, which based its foundations on mental control, had its share of outliers, such as Masamune. A snake among mind readers. Almost poetic. Back when the village was founded, with two powerful figures at the top, even the oddballs stayed in line. Madara wasn't like Hashirama. If anyone dared to act out, he wouldn't hesitate to deal with them ruthlessly. When Dobirama took on the role of Hokage, Muzo briefly took on Madara's previous position, but unlike Madara, he wouldn't kill anyone. Though some might have preferred death to his lessons. Sometimes, longevity is a skill. Masamune, who was once loathed by his peers, has now become a respected elder. Cockroaches survived because they knew when to hide. His questionable history was likely not well known to the current generation, but Masashi could easily deduce that Masamune was definitely involved in some shady activities back then. Otherwise, Shijime wouldn't have personally came to settle scores. From Masashi's perspective, given the Yamanaka clan's interest in the so-called legacy, Masamune was surely involved in their recent underhanded schemes. Anything else wouldn't align with his character. Some people never changed, they just got better at hiding their nature. Back in the day, Muzo had once strung Masamune up on a tree and whipped him for nearly causing a diplomatic incident. He wasn't inherently a bad person, but he had a knack for stirring trouble every now and then. Anything that could be done the normal way, he would find a way to complicate unnecessarily. Maybe his father didn't discipline him enough when he was a child, leaving Muzo to fill in the gap. The Yamanaka elders hold a certain status in Hidden Leaf Village. To deal with someone like Masamune, you needed to play by unorthodox rules. Mostly because leaving him unchecked was just too aggravating. In this timeline, Masashi had plenty of time. Instead of letting the whole legacy charade grow into something worse, he decided to deal with it all at once. Since everyone involved were ninjas, it was best to handle it by ninja rules. The next day, Masashi first went to chat with the clan head. Fugaku's first reaction was, "You really learned Edo Tensei?" "No," Masashi promptly shut that idea down. "What's the point of learning something like that?" Fugaku thought for a moment. That was true. Edo Tensei required an excessive amount of preparation and wasn't practical to use. It also carried a terrible reputation. It only saw use in the past due to the turbulent environment and Muzo's fearsome reputation that kept people silent. After Muzo, the technique fell out of use. With Masashi's current strength, there was no need for such a method. But is it necessary to go to such lengths over an elder from the Hyuga clan? Fugaku-sama, the Hyuga clan has the most jonin in the jonin corps. Fugaku suddenly understood. It was a matter of perspective. He had grown accustomed to overlooking these things. Masashi was now part of the jonin corps, and the Uchiha clan was no longer confined to the police force. The dawn of a new era had arrived. Change came slowly, but it did come. In the past, the Uchiha could indulge in their own insular pride, but now they could no longer afford to. The Hokage office had already made concessions. If the Uchiha couldn't capitalize on this opportunity, they couldn't continue to claim oppression. "You're right." He quickly embraced his role. "But if you go alone, it might raise suspicions. It's better to bring a few others, it'll better demonstrate the Uchiha clan's goodwill." He was well aware of Shijime's significance. Due to her history, she held a seniority that commanded respect in Hidden Leaf Village. She was also one of the most influential elders of the Hyuga clan, with strong support within her clan. Fostering goodwill with her could yield significant benefits. Moreover, as another marginal ninja clan and a fellow Dujutsu clan, the Uchiha and Hyuga needed to establish good relations. Why bring so many people? Masashi was puzzled. Why is he suddenly so enthusiastic? Besides, he wasn't looking for any legacy from his past life. He just wanted to check if Madara had left anything useful behind. Too many people would only be a hassle. "You're overthinking it, Fugaku-sama," he replied with a stern expression. "It'll leave too much of a mark." "You're right." Fugaku nodded after some thought. He couldn't help it. After years of being suppressed, this taste of hope left him a bit too excited. Being clan leader came with a lot of pressure. "All right then, be careful on your journey," he said formally. The Uchiha clan slogan of being the strongest was more for show than reality, but it was also true that Uchiha ninjas could become extraordinarily powerful. Masashi, with all his versatility, was someone he had no safety concerns about. Got it. I'm heading out. Masashi acknowledged, then instantly vanished using the Flying Thunder God. After a few flashes, he appeared at the entrance of the Hokage building. Nowadays, there were no more Anbu members blocking his way to the Hokage's office. Knocking on the office door, he heard a voice from inside. Come in. Masashi opened and entered. Minato was hard at work writing. Masashi had timed his visit well, it was before departmental meeting hours. Hokage-sama, I'm heading out of the village and came to report. Oh, I see, Minato responded without looking up. Masashi patiently waited. A moment later, Minato suddenly looked up. Masashi, it's you, he said, setting his pen down and rubbing his eyes. What did you just say? I'm reporting that I'm heading out of the village for a while. What's the reason? Minato asked as he picked up an empty teacup, only to find it already drained. I visited the Hyuga clan yesterday. Elder Shijime seemed concerned, so I promised to look into something for her. Oh. Minato recalled the matter. Do you think you'll find anything? I'll do my best. It's not polite to refuse her. True, Minato agreed. That elder is quite approachable and lacks any airs. It wasn't until he became Hokage that he realized how significant this Hyuga elder was, someone even the third Hokage had to treat with respect. Apparently, she had a fiery temper in her younger days, though Minato hadn't seen that side of her. In that case, there's a piece of intel you should be aware of, Minato said, opening a cabinet to retrieve a scroll. He handed it to Masashi. Take a look. Masashi opened the scroll, his expression growing more peculiar as he read. So, this guy hadn't joined the Akatsuki yet? The intel suggests he's a formidable ninja. Recently, many bounty missions have been linked to him. He's also searching for traces of the legacy and might cross paths with you, Minato explained. Then, his expression also turned odd. There's one part of the intel that seems a bit far-fetched. It says he tried to assassinate the first Hokage. No, that's true. This guy really did try that. Whether he was tricked or simply overestimated himself, he actually went through with it. He just happened to pick the perfect target, the merciful Hashirama, who avoided unnecessary killing. As the god of shinobi who ended the Warring States period, Hashirama was an unparalleled genius. Mastering yin-yang release, the 5 elements, time-space ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and sage mode, he excelled in all of them. He wasn't a mere hexagon ninja, he was a complete circle. Using wood style was just his favorite pastime. His only flaw was that his idealism slightly outpaced reality. Of course, this made him far more grounded than Madara, who lived entirely in the realm of fantasy. I understand, Masashi said, returning the scroll. I shouldn't need much time. If I encounter underground world ninjas, I'll act accordingly. Good, as long as you're prepared, Minato nodded. Just don't disappear for months like Jiraiya-sensei. If your trip exceeds a month, make sure to return to the village briefly. Understood. After reporting in, Masashi turned and left. He first headed to the land of hot water. Not for any special reason, but to destroy any techniques left behind in his arsenal. Loose ends had a way of becoming nooses. Previously, he had been in a hurry and hadn't had time to deal with it. The techniques definitely needed to be destroyed. While it was just an auxiliary technique and posed little risk even if it leaked, it was still better not to let others get their hands on it. After all, he was used to freeloading from others, not the other way around. This wasn't about the technique itself, it was a matter of principle. He first rushed to the national border and then followed his original route toward the northwest mountainous area. He remained cautious, knowing that the fortress in the southern pass had already been redeemed by Hidden Cloud's village. Since even the gold exchange offices had been tasked, it was unlikely that the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas would let this place go unchecked. Along the way, he began noticing traces of ninja activity. Judging by the traces, there were quite a few of them, but they were scattered and unorganized. These were likely remnants of underground missing ninja who had lost or betrayed their organizations. Without the backing of an organization, these missing ninja lacked companions. Even if they teamed up, their partnerships were based solely on mutual interest, devoid of trust and cooperation. This was one reason why the major ninja villages despised these ninjas. As Masashi drew closer, the traces became more frequent, even showing signs of battles. Once he entered the forest, he encountered several explosive tag traps. Their placement was amateur at best. Not wanting to waste resources, he disarmed the traps and confiscated the tags. He refrained from using the Flying Thunder God. While chakra wasn't an issue for him, it was wise to conserve it in case of a large-scale confrontation. Following a winding mountain path, he ventured deep into the forest. Here, he encountered his first enemy. The forehead protector of the enemy bore a slash, marking them as a missing ninja. From Kiri. That wasn't surprising, since the third Mizukage had implemented the Bloody Mist policy. Hidden Mist Village had become a major producer of missing ninja, accounting for nearly half of the missing ninja in the shinobi world. However, few of them were strong, most were lower to mid-level ninjas fleeing for survival. This missing ninja froze mid-charge as he recognized Masashi's face. The recognition died in his throat as he turned to flee, only to have his head cleaved off by an ice sword. Since upgrading his Sharingan to 3 Tomoe, no ninja below Jonin had successfully used a substitution jutsu in his presence. "Bad luck, it's me," muttered Masashi as he continued on his way. Activating the lightning body flicker, he treated it as a form of training. Among body flicker techniques, the lightning style was the fastest, bar none. After understanding the principles of the lightning style chakra mode, he had recorded the technique and his derived lightning-based taijutsu into the Uchiha clan archives. There were quite a few Uchiha adept at lightning chakra nature transformation. Wind nature transformation, however, was rare in the land of fire. Arcs of lightning flashed through the forest as he sped forward. By the time the sun hung high in the sky, he reached his arsenal's location. The seal remained intact, though there were now some uninvited guests. 5 or 6 ninjas were awkwardly attempting to breach the seal. Activating his Sharingan, Masashi scanned the surroundings to confirm there were only these few. Then he stepped out. These individuals didn't even notice he had been watching them for a long time. At the sight of Masashi, they flinched before drawing their weapons. No one shouted, "Who are you?" Since they lived off the underground world, they weren't exactly chatty. They each kept their distance, wary. There was no need to guess his identity, his Hidden Leaf Village uniform spoke for itself. Their first reaction was mutual suspicion, assuming someone had made a deal with Hidden Leaf Village. "Stop speculating. No one made any deals with me," Masashi cut short their inner drama. "This place is now under Hidden Leaf Village's jurisdiction. Please leave." "Hidden Leaf Village ninja. We cannot, sorry. Sorry for the intrusion." The first ninja's defiant tone crumbled as he spotted the 3 Tomoe spinning lazily in Masashi's eyes. The others were slower to react but ultimately followed suit. "Oh, so it's a Jonin from Hidden Leaf Village. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I didn't see anything. I'm leaving." "Ah, the client's gone, so this has nothing to do with me." Jonin-sama, I was just trying to earn some money. I have no intention of opposing Hidden Leaf Village. I'll leave right away." In no time, the group dispersed completely, their footsteps fading into the forest. Masashi didn't bother chasing them. As absurd as it sounded, Hidden Leaf Village needed the existence of the gold exchange offices and the missing ninja that thrived within them. Every year, Hidden Leaf Village issued the most missions through the exchange offices. Though Hidden Leaf Village had the most ninjas, there were many tasks that its own ninja couldn't handle directly. Moreover, since Minato had reorganized the Anbu, they had been utilizing the exchange offices to enhance their intelligence-gathering capabilities, yielding valuable information. Once the group left, Masashi crouched to inspect his seal. Although it had been tampered with, there was no structural damage. It was still functional. He swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. The intricate sealing patterns crawled up the cliff face like tadpoles, revealing a hidden door. He stepped inside. The first sight to greet him was a series of opened coffins, all empty. Approaching the nearest coffin, he placed his hand on it, and the technique inscribed on it began dissolving. Visually, it looked like ink washing away in water. However, he had to dismantle each technique individually. It was a tedious but necessary process. About halfway through, someone entered. The newcomer was distinctive. "Someone beat me to it, huh?" The man's voice was low, his eyes hidden behind what looked like sunglasses. Masashi glanced at him, then turned back to dismantle another technique. "Kakazu, there's no money to be made here. Go back." "Are you with Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu?" The future treasurer of Akatsuki wasn't angry, merely curious. After all, Hidden Leaf Village was one of his major clients. Even if there was no current business, they weren't exactly enemies. Or rather, he had little interest in anything unrelated to money. Seeing that the Hidden Leaf Village ninja continued ignoring him and destroying the techniques, he guessed that this legacy must refer to these. He approached a coffin, lifted the lid with one hand. This should fetch a price. He hoisted the lid onto his shoulder, ready to leave. Suddenly, flames lit up in the darkness. A fiery arrow streaked across the room, striking the coffin lid. The force sent it flying out of Kakazu's grasp, clattering onto the ground and splitting in two. Chapter 77, Kindred Spirits, Bonus. Kakazu looked down. Flames licked at the ceiling marks, erasing them. A Sharingan-based technique, huh? Kazekage muttered. He had seen this technique before, which meant the person before him wasn't just an ordinary member of Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu but a powerful Uchiha. I thought the current Uchiha clan no longer had anyone who could use this technique. As one of the rare individuals in the shinobi world who genuinely didn't care about the Uchiha name, he could afford to say such things. He had, after all, once tried to assassinate Hashirama. But when Hashirama got serious and started clapping to the beat, Kazekage had been thoroughly defeated. It couldn't be helped, once Hashirama used his wood style, only Madara could stand toe-to-toe with him. But aside from those two, Kazekage believed that no one could stop him from making money. "Don't you think we can call it even and walk away?" he asked sincerely. "What do you think?" Masashi looked at him. "Don't tell me you see Hidden Leaf Village ninjas and instantly think of the time you got beaten up by Hashirama. Old memories are painful and best forgotten." Kakazu's skin began to bulge, as if something were trying to break free. In Masashi's eyes, Kakazu's body was brimming with an explosion of chakra. The Earth Grudge Fear fundamentally altered the body's structure and required an intricate combination of modifications and rare items. Mastering it was extremely difficult and impossible to copy with the Sharingan. Kakazu was the last person to fully master this technique, and he had destroyed any chance of others learning it when he defected from his village. Masashi didn't underestimate this opponent at all. As the battle began, he activated Sage Mode. Natural energy flowed into him, sharpening his senses beyond even what the Sharingan provided. A frigid chill filled the place. The temperature in the underground space plummeted rapidly as frost spread over the coffins one by one, the ice crackling as it expanded. In Kakazu's eyes, Masashi made a movement that brought back vivid memories. And then, everything was engulfed in white. Boom! The mountain began to tremble. In the deafening roar, a massive white hand burst from the mountainside, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Kakazu emerged from the ground, looking sour. His money was gone. The opponent's ice-style technique had immediately destroyed everything, and the giant fist had struck him directly, too fast, too powerful to block. But such raw strength couldn't harm Kakazu himself, as he excelled at earth-style techniques. He had once survived the onslaught of wood-style, thanks to his iron skin technique. It could only be countered by sufficiently powerful lightning style. Kakazu turned his gaze to the massive hand protruding from the mountain wall. The icy hand retreated, and moments later, two hands gripped the edges of the cave opening and tore it apart. A complete ice giant emerged from the mountain. It looks just like. Kakazu couldn't help but think this. But resemblance was all it was, completely incomparable. Taking advantage of the moment, he unleashed his Earth Grudge Fear extensions. His back swelled, skin splitting open as four masked monsters burst out, their bodies formed by what looked like black threads. Each mask bore a different, twisted expression. But these weren't threads, they were highly condensed chakra. "Honestly, I don't have to fight you, but you just piss me off, brat." Kakazu watched as the ice giant turned toward him, stepping closer. Each step made the ground quake, leaving crystalline footprints in the frozen earth. "Is this technique modeled after Hashirama?" he suddenly asked. He knew the other could hear him. With Sharingan of this level, even if the user couldn't hear, they could see it. A hatch opened in the ice giant's head, revealing Masashi standing inside. He also gazed at this old acquaintance. "Old memories are painful and best forgotten," he finally said. "That's a good line. Hey, Kakazu? Want to join Hidden Leaf Village?" Kakazu's face twisted into a cold sneer. This brat really knows how to push buttons. "Are you offering payment for this mission?" "How much?" Masashi asked curiously. If it wasn't too much, maybe he'd consider it. Recruiting an S-rank ninja and charging it to the village? Not unreasonable, right? 10 million ryo, Kakazu said, holding up a hand. Cash only. What the heck? That's too expensive. Masashi immediately gave up on recruiting him. Spending 10 million to hire an S-rank ninja who might bolt at any moment? No way Minato would agree. Fugaku wouldn't pay either. The money would have to come out of his own pocket. So we can't came to an agreement? He sighed regretfully. A ninja like you, obsessed with money. Spare me the lecture. I can smell it on you, you're the same as me, Kakazu retorted bluntly. His eyes narrowed knowingly. In this world, money is the only thing worth trusting. Want my service? Pay up. Don't waste words. No way you'll tell me who's paying you, then? Masashi asked. Not my concern. Aren't you worried about being stiffed? You know 10 million ryo isn't something anyone can just fork over. No need to worry about that. I'm very good at collecting debts, Kakazu said. Is that so? What a shame. The ice giant's head hatch closed as Masashi stepped back. The colossal figure raised a hand and slammed it down. Boom. An entire section of forest was flattened as the giant's hand plunged deep into the earth, ice spreading in a crystalline wave. Black dots leaped onto the giant's arm, sprinting upward with inhuman agility. Earth-style experts are so troublesome. Need to train my lightning style more. The Earth Grudge Fear extensions moved quickly, their chakra bodies capable of performing any acrobatics. He even thought they looked like huskies bounding along. One husky leaped into the air, the mask on its face opening its mouth. Masashi didn't stop it. He wanted to see Kakazu's 5 nature transformations. From the moment he'd seen Kakazu, he'd decided. The missing ninja was nothing more than a discount version of Hiruzen. Why go all out right away when you could milk the situation? Flame surged toward Masashi, the intense heat radiating even through the ice. The fire took on an almost intelligent pattern, seeking weak points in the giant's structure. Fire style, searing migraine. A good technique. This is worth learning. A single spark could ignite a prairie fire. This aptly described the searing migraine. Among the B-rank fire techniques that Masashi knew, the searing migraine was second only to the majestic destroyer flame in terms of area of effect. The difference was that the latter required the caster to continuously consume chakra, while the first was a process of compression and explosion. First, a fireball was compressed and launched. Upon losing the chakra maintaining its compression, it bursted into flames, making it far more efficient than the majestic destroyer flame. The chakra compression created a dense core of thermal energy, ready to unleash devastation at a moment's notice. But this jutsu had another application. In midair, the flames compressed to the extreme became a near tangible blade of fire. The blade whistled through the air, heading straight for Masashi's neck. He leaned to the side, the heat of the fire sword singeing a few strands of his hair. Stronger than I remember. This world might be different from my memories, a parallel universe, perhaps? Or he was always this strong? He observed Kakazu. Taking advantage of the opening, the fire blade continued its arc and sliced through Prometheus. The ice giant, still in its initial phase without its armor or the sage mode buff, stood no chance against the concentrated heat. As its head fell, steam hissing where the fire blade had cut, Masashi leapt out. Propelled by a gust of wind, he charged toward the Earth Grudge Fear clone. The wind chakra wrapped around him like a cocoon, enhancing his already formidable speed. The fire clone barely had time to react before he sent it flying with a powerful kick. The impact resonated through the air, a sharp crack followed by the whoosh of a body being launched. It truly flew far. Kakazu, watching from the ground, twitched visibly. The display of raw power was unexpected. If that were a person, their head would have been kicked clean off, he thought, reassessing his opponent's capabilities. This Uchiha doesn't feel like an Uchiha. The opponent's movements were bold and fluid, and his techniques seemed unusually chakra-intensive for an Uchiha, whose style was typically more precise and economical. With a thought, the Water Earth Grudge Fear clone approached. A barrage of water projectiles merged into a rain-like torrent, raining down mercilessly on Masashi. Each droplet carried enough force to pierce stone, turning the air into a deadly maze of liquid bullets. It seemed he wanted Masashi back on the ground. So, the Uchiha decided to humor him. After all, paying clients deserved special privileges. Besides, this was a perfect chance to test another theory. Opening his mouth, he unleashed an even larger arrow of flames, which streaked through the sky like a blazing comet. The heat was so intense it created its own updraft, distorting the air around it. The first wave of water projectiles evaporated in an instant as the inferno roared on, consuming everything in its path and surging toward the Earth Grudge Fear clone. Steam exploded outward where fire met water, creating a temporary smoke screen. Masashi landed on the ground, now face to face with Kakazu. 2 more Earth Grudge Fear clones materialized at Kakazu's side almost simultaneously. Although he had suspected as much, seeing Kakazu staring at him unabashedly, Masashi promptly used a Genjutsu. Almost instantly, one of the Earth Grudge Fear clones extended its tentacles and stabbed into Kakazu's body. Ah, so that's how it works, Masashi mused, nodding. I was wondering why you're so different from other people. I've encountered many Uchiha, Kakazu replied, his green eyes narrowing slightly. Their Genjutsu isn't as effective as you might imagine. Not when you've lived as long as I have. Not only did he show no fear of the Sharingan's Genjutsu, but he also had no qualms about using his mastery of the 5 elemental releases in front of Masashi. The Earth Grudge Fear clones required no hand seals to use jutsu, and they lacked chakra pathways. Since mastering the Earth Grudge Fear, Kakazu's ninjutsu couldn't be copied by the Sharingan. If Masashi somehow managed to copy his techniques, he could only grudgingly accept it. You seem confident. Did you try to assassinate Madara? Masashi asked smilingly. If you had his abilities, I wouldn't bother talking. Thunder rumbled in the sky as vast amounts of steam enveloped the area, a result of evaporated water. The majestic destroyer flame arrow had been extinguished, leaving behind a charged atmosphere. Few Uchiha have chakra reserves like yours, Kakazu remarked. What's your name? I bet you're worth a fortune. Masashi. Upon giving his name, he asked, is my bounty already up at the exchange? Ah, that explains it, Kakazu nodded, pieces falling into place. Unfortunately, not yet. But with your strength and personality, it won't be long. Fighting you now would be meaningless. And potentially costly. Masashi shook his head at this, and an arc of electricity flashed in the air as his fist stopped just inches from Kakazu's face. The Earth Grudge Sphere's black threads formed a barrier, absorbing the impact. They pulsed with wind chakra, neutralizing Masashi's lightning style, while more threads surged toward him like striking serpents. But they struck empty air. He had already reappeared some distance away, leaving behind only the scent of ozone. That move looks like Hidden Cloud's village's lightning body flicker. Kakazu contemplated this and switched places with the Wind Earth Grudge Sphere clone. So far, Masashi had not used Earth-style techniques, which Kakazu saw as a weakness. Ahead, the black thread barrier dispersed, clearing the way for the Earth Grudge Sphere clone to unleash a jutsu. As it leapt forward, its spines extended like a porcupine's quills, each one thrumming with concentrated wind chakra. At the same time, Masashi bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. Both released their jutsu simultaneously. As the Earth Grudge Sphere clone's high-pressure wind sphere emerged, 3 massive gates rose from the ground. Their monstrous, grimacing faces symbolized hell and an unbreachable barrier, earning them the title of ultimate defense. The third Rashomon gate fully materialized just as the wind sphere launched. It collided with the first gate and exploded, unleashing a swirling storm. The impact sent shockwaves through the earth. The tempest ripped through trees and tore into the ground. Its mountain-shattering power was unleashed entirely upon the colossal gates. When the chaos subsided, the landscape was unrecognizable. The forest was gone, the ground carved away like a giant had taken bites from the earth. Yet in the area where the gates had stood, the land remained untouched. Masashi stood unharmed in this lone oasis within the devastation. Like an island in the sea. This jutsu is excellent, he praised with a smile. Thanks, Kakazu. I really appreciate you teaching me this. If you can take it, it's yours. Kakazu remained expressionless, unaffected by the remark. He continued observing Masashi closely. The conclusion was clear, this opponent couldn't be easily killed. More importantly, even if he could kill him, there'd be no bounty to claim. From birth, every life holds value. For him, wasting life without value was intolerable. His years of experience had taught him to be selective with his targets. Pointless killing was something he adamantly opposed. Moreover, he truly believed that once Masashi's bounty was listed, it would be astronomically high. If anyone dared list it at a low price, he'd personally advise them otherwise. Enough. I'm done. Kakazu said. I won't interrupt your mission anymore. Let's leave it at that. The Earth Grudge Sphere clones returned to his side, threads retracting smoothly back into their bodies. Calling it quits already? Masashi seemed a little disappointed. 3 jutsu, all highly satisfying. I'll fight you again when your bounty's up, Kakazu replied coldly. My jutsu? Take it if you want, I'm not short on techniques. Consider it an investment in future profits. In a way, he was a freeloading master, with an extensive repertoire of jutsu collected over his long life. Ever consider coming to Hidden Leaf Village? Their missions pay well. Masashi's tone was casual. Ninja villages are trash, Kakazu refused flatly. But if you're thinking of freelancing, I wouldn't mind having you as a teammate. Do you even have teammates? Haven't you killed them all? Are you questioning my judgment? I only act when their heads are worth the highest price. You're quite the talent, Masashi said, unable to retort against Kakazu's unashamed logic. As a missing ninja, cashing in on your teammates' heads at peak value seemed almost reasonable. If it were him, he'd do the same. The two stared at each other for a while, finding themselves increasingly alike. 2 pragmatists in a world of idealists. Finally, the 2 of them vanished with the body flicker jutsu, leaving behind only the scarred landscape as evidence of their brief but intense encounter. Chapter 78, The First Astronaut. Masashi had often heard that when 2 very similar people were put together, it could be difficult. He didn't really believe it back then, but after meeting Kakazu this time, he realized it might be true. That guy exuded an aura of I'm very valuable from head to toe. It genuinely made him itch to take action. When it came to defeating Kakazu, he was fairly confident. To be fair, Kakazu was indeed very strong, a solid, classic Kage-level ninja. Though in the manga, he was just a stepping stone to highlight Naruto's growth. But honestly, not just anyone qualifies to be Naruto's stepping stone. As a stepping stone for the reincarnation of Asura and Indra, most would be reduced to nothing. The only one who remained alive after serving as a stepping stone was Orochimaru. And Kakazu, well, he was in the same league as Orochimaru, a top-tier powerhouse. His secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear, granted him infinite lifespan, recovery abilities akin to those of Hashirama cells, exceptional healing power, and a 5-heart system with independent consciousness that resisted illusions and provided a pseudo-soft body modification ability, giving him jaw-dropping physical defenses. The Earth Grudge Fear itself was a yang-release secret technique. Its length and shape could be altered at will, enabling it to expand and contract. Combined with the iron skin, it became a low-tier version of True's several thousand hands. It could also morph into wings for flight or create precise physical restraints to bind an opponent's hands, preventing hand seals or summoning, far exceeding the effectiveness of Jiraiya's Wild Lion's main jutsu. It was only because Masashi had amassed the strength of 3 timelines, reaching almost chi-level proficiency, that he could handle Kakazu with ease. For at least 90% of the shinobi world, facing Kakazu would mean instant defeat. Still, it wasn't the right time yet. Better to wait a bit longer. Another day, he'd use a transformation jutsu to visit the exchange office for some cash. For a jonin from a ninja village to take on freelance jobs under a false identity? It wasn't uncommon. The ninja villages turned a blind eye to such activities, as long as a few rules were followed. Private jobs shouldn't interfere with village-assigned missions, nor should they involve tasks that conflicted with the village's interests. After leaving the armory, Masashi didn't immediately accelerate but maintained a relatively normal speed. He wanted to see if Kakazu would follow him. If Kakazu did, there'd be no more talk. He'd use every trick up his sleeve and then head to the exchange office for a payday. Unfortunately, after dawdling for quite a while, there wasn't even a trace of Kakazu's chakra, let alone his shadow. It seemed he had truly left. Was money really that important to him? Well, money was pretty important. But some things were even more important than money. Once he confirmed Kakazu wouldn't follow him, Masashi stopped wasting time and moved at full speed. The Kanabi Bridge was where, during the Third Great Ninja War, 2 heroes with Sharingan were born. This place also marked the turning point of the war between Hidden Lee Village and Hidden Stones Village. Hidden Stones Village ninjas, who loved to use mass waves of troops, often deploying thousands at a time, exposed a major weakness in this battle. They had an overwhelming number of genin but very few higher-level ones, and their overall quality was extremely poor. The Hidden Stones Village ninjas stationed at the Kanabi Bridge included 3 jonin, but these 3 were practically a joke. Otherwise, what was the point of just blowing up the bridge? The issue lay in the severe lack of chunin and jonin among the Hidden Stones Village ninjas. Hoping these ninjas could walk on water to cross a river was less realistic than hoping they could build a dam by themselves. Creating a bridge with earth style and maintaining it with chakra input. It wasn't that the Hidden Stones Village ninjas didn't want to, but their weak skills just couldn't cut it. Even a group of 50 elite jonin, Hidden Stones Village's supposed trump card, was wiped out in a single attack by Minato on the front lines, revealing the general competence of Hidden Stones Village's higher-level ninjas. The battle was a complete disaster. But to Masashi, this place had only one significance: Madara's secret underground hideout. The Kanabi Bridge was located within the borders of Kusa. He first returned to the Land of Fire from the Land of Hot Water and then headed westward. By the time the sun rose for the second time, he had entered the territory of Kusa. Kusa, known for its opportunistic tendencies, initially sided with the Land of Earth during the Third Great Ninja War. But after the Kanabi Bridge battle, it quickly switched allegiance to the Land of Fire. While the Hidden Grass Village ninjas weren't great at fighting, they excelled at intelligence gathering, always staying alert to the slightest changes in the shinobi world. Their surveillance of foreign ninjas entering their territory was especially impressive. Masashi hadn't been in Hidden Grass Village for long before encountering Hidden Grass Village ninjas. There was no hostility, no arrogance, no senseless showing off. They simply came to confirm his identity. Yes, Hidden Grass Village was very open to ninjas from the great nations. But if it were ninjas from a smaller nation? Sorry, that'd be considered an invasion. Of course, the way they handled things varied depending on the intruder's background. After all, even smaller nations had their own hierarchies. For ninjas from the great nations, however, their attitude was consistent: just passing through? No problem. Hidden Grass Village welcomes friends from all over the world. When the Hidden Grass Village ninjas saw the Hidden Leaf Village forehead protector on Masashi's head, their expressions lit up like children seeing their dad return home. And when they got a good look at his face, their smiles grew even more enthusiastic. Masashi-sama, it's an honor to have you visit Kusa. Our country is most fortunate. The leader of the Hidden Grass Village ninjas was practically overflowing with excitement, bowing slightly. We've heard so much about your work with the police force. It almost made Masashi feel like he'd wandered into the Hidden Leaf Village shopping district. It made him uncomfortable. This excessive friendliness. Always a sign they want something. I'm just passing through, he said helplessly. I understand. You don't want to reveal your mission, the Hidden Grass Village ninja leader replied confidently, his smile knowing. We haven't seen you, and you're free to do as you please. Just let us know if you need anything. Thanks? Masashi said, at a loss for words. He had to admit, though, he was impressed by Kuza's monitoring system. Sure, the small size of Hidden Grass Village played a role, but their domestic surveillance was truly impressive. If only Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu could learn from this. In the original timeline, Pikazu and Hidan reduced the fire temple to rubble, and Hidden Leaf Village only found out when its survivors came to report it. And let's not even mention the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan. Hidden Sand Village's forces managed to sneak right up to Hidden Leaf Village's walls. What kind of shoddy operational standards were those? Was it just because Hidden Leaf Village's territory was too big to manage? Or maybe due to Danzō? After their encounter, the Hidden Grass Village ninjas vanished cleanly from Masashi's sight. He continued on his way. The Kanabi Bridge site was getting closer. At last, he saw the half-destroyed bridge hanging from the cliffside. Hidden Grass Village hadn't even bothered to rebuild it. The ruins of the Kanabi Bridge, with only half of its structure remaining, still faintly revealed its former majesty and grandeur. A bridge that could serve as a lifeline for the Hidden Stones Village army was naturally no ordinary bridge. The great river that originated from the high mountains of the Land of Earth flowed through the Land of Stone and was joined by hundreds of tributaries in the Land of Rain, greatly increasing its volume. It then curved into Taki, creating the most spectacular waterfall clusters on the continent. As it flowed into Kusa, the river widened to nearly 3,000 meters at its broadest, with an average depth of no less than 100 meters. Within Kusa, the largest bridge across this river was the Kanabi Bridge, which was also at the river's narrowest point. Even so, the bridge spanned nearly a kilometer. The bridge was once designed to accommodate 6 carts side by side, but now the structure was mottled and in ruins. Deep cracks had formed on the dilapidated bridge surface, large enough for a grown man to lie down in. He strolled toward the ruined bridge. The first thing he saw was a massive stone slab engraved with the words Kanabi Bridge in bold red characters. Red as blood. The bridge was burned and destroyed in a tragic inferno, leaving it in shambles. It had been just 3 years since that day. The sky that day had glowed red under the flames, and the river below had turned a deep crimson. It was here that Madara watched Obito step into his meticulously laid trap. Though they were both Uchiha, some knowledge was meant to stay hidden. Masashi stepped onto the bridge. The stone path that used to be smooth was now beaten up, full of holes and overrun with weeds. Below, the rushing river seemed to mock humanity's arrogance. People always reached for the impossible, only to end up empty-handed. A bridge spanning east to west, turning an impassable divide into a thoroughfare. All it took was enough explosive tags to end that dream. It was wise to keep some self-awareness. The world would continue without you. Even peace couldn't be forced, you couldn't make everyone march to the same tune. Masashi figured the daimyo of Hidden Grass Village had refused to rebuild the bridge out of sheer frustration. Rebuild it? Whoever wants it can do it themselves. As for Madara's medical hideout, he didn't know its exact location. But he knew Obito's incident had occurred somewhere above it. Also, though he wasn't interested in Hashirama's cells, he had a small bit of curiosity about Madara's remains. This wouldn't count as grave robbing, just a casual visit. Even as a pure-blood Uchiha, this behavior wasn't out of line. Anyone who'd watched Naruto knew the Uchiha clan revered filial piety. Masashi wandered around the bridge for a while, searching for the battlefield where Kakashi and his comrades had fought Hidden Stones Village Jonin years ago. Hidden Leaf Village had documented this thoroughly, and as relatives of a hero, the Uchiha clan received a report with detailed records of the battlefield and combat events. Masashi eventually located the spot. Back then, Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, guided by Kakashi, searched here for Obito's remains but found nothing. They concluded that a series of landslides had buried his body deep underground along with falling rocks. They even used Earth-style techniques to search. Although 3 years had passed, traces of the past battle could still be discerned. He diligently searched the area, his Sharingan scanning for any residual chakra signatures that might have survived the years. Though time had eroded many traces, using the records and following the remaining signs, he finally pinpointed the spot where Obito was crushed by the rocks. Using wind style, he sliced the massive stone into chunks. With a burst of raw strength, he heaved the fragmented rocks aside. One look at the pressure marks made it clear. No multiple landslides, nothing had moved. It seemed that even before his Mangekyō awakened, Obito had displayed some Kamui-like abilities in his life or death struggle. Though half his body was crushed, his Sharingan had remained intact. The way the rocks were positioned suggested a partial phase through, not just a lucky escape. This ability allowed Zetsu to bring him into Madara's hideout. And that was where everything changed. One Uchiha's tragedy becoming another's opportunity. This should be the place. The rock formation above matched perfectly with the historical records, though they'd missed the crucial details. He considered his options. Wind style won't help here, I need something that can reach unknown depths. Plus, when I find the bottom, I'll need to mark it. Kagutsuchi shape manipulation should work perfectly. Time to train. Activating Sage Mode and his Sharingan simultaneously, he focused all his chakra into his hand. The technique required perfect control, one slip and the chakra blade could destabilize. The white chakra blade turned red. With a continuous infusion of chakra, the fiery blade extended like an expandable staff, piercing deep into the rock layers below. Though he couldn't yet manifest Susanoo, his fire-style-infused technique and Kagutsuchi's enhancements made his chakra blade highly versatile. The benefits of having plenty of chakra became apparent here. He could feel the strain starting to build, but his reserves held steady. The longer the flame blade stretched, the more chakra it consumed. Beyond a certain limit, the consumption rate doubled. The blade's color shifted slightly with each pulse of chakra he pushed through it. But Masashi, who once fought Kurama all night, could handle it. His chakra control remained precise despite the increasing drain. The ground was unbelievably hard. This only reinforced his belief that he was standing on Madara's hideout's roof. The old Uchiha's perfectionism showed even in his choice of hiding places. With a roof like this, there was no fear of leaks. Someone as meticulous as Madara wouldn't need to carry a mop and bucket during the rainy season, would he? That's absurd. Masashi preferred to think Madara would shoot fire indoors on rainy days. He suddenly felt his flame blade pierce into a hollow space. The resistance vanished abruptly, confirming his suspicions. He didn't jump to conclusions and extended it further, carefully maintaining the technique's stability. When the blade touched something solid again, he gauged the distance. His Sharingan helped him visualize the space below based on the blade's feedback. The space below was vast. Large enough to house an army. Or conduct experiments away from prying eyes. But he wasn't done yet. Years of training had taught him to be thorough. Controlling the flame blade, he branched it into multiple extensions, exploring in all directions. The branches reached their limit without encountering more solid ground. The chakra drain increased exponentially with each new extension. There was no doubt, it was a massive chamber. Probably one of many, knowing Madara's tendency for elaborate preparations. After marking the location with a Flying Thunder God seal at the blade's entry point, Masashi slowly retracted the flame blade. Worn out, he flopped onto the ground. His chakra reserves, while still substantial, had taken a significant hit. Chakra consumption aside, the mental strain was significant. Maintaining that level of precise control while managing multiple chakra extensions wasn't something he could do casually. After a long rest, he activated Sage Mode again. The natural energy helped restore some of his spent chakra. Once prepared, he donned what looked like the first astronaut suit in the shinobi world. Each piece was reinforced with protective seals. To be cautious, he even crafted a chakra-powered oxygen tank with his technique. The seal work had taken hours to prepare properly. He only needed to retreat immediately if he sensed something was wrong. After making all the necessary preparations, Masashi activated the Flying Thunder God seal, teleporting himself into the hollow space. Chapter 79, Underground Diplomacy. The world turned upside down as Masashi appeared headfirst on a rocky wall. Having prepared himself thoroughly beforehand, he was ready to teleport back at the slightest hint of danger. But there was none, everything seemed perfectly fine. The area was even well lit. It was a spacious underground space filled with traces of artificial construction. He landed lightly and silently, surveying the surroundings. The place seemed to have been a large room, though hastily vacated. Probably overdid it with the preparations, but you never know with Madara's hideouts. He sealed the oxygen tank he'd brought, as he hadn't used its contents yet. Before entering, he had already taken a deep breath outside. The helmet portion of his equipment disappeared under his control, not due to recklessness, but because the room showed clear signs of habitation. The unmade bed, personal items, and most importantly, the obvious air circulation meant this wasn't some toxic death trap. Given the situation, he doubted anyone could convince him that an anaerobic organism had ever slept there. Taking a deep breath, he found no odd smells. As a ninja, mastering some medical ninjutsu was crucial. After all, the medical techniques of the shinobi world even included ways to heal respiratory issues. With such skills in his arsenal, he felt at ease traversing any environment. This, however, did not align with his heavily armored appearance. Ignoring this irony, he deactivated Sage Mode and his imposing aura before starting his inspection. There was no giant golem in sight, only an old wooden bed and some personal items scattered around. He found a few torn pipes and dried, unknown liquid stains on the ground. It seemed the occupant had left hastily, leaving many things disorganized. Still, they hadn't been overly rushed, as everything important had been cleaned up thoroughly. After searching the room and finding nothing of note, he noticed a door on one side of the room. It lacked a door panel, leaving the area beyond pitch black. He created a shadow clone, which picked up an oil lamp. The oil hadn't been used up, so the clone lit the lamp and ventured into the darkness. Masashi stayed behind, waiting patiently, his senses alert for any disturbance. After a while, the shadow clone returned, its expression already suggesting bad news. "Nothing?" Masashi asked, disappointed. "Nothing," the clone said, holding up the now nearly empty lamp. "And the oil's almost gone. Why didn't you just use a fire jutsu? Are you kidding me? That space is so narrow, you want me to roast myself? Make the flame smaller, you're a shadow clone. Be braver. Brave your head. You deal with this," the clone retorted, dismissing itself with a pop. Masashi stood there, stunned. Sometimes my own personality is my worst enemy. The thought had barely crossed his mind when the clone's memories flooded back. Now he understood why it had been so upset. The passage outside formed a circular loop around the room. Though there were many branches, each became progressively narrower until only an arm could fit through. In such conditions, even the smallest fire would be useless. Expecting the clone to stick its head through was absurd. Its head wasn't a drill, after all. He glanced at the torn pipes on the ground, lost in thought. "Madara, not only did you build a nika here, but also a walking trail?" The pipes were surprisingly long and telescopic. After some rummaging, he found another oil lamp, fully stocked. He lit it, created another shadow clone, and together they explored further. Reaching one branch, the clone indicated that there seemed to be a space on the other side. Masashi tapped the wall before stabbing through it with the Kagatsuchi blade. As expected, the blade pierced through, leaving a glowing orange hole. Satisfied, he gestured to the shadow clone. "Go ahead, Muto." The clone shot him a withering look. "I may be a clone, but you're an absolute jerk. Even my clones are getting sick of my attitude." With that, the clone swung its fist against the rock wall, creating visible cracks. After a few more punches, air flowed through, carrying the scent of old stone. A well-placed kick brought down the wall, revealing a spacious new passage. "Looks like it was sealed from the other side," Masashi commented, studying the debris pattern. The clone ignored him entirely. They stepped into the new passage, immediately stopping in their tracks. Someone was here. No, there was Chakra. Masashi tapped the clone, who dashed ahead, setting a marker at every turn. After 3 corners, the clone spotted a shadowy figure. Without hesitation, the clone activated its chakra cloak, the blue energy illuminating the darkness, and slashed down with a chakra blade. The figure reached out to grab the blade but was cleaved in two. However, the clone detected even more chakra signatures appearing around it, emerging from the very walls. Masashi sensed them too. The way these presences manifested reminded him of something. No way. Clicking his tongue, he recalled his initial low expectations. Had he underestimated how much was left behind? In the clone's vision, the approaching chakra signatures were clear. Without hesitation, it unleashed corrosive steam, filling the area with corrosive vapor faster than the enemies could move. Screams echoed in the darkness, but more chakra signatures emerged. When the new attackers leaped into view, they were met with a massive chakra-formed hand slamming down. The blue energy illuminated their twisted forms for a brief moment before crushing them against the ground. The underground space shook as stone walls trembled, dust and small rocks raining down from the ceiling. Outside, Masashi listened to the commotion while activating his Sharingan. Though he hadn't entered Sage mode, he remained vigilant. Several chakra signatures were creeping toward him, their movements betraying their hostile intent. He extinguished the oil lamp. In the darkness, sage markings appeared on his face. In one swift motion, he conjured a flaming blade, extending it outward. Spinning in place, the blade slashed a full 360 degrees, cutting down the attackers and setting them ablaze. The most distinct chakra figure was skewered to the ground as the blade extended further, burning a trench into the stone floor. The smell of scorched rock filled the air. Relighting the lamp, he examined the figure impaled on his blade. It didn't burn, despite the flame piercing its chest, proof of its origin and yin-yang release. Well. Masashi feigned surprise. Isn't this the great will of Madara? What's happened to you? How many years had it been since Black Zetsu last felt vulnerable? 1,000? More? Now, pinned by this flame blade, that familiar sensation of danger returned. He could sense it clearly, the blade wasn't just hot, it was fused with both mental and physical energy. Hei Goromo had systematically theorized and summarized the use of chakra, enabling humanity to master it more effectively. At the peak of this system lay the highest nature of chakra, yin-yang release. Even now, Masashi was far from reaching such a realm. This wasn't something attainable through normal training anyway. Just as Uchiha's conventional training couldn't possibly grant them the Rinnegan, the Mangekyō Sharingan itself was already a shortcut, forged by the efforts of countless generations of Uchiha. Masashi. Black Zetsu grasped the fiery blade that had pierced his chest, the flames licking at his dark form without consuming him. I never thought it would be you. He tried to pull the blade out but failed. He let out a sigh. His gaze fell on Masashi's three-tomoe Sharingan. The flickering oil lamp cast unstable shadows on his face, but those crimson eyes stood out, almost glowing in the dark. It was merely an illusion caused by the intense activity of his ocular power. Black Zetsu loosened his grip. The boy's Kagetsuchi was truly flawless. If Masashi could be swayed to his side, this descendant of Indra might one day wield Susanoo perfectly with just the three-tomoe Sharingan. The complete body Susanoo was a creation of Indra himself, modeled after the life forms of the tailed beasts. It was the strongest ocular jutsu designed specifically for the Sharingan, usable as long as one's ocular power was sufficient. The myriad ocular techniques of later generations followed a similar principle. Yin release was abstract, it brought to reality the reflection of one's inner desires. And as a tangible result, ocular techniques were not impossible to learn. Take Kagetsuchi, for instance, could there be a better example? Do you want to destroy me? He asked. He didn't sense any intent to kill from Masashi. Black Zetsu had waited here, expecting a fierce battle with Masashi, who, with his three-tomoe Sharingan, should have struggled mightily in such an environment. The script dictated that he would recognize Masashi's identity and stand down, setting the stage to begin influencing the boy. Masashi was the most perfect Uchiha he had ever seen. His Sharingan was steadily evolving into Indra's Eye, the original form of the Sharingan. Yet, an extra push was required. Masashi had already pushed his bloodline to its limit, but transforming it into Indra's Eye was beyond his capability alone. The Uchiha clan's focus on emotional stimulation was the right path. Madara's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan represented the pinnacle of this approach. Masashi's path, however, ended here. He could still grow stronger in the future, but that would only be in quantity, not quality. Destroy you? Why would I? Masashi smiled at Black Zetsu. With a slick sound, the fiery blade withdrew, and the sage markings faded from his face. Getting suddenly attacked, I had to beat you up first, just in case. Who knows if some bastard was trying to ambush me? Though we both know that wasn't your real intention. This insufferable child. It felt as though Masashi was insulting him. This Uchiha, why did he have to get the last word every time? It reminded him of Indra in this way, too, someone who never spared others with his words. The similarity was almost painful to witness. Honestly, if it weren't for the lack of Indra's chakra within Masashi, and the timeline not matching up, he would have been convinced this boy was the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. He stood up, brushing his chest. While he felt no pain, he was certainly irritated. Whether he was the will of Madara or his true self, Black Zetsu was technically Masashi's ancestor. First, you cut me with a sword. Now, you burn me with fire. Truly, you Uchiha are filial to a fault. Why did you stop Obito? Which time? Masashi asked, tilting his head. He had meddled with Obito's plans on multiple occasions. Couldn't Black Zetsu be more specific? Black Zetsu was momentarily speechless. This boy takes pleasure in being difficult. He started to understand why Obito always seemed so exasperated. From Masashi's tone, he clearly enjoyed himself. The Ninetales incident, he clarified. Oh, that. Masashi nodded knowingly, then spread his hands with theatrical innocence. That wasn't my fault. I told you the timing wasn't right. Of course I had to step in. Did you really have to stop it that thoroughly? If I didn't, I couldn't even go out for a skewer in peace. Were you guys trying to mess with me on purpose? Grabbing the Ninetales is one thing, but why parade it through the village? Are you insane? That wasn't my doing. I tried to talk him out of it. For once, we agreed on something. Don't worry, I don't blame you. Masashi's tone shifted. I get it. He's as stubborn as a mule. Must have given you a hard time back then, huh? Black Zetsu recalled the past. In the beginning, Obito hadn't been much trouble. Most of the torment fell on Madara. As Masashi said, Obito was stubborn like a mule. Back then, the boy had partially awakened Kamui without even possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan. This had allowed him to enter Madara's domain, much to Madara's delight. He wasn't omniscient. He hadn't foreseen that Obito's eyes would turn out to be so powerful. Kamui was genuinely an incredible ability, even by warring state standards, a game changer on the battlefield. Madara's plan had been to recruit Obito, train him, and have him gather the tail beasts to summon the Ten Tails, which would then allow him to be revived through Nagato's Rin rebirth. With Madara's triumphant return, the plan could proceed smoothly. But Obito, stubborn as ever, repeatedly dismissed Madara with a single line, "Nice to meet you, Grandpa." "Goodbye, Grandpa. I'm going to find Kakashi and Rin." Had it not been for the tubes hooked up to him, Black Zetsu suspected Madara would have jumped up and clobbered the boy. Even I wanted to strangle him at times. But he was indeed tethered by tubes, so he had no choice but to come up with Plan B, manipulate events so Obito would witness Rin's death, driving him into despair and compelling him to accept his ideology. Finally, the boy would resume Plan A after much effort. The plan had succeeded. Yet Obito continued to act on his own whims. With Madara gone, Black Zetsu became Obito's new target of frustration. He was exhausted. His sentiments aligned with Masashi's, just grab the Nine Tails and leave. Why the need for a grand show? Let's not talk about him anymore, Black Zetsu proposed. Let's talk about you instead, Masashi. Do you desire Indra's eye? Chapter 80, Tales from a Thousand Lies. Seeing Black Zetsu ask such a serious question, Masashi reminded himself once again to maintain his composure. Take the gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorbike. If it failed, then Plan B was the only option. Indra's eye? Masashi wore an expression that was unmistakably Uchiha. Isn't that just the Mangekyō Sharingan? Ridiculous. Black Zetsu scoffed. That is merely a desperate attempt by the Uchiha to compensate for their degraded ocular techniques. Having spun tales for 1,000 years, he was quite adept at delivering thrilling narratives. If he lived on Earth, he would definitely be a web novel legend or a politician. Indra was born with the Sharingan. To use your words, his entire life was in the form of a three-tomoe. His entire life? Masashi looked at Black Zetsu. Not that I doubt you, but even Madara wouldn't know the events of 1,000 years ago. It's true. His Sharingan remained constant throughout his life, Black Zetsu said with satisfaction, enjoying the atmosphere of the discussion. Aren't you pursuing the same level of power? He fixed his gaze on Masashi, studying every minute reaction. Any Uchiha who understood the Mangekyō Sharingan would naturally have questions about it. After all, the Mangekyō seemed almost like an entirely different entity compared to the original Sharingan. As an exemplary Uchiha, Masashi was no exception. He would undoubtedly have his doubts. The Sharingan began reflecting one's innermost thoughts the moment it was awakened. The Mangekyō merely represented the culmination of that process. There was a reason Black Zetsu had spent millennia targeting the Uchiha. Words, actions, and expressions could deceive him, but the Sharingan could not. What's more, it needed a pair of Rinnegan. The Uchiha were the perfect pawns, indeed, the only ones. As expected of the embodiment of the will of Madara, Masashi admitted generously. Yes, I've gone through all the clan's records regarding our ancestor Indra and found nothing mentioning the Mangekyō Sharingan. Black Zetsu nodded, satisfied that everything was progressing as planned, when a sudden rumbling interrupted them. It was Masashi's shadow clone rampaging nearby, causing continuous explosions. He froze. Why is your shadow clone still active? Why would it disappear? Masashi asked, genuinely puzzled. Having been engrossed in the conversation, he hadn't paid it much attention. He dispelled the shadow clone. This time, not only did he receive its memories, but he also felt its fatigue. The clone had been enjoying itself a little too much. Your chakra reserves seem excessive, Black Zetsu observed. This endurance was extraordinary. He began to feel hopeful. The Rinnegan had already been created. The greatest obstacle to resurrecting his mother had been removed. Now, he only needed to gather the tailed beasts and revive Madara to perform the infinite Tsukami. A powerful ally would certainly be helpful. Obito's antics in Hidden Leaf Village had nearly given him a heart attack, figuratively speaking. The Nine Tails had been within his grasp. And then, gone. But no matter. Masashi, as a backup, seemed even better. You've made the right choice, but your current approach won't suffice, he said. The Eye of Indra could not be replicated. It was merely a projection of Indra's chakra, which no one else in existence could possess. No matter how hard you try, you can't overcome the chakra gap. You must take a different path. He glanced behind Masashi, where shadows shifted, and several white Zetsu emerged from the darkness like pale ghosts. These were the ones who had been battling Masashi's shadow clone. Turning to look, Masashi saw these former victims of the infinite Tsukami, now soldiers of Kaguya. You hit me pretty hard, said one unusually distinctive white Zetsu, rubbing its shoulder with an almost childlike motion. If you tell me what it's like to poop, I'll forgive you. That's easy. Masashi's face remained impassive as he launched into a detailed explanation. First, the digestive enzymes break down the food into simple molecules. These travel through the intestinal wall into the bloodstream. What's left moves through the large intestine, where water is absorbed. The remaining waste products are then compacted and, the white Zetsu had actually leaned forward with interest during the explanation. Masashi, don't take it too seriously, Black Zetsu hastily interjected. This guy's brain is defective. After all, it was cultivated from Hashirama's cells. Did you just call Hashirama an idiot? That actually sounded quite like something Madara would say. Two can play at this game of theatrics. Is that the Madara's view of the first Hokage? Hashirama's methods were flawed. Isn't that obvious now? Black Zetsu said in a tone of a sage imparting wisdom. But discussing this now won't help you. You need to focus on increasing your power. Curious, aren't you? He waited eagerly. Good point. In that case, I won't ask, Masashi said, feigning compliance. As long as I'm strong enough, nothing else matters. Black Zetsu nearly stumbled. Resigned but still considering this a positive development, better than dealing with Obito, he signaled for him to follow. Come with me, he said, leading Masashi further inside. Masashi followed, eager to see what Black Zetsu had in store. Carrying an oil lamp, they walked through a long corridor, evidence of battle everywhere from where the shadow clone had rampaged. Through a smashed wall, light seeped into the passage, revealing a vast space beyond. The answer soon became clear. When Black Zetsu led him around a final corner, they entered an enormous chamber filled with incubation pods. Each pod contained a white Zetsu. This was a cloning facility for these creatures. But Masashi, uninterested in Hashirama cells, remained entirely unmoved. Until he saw a coffin. His eyes widened. Yes, this is Madara's body, Black Zetsu noted, observing Masashi's gaze. While Masashi's lack of interest in the white Zetsu seemed like a case of not recognizing their value, his reaction to the coffin further confirmed his professed admiration for Madara. Admiring Madara made things easier. Madara's body cannot fall into anyone else's hands. Before his death, he created me, and I hid his body here, he explained seriously before adding, but seeing as you revere him so much, I can let you pay your respects to his remains. Please let me pay my respects. Masashi exclaimed dramatically. A hero like him, denied burial in the clan's grounds, I shall never forgive the Senju. Calm down, Black Zetsu consoled him. Madara himself didn't care much for such formalities. What matters is carrying on his will. It was thrilled. Leaving Madara's body intact had proven to be the right choice after all. Under Masashi's expectant gaze, two white Zetsu stepped forward and opened the coffin. Huh? He was slightly surprised. When the coffin was opened, he found none of the stink he'd expect from a body that had been dead for ages. Preservation jutsu? No. Something more complex. You can take a closer look, Black Zetsu said. Don't be surprised. Of course, I wouldn't let Madara's body decay, I've taken measures. Masashi gave white Zetsu's main body a thoughtful glance, studying the cellular structure that might explain the preservation. Then, suppressing his excitement, he stepped closer. Finally, he saw it. Inside the coffin lay an old man. With just one look, he confirmed it. This was indeed Madara. Before his death, he had grown frail and aged. The once jet black hair was now completely white, and his once handsome face was full of wrinkles. The strongest figure of the Uchiha clan was now lying quietly here. Even with such an aged and decayed body, there was still a lingering killing intent, as if it was trying to break free. His lips carried a faint smile, whether it was because he had accomplished his plans before his death, or because he was mocking this irredeemably miserable world in his eyes, no one could tell. Looking at such a Madara, though aware that this man was currently waiting in the Pure Land for his pawns to open the way to his second life, Masashi still thought. This guy is incredible. Even as a corpse, he lay differently from others. Madara's body was covered in dense sealing techniques to ensure that it wouldn't decay. Masashi's trained eye could spot at least 3 distinct layers of preservation jutsu working in concert. He suddenly felt disappointed. How could he proceed with this? However, he also felt a bit curious. Is the body just going to be left here? Of course not, Black Zetsu replied. This is simply following Madara's wishes. When I find a better place, I'll transfer it. Alright, let's discuss your eyes now. Sure. Masashi took one last look at the coffin but refrained from doing anything unnecessary. Black Zetsu observed this, satisfied that Masashi didn't seem to harbor any suspicion-worthy intentions. You're familiar with yin-yang release, correct? He asked, his tone shifting to something more analytical. Yes. Finally, getting to the real purpose of this meeting. That's good. It saves us time. Black Zetsu nodded, then asked again, to prevent accidents, I want to know, what's your dream? Dream? Masashi looked at the creature in front of him. Come to think of it, Black Zetsu could be considered one of the only two individuals in the shinobi world who unwaveringly stuck to his own ideals. As a villain, he was certainly qualified. Those who kept flip-flopping were just exasperating. Peace. After some thought, he gave Black Zetsu an honest answer, watching for its reaction. If it weren't for this chaotic world, I wouldn't have become a ninja. How do you think peace can be achieved? Simple. Everyone gets a big Ivan. Whoever causes trouble, we bomb them. Damn, spoke without thinking again. Huh? Big Ivan? Black Zetsu was confused. What kind of nonsense is that? Oh. Sorry, slipped my tongue? Masashi said, quickly recovering. What I mean is, peace can only be achieved through power. Can't it be achieved through love? I've never seen mere words resolve anything, Masashi said candidly. Love? Who's going to love strangers anyway? You're a villain, stop borrowing cheesy lines from the hot-blooded protagonist. It's weird. Good. For once, Black Zetsu was genuinely pleased. This Uchiha was pure. Obito was pure too, just a bit too pure. Let's return to your eyes, he said, earnestly considering how to enhance Masashi's power. Your Sharingan is very stable right now. However, this stability means that the path to awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan is blocked for you. You'll have to take a different route. That's even possible? Masashi was skeptical. While he had always been wary of the Mangekyō's side effects, he definitely wanted its power. Hearing such a definitive statement from Black Zetsu annoyed him. The Mangekyō Sharingan is awakened by maximizing spiritual energy, which then interacts with physical energy to produce it, Black Zetsu explained seriously. He was indeed a historian of sorts, but this theory about the Mangekyō was purely his own judgment. Masashi, often doubting his explanations, was starting to get on his nerves. Today was probably the one day he was telling the complete truth, for once. When you awakened your Sharingan, you focused more on physical energy. I don't know how you managed that, but the gap between your spiritual and physical energy is much smaller than for other Uchihas. Because of this, it's impossible for your spiritual energy to completely dominate and trigger the Mangekyō. What about the Indra's Eye? Didn't you say during our first meeting that Indra had the Mangekyō? Now you're talking about chakra. I'm not accusing you or anything, but your explanations keep changing. Masashi decided to call him out. His eyes narrowed slightly as he studied Black Zetsu's reaction. Who knew if he would just start making up stories again? Masashi didn't want stories, he wanted results. The part about Indra having the Mangekyō was indeed a lie. But the chakra part is true. Even if you possess Indra's chakra, you can't have the eyes of Indra. His descendants lack both his spiritual and physical energy, Black Zetsu explained patiently. But don't lose hope. I already told you, there's another path for you. With your abilities, if you succeed, you'll be stronger than any current ninja. Your eyes could become another form of Indra's eyes. But don't count on the Rinnegan. What kind of path? Masashi didn't care about the Rinnegan. His goals weren't that lofty, it was yin-yang release that he was after. Of course, it's yin-yang release, Black Zetsu replied. But mastering all 7 nature transformations doesn't guarantee you master yin-yang release. You must fuse the 7 natures into one to create this new power. He stared at Masashi, his gaze seeming to pierce through him. I'm not trying to discourage you, but the limits of the yin and yang natures are determined at birth. As an Uchiha, this isn't something you can achieve on your own. But that is discouraging. So, there's a solution, right? Of course. All the white Zetsu here were cultivated using the cells of Hashirama. Their bodies contained his power. Black Zetsu gestured to the white figures surrounding them. Wait a second. Masashi quickly interrupted. Let me be clear, I'm not doing any cell transplants. Hashirama cell transplants? That's a trap. I've seen how that story ends too many times. Relax. We won't make you undergo any transplants, Black Zetsu assured him, raising what passed for his hands in a placating gesture. As if I'd even want you to. What if it exposes me later? Thinking this, he continued, your physical energy has already reached the Uchiha's limit, and your chakra perception is very strong. I'll have the white Zetsu here help you train in Yang chakra. But before that, he sat down on the ground. I'll first tell you the history of Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha, and Azura, the ancestor of the Senju. That way, you'll understand how to use white Zetsu's chakra to train your Yang chakra. Another story? Masashi sighed and sat down opposite Black Zetsu. Chapter 81, The Storyteller's Gift. Black Zetsu was, without a doubt, a chatterbox. Masashi truly believed this. And here I thought Uchiha elders could talk. This guy puts them all to shame. For the first time in his life, despite clearly being the one picking apart someone else, it felt like he was the one being picked apart. The other party seemed to still have so much more to say, like they could go on for another chapter. Indra was a misunderstood genius. His father's expectations weighed heavily upon him. Black Zetsu gestured dramatically. The burden of being the firstborn. This reads like bad fiction, Masashi thought, fighting to keep his expression neutral. Listening to it was putting him to sleep. In Black Zetsu's version, Indra was a deeply loving individual who couldn't gain his father's approval. Then, his scheming younger brother took advantage of the situation, winning their father's favor and securing the position of successor. The whole thing played out like a palace drama. Indra was the clueless, naive protagonist. Honestly, any random palace drama from Earth had a more compelling plot than this. Barely managing to sit through the whole reincarnation story, Masashi quickly interjected, cutting through Black Zetsu's theatrical retelling. So, Madara is the reincarnation of this ancestor? Let's get to the useful information. Come on. Of the chakra, Black Zetsu corrected. Even though he was interrupted, he didn't seem upset. If anything, he enjoyed the conversation so much he didn't care. The ancestor's chakra altered Madara's chakra, while also strengthening itself to prepare for the next reincarnation. Given his behavior over the last 1,000 years, engaging in a discussion like this was almost unheard of. But, bizarrely enough, he felt a sense of equality when speaking to Masashi. Though Masashi didn't trust Black Zetsu, he still treated him as a sentient being with his own emotions and will, rather than a humanoid tool or a mere product of ninjutsu. Nor did Masashi see him as something inferior. This was a treatment Black Zetsu had never received from any of the Indras throughout history. At best, previous Indras regarded him as a pitiful entity coveting the power of the Uchiha clan, using him with an air of mutual exploitation, often coupled with condescension and ridicule. Madara was somewhat better, thanks to changes in the narrative, but he still saw Black Zetsu as a subordinate. His eyes always held that familiar Uchiha pride when giving orders. Obito added a layer of deep suspicion to this dynamic, treating Black Zetsu like an annoying tag-along. As for Indra himself, perhaps due to lack of experience as the first incarnation, he nearly said outright, "I can tell with one glance you're not human." The disgust in his eyes had never quite faded from Black Zetsu's memory. Regardless, the relationship had always been one of equality, forcing him to adopt a subservient attitude just to communicate with his pawns. But he was the child of Kaguya. No matter what others thought, this was how Black Zetsu saw himself. He had never considered himself inferior to anyone. In his view, he was the most superior existence on this earth. For the first time in a long while, he was having fun. He even cherished the feeling of chatting with Masashi. The way he listened, analyzed, questioned, it was refreshingly different. Maybe I should plead with Mother to keep him around. The garden would still need tending, and being alone could be dull. While Black Zetsu's thoughts wandered, Masashi was digesting its words. From a surface-level perspective, it sounded a bit like brewing tea. The reincarnated chakra was the tea leaves, and the chakra of the reincarnated body was the hot water. Except, the chakras of Indra and Asura were like unendingly reusable tea leaves. Not only reusable, but capable of producing more tea leaves. What the heck? This was like raising a colony of parasites. No wonder the Uchiha's power keeps growing generation after generation. The Otsutsuki family was a mess, not a single decent person among them. And they say the Uchiha have issues. I think I get it now. He nodded. So, to put it simply, White Zetsu, as a body cultivated from the cells of the first Hokage, possesses the qualities of Asura's chakra, correct? He turned to look at Black Zetsu, only to find, the guy dozed off. I didn't fall asleep during your rambling, did I? Were you fighting ghosts last night or something? He waved a hand in front of Black Zetsu. Why are you dozing off? Ah. Apologies, I was just thinking about something, Black Zetsu apologized unusually earnestly. But I was listening carefully, you're absolutely correct. Then I have one more question. Masashi, seeing Black Zetsu in a good mood, decided not to mind his slacking and continued. After the first Hokage's death, Asura's chakra reincarnates? Does his body still retain the qualities of Asura's chakra? It's not an issue. His body had already acquired the qualities while he was alive. It just won't grow stronger anymore. Moreover, Black Zetsu glanced at the idle White Zetsu wandering around. After being diluted by White Zetsu, the chakra is perfectly balanced, safe without any side effects. Alright, I'm out of questions. When do we begin? Don't you want to rest first? Black Zetsu seemed reluctant to rush. Since you're already here, why not stay a few more days? I only have knowledge, I can't directly make you stronger. It may take quite some time, it won't hurt to wait a bit. That's not an option. Masashi shook his head. I'm not like Obito, I have an official position. I can't disappear for too long. Ah. Black Zetsu sounded disappointed but understanding. This was novel to him. When had he ever gone out of his way to consider a pawn's feelings? This first-time experience felt oddly pleasant. I might as well look forward to mother recognizing you, Masashi. A white Zetsu shuffled over, flopping weakly at Masashi's feet. Feel its chakra, Masashi. I will assist you as well. Black Zetsu's body distorted, flowing like liquid to envelop Masashi's form. The sensation was strange, not unpleasant, but alien, like being wrapped in living shadow. So this is what Eddie felt when Venom first took over. At least this one's less interested in eating people. In no time, his left side was completely covered by Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu didn't attempt to seize control of this half of his body but could sense Masashi's extraordinary ocular power, which was astonishingly potent even by Uchiha standards. This level of ocular power was already approaching the Mangekyō Sharingan. I need to borrow your hand next. Do you agree? Such potential. Maybe mother will be pleased. Go ahead. The darkened hand plunged into White Zetsu's body. Under Black Zetsu's guidance, White Zetsu's chakra flowed into Masashi like a steady stream, gathering within him like a river. The sensation was unlike anything he'd felt before, pure, raw chakra essence. Absorbing chakra is one of the abilities of a sage, Black Zetsu explained. White Zetsu also possesses this ability, derived from chakra itself. Chakra can do so many things, Masashi remarked, focusing on the sensation. I've studied chakra for years but never grasped its essence. Most people only see chakra as a tool for combat and remain ignorant of its true nature, Black Zetsu said with disdain. As a product of yin-yang release, he was naturally closer to the essence of chakra than anyone else. Masashi, you're the first Uchiha I've met who's genuinely interested in the nature of chakra. Thanks. You're also the most talkative person I've met, Masashi finally said, not that I mean to criticize, but could you be quiet for a bit? Talking non-stop distracts me. Ah. Sorry. Black Zetsu reluctantly shut up. He decided to teach a little more while he still could. The revival of his mother was only a matter of time. He might as well savor these last moments of enjoyable conversation. So this is how chakra extraction works. Masashi suddenly understood. This was a technique he had wanted to learn during his first life but had failed to grasp due to the bizarre teaching methods of his instructor. Even in his second life, despite trying everything, he couldn't master it. It was simply too abstract, like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. However, with the help of Black Zetsu's abilities, it finally became clear to him. Through their shared control, he could feel every subtle movement. The essence of absorbing chakra was about the interaction between chakras, not the use of physical or mental energy. Each strand had to be carefully untangled, controlled, and guided, like conducting an orchestra where every note had to be perfect. This understanding was possible because Black Zetsu utilized his own chakra to demonstrate everything. His control was beyond anything Masashi had ever witnessed. As a creation of Kagai's yin-yang release, Black Zetsu needed to rely on attaching himself to a host to exert power. His own strength wasn't formidable, nor could he train and become stronger. But in terms of chakra control, he was unparalleled on this earth. He vividly showed Masashi the epitome of perfect chakra control and application at every stage, expanding his horizons and reshaping his understanding of perfection. At this level, it was beyond mastery, it was divine, representing the pinnacle of technique. In Masashi's previous understanding, this capability was attainable only by those with advanced sage powers. But Black Zetsu, using his chakra, disproved this. Don't blame your body if you can't use chakra properly. The limitation isn't in your flesh, but in your understanding. He completely relinquished control of half his body, letting Black Zetsu take over. Even though he surrendered control, he didn't lose connection with his body. He could perceive everything happening with crystal clarity, feeling each subtle shift and flow of chakra through his system. White Zetsu's chakra was powerful in quality. Aside from Indra's and Azura's chakra, it was among the strongest. Moreover, it possessed a corrosive property that could erode inferior chakras, eating through them like acid through paper. This property mirrored the way Azura's chakra influenced his reincarnations, though Azura's chakra operated gently and subtly, like water wearing away stone. In contrast, White Zetsu's chakra, as a heavily degraded version, was crude and aggressive, more like a hammer than a chisel. Under Black Zetsu's expert manipulation and with Masashi's own high-quality chakra, White Zetsu's chakra was easily extracted, disassembled, and assimilated. In a duel between shinobi, this would mean the other party couldn't even put up a fight. Masashi seized this rare opportunity, meticulously memorizing every detail and greedily absorbing its nourishment. After a long time, the White Zetsu clone before him began losing vitality. As a clone, it had enhanced physical activity compared to normal humans, but its power ultimately came from a fragment of Hashirama's flesh. After layers of control and dilution, the power of a single White Zetsu clone was limited. Under Black Zetsu's divine-level manipulation, its chakra couldn't corrode Masashi. Instead, it was utterly dominated, broken down and reformed like clay in a master's hands. Eventually, the White Zetsu clone on the ground stopped moving, lifeless. Black Zetsu also ceased his actions, reverting to liquid form and detaching from Masashi, reassembling into human shape. Masashi raised his left hand, flexing it experimentally. "How was it?" Black Zetsu asked. "A fascinating experience," Masashi replied, looking at the immobile White Zetsu clone. He curiously poked it. No response. Its body had stiffened. "Is it dead?" Masashi frowned. "Am I turning into some sort of vampiric monster?" "It's merely lost its activity temporarily. It'll recover unless its chakra is completely drained," Black Zetsu explained. "Think of it as deep hibernation." "Good to know." Masashi gave Black Zetsu a thumbs up. "You're incredible. Didn't Obito earn this from you?" "I taught him how to better utilize his Mangekyō abilities," Black Zetsu chuckled. "He's different from you. His body is severely damaged, so he needs to manage the overly strong yang chakra within him." "That makes sense." Masashi nodded in understanding. "No wonder he could control the Nine Tails with just one glance while being on par with me otherwise. Luckily, my Genjutsu might not be great, but my anti-Genjutsu skills are solid. I'll teach you as well, but not now," Black Zetsu dangled the bait. "Your ocular power isn't strong enough yet. Didn't you say I couldn't awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan?" Masashi reminded him sharply. "Might as well teach me everything. Recently, I defeated the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Who knows when it'll respawn? I have no other ambitions, I just want a tailed beast as my summon." Black Zetsu's eyes widened. "You killed the Eight Tails?" "The Jinchuriki, not the beast itself," Masashi corrected. "I couldn't possibly kill the beast. If I could, would I need to reseal the Nine Tails?" "Then it doesn't matter," Black Zetsu said. "Masashi is even more suitable as a pawn. His strength grows faster than expected. His Mangekyō might be amazing, but it will be hard to awaken it. The current Akatsuki wasn't ready for openly collecting the tailed beasts. Secretly securing one was feasible, but large-scale hunting would backfire. Nagato wasn't strong enough yet to fully wield the Rinnegan. In that case, eliminating the Jinchuriki was a better move. Black Zetsu had been monitoring the Jinchuriki for a while. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki was formidable. If allowed to grow, he would become a major threat. Masashi had to be made into a true pawn. For that, his ocular and physical energy had to be elevated to Mangekyō Sharingan levels. Black Zetsu had all the materials needed. This way, the stone tablet would convince him, as it did Madara, that the Eye of the Moon plan was the only path to peace. Masashi lacked the complexity of Madara's life story but genuinely desired peace. His Sharingan already reflected this truth. Black Zetsu summoned a new White Zetsu clone, instructing it to carry away the immobilized one, then had another lie down in its place. "One by one, until you reach your limit," he said to Masashi. A queue of White Zetsu clones lined up, staring blankly at the Uchiha. "This feels like a Frankenstein experiment," Masashi muttered. "Who's Frankenstein?" asked the White Zetsu clone lying down. "Hurry up, will you?" Looking down at it, Masashi realized these clones had some consciousness. He had thought only the main body had independent will. With a swift chop, he plunged his hand into its chest, attempting to replicate the sensations from Black Zetsu's earlier guidance. Chapter 82, Homecoming, Bonus. When Masashi pulled his hand out of the White Zetsu clone's chest for the last time, he had a sudden, bizarre craving. Kushiyaki would be perfect right now. Maybe some grilled meat skewers. Anyway, it had taken quite a while. He finally understood the meaning of chakra exhaustion limits. His muscles trembled slightly, a clear sign he'd pushed beyond his usual boundaries. Of course, it wasn't the kind of complete depletion where there was not a drop left, but the fatigue was real. "There's a place to bathe here," Black Zetsu helpfully reminded him from the side. While neither he nor White Zetsu needed a bath, this was once where Madara had lived, and Madara certainly required one. He was hoping Masashi could take another small step forward here. After all, his progress so far had been quite satisfactory. One had to admit, Uchiha who awakened their Sharingan to the 3 Tomoe stage were generally not lacking in talent. Now, Masashi had already mastered what he had taught him. The speed of his chakra manipulation had improved dramatically, and his control was becoming increasingly refined. With your current progress, achieving Mangekyō level power without the usual drawbacks is possible, Black Zetsu observed. And without the emotional trauma, Masashi replied, stretching his sore muscles. That's the interesting part. Of course, to reach Black Zetsu's level would require relentless practice. In this aspect, he was powerless. His abilities were innate, directly bestowed by Kaguya. He didn't require training and couldn't train even if he wanted to. As he had told Masashi, he could only point him in the right direction but couldn't directly make him stronger. Based on Masashi's progress in recent days, he estimated that he would take him at least several years to fully grasp the techniques he had imparted. By the time, with the enhancement of his chakra properties, Masashi's ocular power should be able to break through Black Zetsu's current limits, equating in quality to a Mangekyō Sharingan. At that point, he would essentially become a new form of the Eye of Indra and be capable of using Susanoo. In the meantime, Black Zetsu could take the opportunity to observe closely. After waiting 1,000 years, what were a few more years? Akatsuki needed development anyway. Besides Nagato, the others were essentially useless. Relying on them to collect the tail beasts would be futile, they'd get obliterated in no time. Akatsuki didn't even have a proper base of operations yet. Since that brat Yahiko's death, years had passed. The outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War had merely eased some of Akatsuki's pressures, allowing them to finally start resembling an organization. Before the war, Nagato had essentially been in hiding. As expected, non-Uchiha were just less effective. Despite having the Rinnegan, he wasn't even doing as well as Obito, who had at least managed to take over Hidden Mist Village in no time. Black Zetsu observed as Masashi stood up. "You could absorb more, you know," he suggested. "Your control has improved significantly." Masashi had been very restrained with each white Zetsu clone he targeted. Initially, it could be attributed to his lack of familiarity, requiring Black Zetsu's repeated assistance to prevent corrosion. But later, he had clearly crossed that threshold and could independently extract chakra from the clones. It was just painstakingly slow. And end up like that guy? Masashi glanced at the first white Zetsu clone, which still lay nearby, its chest now slowly rising and falling. Not necessarily. Sustainable development is key, just a bit from each one. And they aren't humans. They don't die that easily. But close enough. Besides their unique appearance, there's not much difference. Masashi dismissed the matter casually. Oh. Speaking of differences, white Zetsu bounced excitedly, humans are so interesting. Did you know their poop? Actually, Masashi cut in, if you're so fascinated, green means you're eating too many leafy vegetables, and black could mean internal bleeding. That's the kind of intel you should be gathering. White Zetsu's eyes widened with genuine curiosity. Really? What about, that's enough bathroom science for today? Masashi's tone was light but final. White Zetsu slumped dramatically. Anything happening outside? Masashi asked as he loosened up, easing his fatigue. He'd asked this during training, and white Zetsu had patted its chest, promising to keep an eye out. Nothing at all. No one comes here. Then it's time for me to head back. Masashi nodded, preparing to leave. Not resting first? Black Zetsu asked. I'm out of dango. It's been a week out there, you know. Masashi sighed. Your place is decent, but the basic amenities are seriously lacking. Totally inhumane. As he spoke, he checked to ensure he hadn't left anything behind, then started retracing his steps. Black Zetsu had no choice but to follow, calling white Zetsu to tag along. Oh, almost forgot. Masashi suddenly stopped and looked back at the two figures behind him. My oil lamp, did I leave it around here? Ah, I thought you didn't want it and put it back. Fine. Next time I come, refill it for me, will you? It's pitch black in here. Masashi shook his head, looking exasperated. Re-entering the dark corridor, he used his fire jutsu to conjure a small fireball for light. White Zetsu instinctively backed away, sensing something ominous. Black Zetsu, however, remained unfazed. Anything not of yin-yang release couldn't harm him. Along the way, it even exchanged a few more words with Masashi, essentially reaffirming their intent to stay in touch. As for why? Was the Uchiha clan still in dire straits? Believing that or pretending to didn't matter. Either way, the two had reached a consensus. Masashi didn't think Black Zetsu was easy to fool, but if he could take advantage of it, why not? Black Zetsu cared even less. He knew Masashi's thoughts but was confident it could eventually turn him into a willing pawn. Uchi has always started this way, only to end up more zealous than even he anticipated. Back at Madara's makeshift iku, Masashi stopped using his fire jutsu. He exited the cave the same way he entered, first teleporting to the rock wall and then back to the surface. Fresh air filled his lungs, reinvigorating him. It was still nighttime, the stars scattered across the sky. Not sure what time it really was, Masashi had only one desire now, a good bath followed by a long sleep. After that, he'd return to Hidden Leaf Village to wrap up various matters. Since he was already in Kusa, he decided to rest in a nearby town. He'd passed one before reaching the Kanabi Bridge and still remembered the location. When the Hidden Grass Village ninjas had come to verify the situation earlier, they'd given him something like a letter of introduction. This letter would allow him to enjoy accommodations and meals in town. Masashi wasn't worried about leaving a trail of his presence. He was looking for a legacy, after all. It was only natural to visit a few places. With a swish, he darted off toward the nearest town. Masashi lazily opened his eyes. He slowly sat up in bed, scratching his messy hair, stretching, and yawning. Bodies recovered well from yesterday's chakra drain. He rolled out of bed and took off his clothes. Then, he walked into the bathroom. After a thorough wash, he felt rejuvenated and put on the new clothes he had bought the night before. The old clothes were stored in a ceiling scroll. That was a satisfying sleep. Pulling open the curtains, he saw the faint light of dawn. The streets were silent. At this hour, most people were still asleep. Through the window, he could see the town's layout clearly. This was an inn in the town. After leaving the Kanabi Bridge, he had entered this town, bought some clean clothes, and found the best inn in town. With a tap of an introduction letter, he secured a room and went straight to bed. Of course, before sleeping, he had casually set up a barrier. 3-layer detection field, chakra suppression seal at the corners, and a touch of Ganjutsu to make the room feel empty. Standard procedure. The world was full of dangers, and one had to stay vigilant when sleeping. In case this was a shady establishment, he needed to be ready to fire off a great fireball jutsu at a moment's notice. Since his food pills had run out and there wasn't even a street vendor open at this hour, Masashi checked out of the inn at the front desk and headed directly back to the village. Though he was wearing clothes from Kusa, the forehead protector on his head ensured he passed unhindered. This was the deterrent power of the great shinobi villages. In times of war, this wouldn't matter, but in times of peace, being a chunin of a great shinobi village was better than being the leader of a small one. Currently, his chakra control and circulation speed had doubled since before heading to the Kanabi Bridge. Though his overall power hadn't significantly increased, he could run faster, and his body flicker had finally reached the level of his first life. The greatest takeaway from the Kanabi Bridge was that he had corrected a misunderstanding he'd long held. Previously, he thought that abilities like the Senju's body and Sharingan were cheats. Now, he realized that every ninja had a cheat code, chakra. It was like a mobile game, pay to win, medium spenders, low spenders, and free players existed. Even so, individual skill mattered. If you were clumsy, no cheat device or emulator would save you from losing to someone using basic techniques. But a cheat was still a cheat, and it had one name, chakra. His first life research had been on the right track. Strip away the fancy techniques, and all miracles came down to chakra itself. It was just a matter of ability not being up to par. Black Zetsu had been unexpectedly generous this time. Unlike the last encounter, where he was all talk, this time, he had actually delivered. Masashi figured Black Zetsu must have been seriously irritated by Obito somewhere. Otherwise, the 180-degree shift in attitude was hard to explain. With the wind whistling past, he seemed like a gust of wind himself, crossing the borders into the land of fire and racing into Hidden Lee Village's territory. Here, someone finally stopped him. Not a familiar face, but clearly a Hidden Lee Village ninja. Halt. Oh? The person's surprised expression showed recognition of Masashi. Masashi? What brings you here? The guard wore the uniform of the police force but was not an Uchiha. Instead, it was a Hyuga. After all, outside the Hyuga clan, no one else in Hidden Lee Village walked around with a pair of Byakugan openly displayed. Had managed to acquire a Byakugan on the battlefield, but he guarded it like a treasure, complete with seals to prevent it from being stolen. That was the only recorded case of a non-Hyuga ninja possessing a Byakugan. I visited Kusa, my clothes got dirty, so I changed, Masashi explained while curiously observing the other. The Hyuga joined the police force? Yes, with the Hokage's approval, replied the Hyuga ninja, nervous about how this might sit with a prominent Uchiha like Masashi. But his concerns were misplaced. So the clan finally wised up. Masashi sighed. As expected, the clan leader is reliable when he isn't messing around with calligraphy. The Hyuga ninja blinked in confusion. Although he didn't fully understand, it seemed the Uchiha powerhouse had no objections. Relieved, he nodded. Thank you for your understanding. I'll let you proceed. Thanks. Take care. With that, Masashi vanished in a flash, leaving only a faint silhouette visible to the Hyuga's Byakugan. No wonder he's called the White Ghost, a true master of speed. The young Hyuga recruit muttered as he resumed patrol duty. Masashi, now far ahead, didn't catch that comment. If he had, learning that the nickname White Ghost was gaining traction would have upset him. Once a nickname spreads, there's no changing it. In no time, the silhouette of Hidden Lee Village came into view, along with the bustling flow of people at the village gates. He passed through the crowds and paused at the gate. The Hidden Leaf Village ninja on duty quickly processed his entry. Once inside, Masashi returned to the Uchiha district to change out of his Hidden Grass Village outfit before heading to the Hokage Tower. By the time he appeared in the Hokage's office, he had resumed the formal demeanor expected of a Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. "Masashi, thank you for your hard work," Minato greeted warmly, pouring him a cup of tea. "Try this, I heard you're fond of tea." Masashi studied Minato's earnest expression. No hidden meanings with this one. Relieved, he took the cup. This man was famously henpecked, he wouldn't even know modern slang about spilling tea or stirring up drama. It made their interactions refreshingly simple. He sipped the tea, an unfamiliar flavor. Had Minato stopped mooching off Fugaku's tea stash? Did this mean a pay raise or bonus for the Hokage? "This tea is excellent," Masashi remarked. "Right? I snagged it while dining at the Hyuga clan. I knew it was good tea at first glance." "As if. You just thought it was expensive." Ever since becoming Hokage, Minato's income had plummeted, to the point of pilfering tea from the Hyuga. "Shall I report now?" "Please, have a seat," Minato said, taking a spot on the sofa and pouring himself a cup. After thorough investigation, the so-called legacy appears to be a fabrication. The traces of Senju Muso have completely disappeared from this world. That doesn't sound like good news, Minato sighed. The village had hoped to bury him in the hero's cemetery. Being laid to rest far away isn't necessarily a bad thing, Masashi said, putting down his cup. "Hokage-sama, regarding this matter, why not gather the interested parties and settle things in one go? It'll stop the endless speculation. When would you prefer?" "Since I'm back, any day is fine." "Understood. I'll inform you once arrangements are made." Chapter 83, The weight we carry. The 52nd year since the founding of Hidden Leaf Village was drawing to a close. When it came to organizing meetings, Minato wasn't the most efficient, and he still hadn't given Masashi a definite update. Masashi wasn't particularly anxious about it, though he did have one regret: this year's Uchiha Ice and Snow Festival wouldn't happen. The ceasefire between Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Leaf Village had yet to culminate in a formal agreement, leaving the borders of the Land of Fire less than fully stabilized. During this period, he took the opportunity to thoroughly assess the recent developments within the Uchiha clan. Perhaps they had indeed come around. The Uchiha clan expanded the police force, assigning all clan members to the first unit. On this basis, the first outsiders to join were members of the Hyuga clan. In truth, the police force should have been expanded long ago. Over the decades, Hidden Leaf Village had been steadily growing. The population of the Uchiha clan hadn't increased much compared to the village's founding, and the number of active ninja had actually declined. From a practical standpoint, the police force alone was insufficient to meet the village's needs. This was one of the main reasons why the Anbu, during the third Hokage's tenure, had been involved in some police functions that technically fell outside their jurisdiction. Although the Uchiha clan never ceded administrative authority over the police force, they had indeed relaxed their control over its structure. The Hyuga clan contributed ninja to form the second unit, which ended up slightly larger than the first unit. The police force's overall performance noticeably improved. To be fair, the Hyuga outperformed the Uchiha in patrol duties. Their Byakugan activation rate was simply too high. The Byakugan's insight was, frankly, almost unfair. A single Hyuga ninja could patrol an area equivalent to that of two Uchiha of the same level, with slightly better performance. All of this was accomplished with the support and mediation of the fourth Hokage. However, Masashi was no longer a police force ninja, so he didn't have the opportunity to personally experience the expanded police force's new atmosphere. As a member of the Jonin Corps, and with tensions among the Land of Fire, Lightning, and Earth far from settled, he couldn't accept missions either. Thus, training had become his main daily focus. On another early morning, he woke up, washed up, and headed to the kitchen by himself. While his parents were still asleep, he prepared breakfast for the whole family. As he ate breakfast alone, he glanced at the calendar. It was the 28th, just 3 more days until the end of the year. After eating, he set aside his parents' breakfast, keeping it warm, and headed to the training grounds for his morning practice. He trained punctually until 9 a.m. The focus was on circulating and controlling chakra. Black Zetsu's guidance was clear, but how far he could go depended on himself. After finishing his morning practice, he headed to the Hokage building. As one of the village's S-rank ninja, Masashi was expected to make a daily appearance at the Hokage building whenever he was in the village. The Jonin Corps had an office there. As one of Hidden Leaf Village's most prominent Jonin, he was widely recognized at the Hokage building. Staff members greeted him warmly with, "Good morning, Masashi-sama." "Morning," he nodded to a guard who had been stationed there since his police force days. It was a nice feeling. Far better than before, when simply approaching the Hokage building meant being surrounded and monitored by Anbu as if he were a thief. These days, there weren't as many Anbu at the Hokage building. Their internal responsibilities had been fully transferred to the police force, leaving their only function within the village to protect the Hokage and his family. This setup was somewhat awkward in Minato's case. Kushina, being a perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, could easily take down 10 Anbu without breaking a sweat. Calling it protection was a stretch, it was more about following protocol. So, the Anbu's actual job was essentially babysitting Naruto, who at this stage could only babble incoherently. The Jonin Corps office was located between the Hokage building and the main ninja academy. Jonin often guest lectured at the academy. Within the village, the students at the academy received direct protection from the Hokage building. When he arrived at the office, only one person was there. Though called an office, it was more like a lounge, as the Jonin Corps didn't actually need to do any paperwork. They simply needed a daily presence in the building. A man with a scarred face was dozing on the sofa, Shikaku, the current Corps leader. Despite his somewhat intimidating appearance, he was actually quite amiable with family and friends. The Nara clan's rise to prominence began with him, and in the original timeline, his son Shikamaru earned the trust of Kakashi and Naruto. "Captain, you're early today," Masashi greeted him. "Morning, Masashi," Shikaku said, opening his eyes. "Always so diligent with your training. I envy you." He meant it. Most people trained merely to maintain their skills. Masashi, on the other hand, always seemed to make progress. "Just reaping the benefits of steady effort," Masashi replied with a smile, understanding the sentiment. "That alone is impressive," Shikaku remarked. "Most lose that drive after a while." "What keeps you going?" "There's always something new to learn," Masashi said. "The second you think you've hit your peak is when you start sliding downhill." Shikaku had watched too many ninja lose hard after hitting walls, their fire for training dying out until they were just going through the motions. Masashi, however, remained enthusiastic about his growth. Of course, Shikaku knew Masashi was only 20. Whether he could maintain this drive in the future was another question. Everyone hit their limits eventually, it was just a matter of time. "Minato mentioned you again yesterday," Shikaku informed him, "but it doesn't look like there'll be time for a meeting soon. So many messy things this year." Since the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, peace had been elusive for the village. He longed for the old days of tranquility. Minato worked late every night, not because he hoarded power but simply due to the sheer workload. The old Third Hokage-era council had largely disbanded. "It's fine. As long as you know, it's just a matter of announcing the outcome to avoid unnecessary speculation. The village needs stability now more than ever," Shikaku sighed. "Stability doesn't mean stagnation. Change is inevitable," Masashi replied. "Please understand, Masashi," Shikaku sighed. "People grow nostalgic as they age. Those they once disliked become old acquaintances, and they hope for good endings. Everyone was grateful when you released the Edo Tensei. I understand. Let's not dwell on it," Shikaku said, adjusting his hair. "When the war ended, I thought we'd finally get some peace, but the chaos hasn't stopped. Things are tenser now than during the war." He thought about the most pressing issue. The Fourth Hokage's administration still hadn't fully taken shape. Following Hidden Leaf Village's victory over Hidden Cloud's village, Hiruzen, who had served as an advisor since Minato became Hokage, officially announced his retirement. He moved back to his clan's estate, abandoning all duties except for an honorary advisory title. The Hokage advisory position was now vacant. The two elder advisors had also shown signs of stepping back recently. Disagreements over police force reforms had laid bare the rifts in the council, and the same was happening within the advisory team. The main cause was Minato greatly expanding the size of the advisory team, leading to a lack of unity. As Fugaku put it, the arrival of the Fourth Hokage era is marked by the Hokage's office lights staying on past midnight and endless squabbles in the advisory meetings. This was beyond what the elder advisors, with their experience and prestige, could manage. Their inclination to step back was understandable. No one wanted to tarnish their legacy. Danzo was a cautionary tale. "Masashi, does the Uchiha clan have any thoughts on this?" "Don't tell me you don't know. Even if they did, they wouldn't tell me," Masashi said. "I don't think so. The police force reforms are just beginning. Honestly, I think retiring on time is perfectly fine. Once you're old, you retire. What's the big deal?" But this was a ninja village, not a retirement home. Moreover, major ninja villages provided pensions and numerous subsidies for retired leaders. In the past, people would have fought for such a deal. "It's not that simple." Shikaku sighed. Sighing or not, class still had to go on. After Minato took office as Hokage, The series of changes in the village were all witnessed by Shikaku. There were naturally many good things, but accumulated risks were just as many. Whatever one thought of the third Hokage's governance philosophy, his efforts to maintain stability were undeniable. In his view, the first priority was still stability. The Nara clan in Hidden Leaf Village never needed to pick a side. As long as the village was stable, the Nara could rely on their clan's secret techniques and medicinal businesses to live comfortably. If it wasn't stable, that would be a different story. Standing before him was Masashi, someone quite the opposite, a beneficiary of instability. He was also one of the driving forces of that instability. Shikaku wanted to subtly suggest to this young man, could you perhaps ease up a little? But judging by Masashi's response, either he didn't grasp the hint or he was pretending not to hear it. Either way, it was very Uchiha. As for Masashi's claim of ignorance, Shikaku didn't believe a single word. Decisions among the ninja clans were always finalized in clan meetings, requiring a collective vote by the jonin of the clan. All ninja clans followed this procedure. Hidden Leaf Village's decision-making mechanism was gradually developed from such a framework. For someone of Masashi's rank, even if he was out of the village, he would still have ample access to information. Care to join me for a visit to the academy? Shikaku extended an invitation to Masashi. Perhaps it was better to talk in a place that made it easier to build rapport. Sure, Masashi nodded. The two left the jonin office and headed for the Ninja Academy building. In December, Hidden Leaf Village was in the peak of its cold season. It had even snowed a few days ago, but this hadn't affected the academy's classes. In December, Hidden Leaf Village was in the peak of its cold season. It had even snowed a few days ago, but this hadn't affected the academy's classes. While civilians huddled in their warm homes, the ninja world continued without pause. When Shikaku and Masashi arrived at the edge of the training ground, the students were in the middle of simulated team battles under their teacher's guidance. They both spotted children from their respective clans. The children clearly reflected the positions of their families within Hidden Leaf Village's ninja forces. The Uchiha children were always at the forefront, while the Nara children preferred the flanks, just like how their clan's adults behaved on the battlefield. Speaking of which, your student has already graduated, hasn't he? Shikaku observed one of his clan's children, who was teamed up with a member from the Yamanaka clan and one from the Akimaki clan, following the tradition of the three clans. Itachi was never my student, I only served as a home tutor for a while, Masashi clarified. To be honest, he hadn't even taught Itachi any ninja techniques. He simply didn't have the time. The one who had been consistently teaching Itachi was Shizui. That kid's a genius, graduated in just 1 year. Well, that's how the process works. When you're born with talent and power, why pretend otherwise? Shikaku was momentarily at a loss for words but knew Masashi was telling the truth. Every clan had such individuals who essentially just went through the motions at the academy. Take Itachi, for example. He definitely didn't need to learn basic techniques like the 3 basic jutsu and could simply take elective courses aligned with his chosen development path. For children from ninja clans, the academy's main purpose was more about forming bonds. But even so, graduating in a year was still remarkably fast, even for someone just going through the motions. Masashi observed the Inoshikacho team in action. A young Nara successfully trapped an opponent in his shadow while his Yamanaka teammate prepared a mind transfer technique. The Sarutobi, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimaki clans were famously united in Hidden Leaf Village, often giving the impression that the Inoshikacho trio were loyal vassals of the Sarutobi. In reality, however, the Nara and Yamanaka clans were somewhat forced into this alignment. The Akimaki clan was the real close ally of the Sarutobi, bound by an oath taken long ago. The Akimaki clan took such oaths seriously, always standing by the Sarutobi. As a result, the Nara and Yamanaka clans had little choice but to align with the Sarutobi as well. Their bond with the Akimaki clan wasn't just an alliance but akin to brotherhood. If the Akimaki took action, so did they. Moreover, Hiruzen treated the Nara and Yamanaka clans with the same fondness, which led to them becoming accustomed to the arrangement over time. But it was merely an accustomed habit. When dealing with Danzō, the Akimaki clan hesitated due to their bond with Hiruzen, but the Nara and Yamanaka clans showed no such restraint. They had long found Danzō troublesome. Shikaku glanced at Masashi, who was watching with great interest and had already shifted his attention to the Uchiha children. He decided to speak more bluntly. Masashi was young, which made it all the more important not to underestimate him. To other ninja clans, the Uchiha were the hot-headed ones who never backed down. It hasn't been easy for the village to reach this point, Shikaku began, choosing his words carefully. Could you perhaps persuade Fugaku to hold off on running for the position of Hokage advisor? The other clans are already uneasy with the Uchiha controlling the police force. Adding advisor influence could damage the delicate balance we've maintained. A bright future could easily be ruined. A bright future? Masashi withdrew his gaze. Shikaku, are you being deceived? That doesn't sound like you. Convincing Fugaku to relinquish control of the police force wasn't about playing nice. Ninja conflicts always moved forward, there was no retreat. The same applied to clan power struggles, everything was about mutual benefit. Giving up a concrete benefit in exchange for a vague sense of camaraderie? No ninja clan would do such a thing. Those that had tried were long gone. Masashi, if things continue this way, the village will descend into chaos. Look over there, Masashi gestured toward the training ground. Following his direction, Shikaku saw an Uchiha child paired with two civilian ninja children. The Uchiha child charged forward aggressively, leading his team, yelling his heart out. But their teamwork paled in comparison to the Inoshikacho trio on the opposing side. As a result, while the Uchiha child suppressed the Akimeki child, his teammates were outmaneuvered by the Nara and Yamanaka children. If not for the Uchiha child's strong individual performance, their team would have already lost. Actually, they had lost. The teacher was already scoring their performances, and in team battles, scores were based on overall teamwork. Shikaku, our clan isn't like yours. We don't have brother clans to support us, Masashi remarked pointedly, his eyes never leaving the training ground. Whatever happens, we carry the weight ourselves and earn our own respect. This bright future wasn't gifted to us. That's a bit much, Shikaku frowned. Masashi had been frank with him, but the attitude revealed was even more concerning than anticipated. Before the Sarutobi ever set foot in the village, the Uchiha stood side by side with the Senju to protect it. Those old grievances should be left in the past. Why bring them up now? Masashi asked. You're overthinking. These are just my personal views, Shikaku replied, raising his hands in a placating gesture. Shikaku, I'm not a fool, and you're no Danzo. There's no need to bear someone else's blame, Masashi sighed and said no more. He resolved to stir things up in the Uchiha clan, pressuring Fugaku to run for Hokage advisor. He'd almost forgotten about it, thankfully. This conversation served as a reminder. Chapter 84, Pride of the Uchihas. The leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku didn't have many personal hobbies. First and foremost, he wasn't particularly interested in power. What he cared about was gaining honor. His decision to take on the role of clan leader was purely driven by personal interest. After all, the position represented not power but prestige. Even if the Uchiha clan leader wanted to build an extra bathroom in the compound, he'd have to convene a clan meeting for a vote. Moreover, the leader bore the primary responsibility. If there was anything wrong with the new bathroom, he'd be the one to take the blame. When Fugaku originally ran for clan leader, it was purely because he wanted to do something for the family while basking in the admiration of his clan members. At that time, the clan was in a bad spot, and the previous leader's decisions had left him speechless. But after taking on the role, he realized that being the Uchiha clan leader was a thankless job. He regretted it long ago. Unfortunately, the sly younger members of the clan had a knack for blocking his escape. Every time he hinted at stepping down, a large crowd would jump out and proclaim, "The Uchiha cannot do without Fugaku-sama as our leader." And they say it with such earnest faces too. What a bunch of brats. But they weren't the worst. The worst was the one who directly stripped him of his greatest joy in life. If my handwriting is ugly, just tell me directly. Why did you have to gossip about it publicly? And why are you so afraid of me picking up the calligraphy brush again? You've barely been back a few days, and now everyone in the streets of Hidden Leaf Village knows, the Uchiha clan leader is untalented but loves to play. Today, Fugaku felt the time was right. That troublemaker had been diligently training and attending classes for Jonin candidates for several days now, quite consistently, too. After careful observation, Fugaku was certain that the troublemaker wouldn't suddenly barge into his house. Even Mikoto was out, taking Sasuke to meet with her friends. No witnesses, no interruptions. He decided to secretly write something. His hands had been itching for ages. The only uncertain variable left was his eldest son, who had decided to give himself an unauthorized day off. Sorry, Itachi, but some sacrifices must be made for art. Itachi, your training schedule has been lacking lately. I expect better from my heir. After sending a bewildered Itachi out of the house with a stern lecture, he walked briskly into his study. Once inside, Fugaku looked tenderly at the slightly dusty desk. He fetched a basin of water and gave it a good cleaning, watching the wood grain emerge under his careful attention. Then, he retrieved his treasured writing tools. Unable to hold back, he sighed deeply. I'm sorry to keep you waiting for so long. Setting up his brush, inkstone, paper, and inkstick, Fugaku felt as though even his Sharingan was stirring with excitement. The familiar scent of ink brought back memories of peaceful afternoons spent in quiet creation. He slowly reached for the brush, taking a deep breath of the air around him. Ah, the rich smell of ink. Yes. This is the scent. Eh? Fugaku-sama, practicing calligraphy today? The hand that was just about to write froze. A drop of ink fell onto the paper, spreading rapidly across the surface, forming an unsightly blotch. He silently stared at the growing stain. Indeed, one could gaze into the abyss, but the human heart remained unfathomable. What are you doing here? Why didn't you knock? I did knock, Fugaku-sama. No one answered, but I sense your chakra here, Masashi said, his eyes filled with confusion as he stared at the motionless clan leader. What's wrong? Why don't you write? The ink's already dripping onto the paper. Write what? Fugaku calmly set the brush down. I don't practice calligraphy anymore. I was just checking if the paper is still usable, it would be a waste otherwise. Seeing Masashi's expression of "oh, so that's the trick," Fugaku suddenly felt an overwhelming itch in his hand. Keep calm. Must maintain dignity. Using Susanoo inside the house, is that overkill? Maybe I should hold back. Rebuilding the house would require a clan meeting again for construction approval. Why are you here all of a sudden? Is there something you need? Fugaku asked, his tone carefully controlled. He was an elder, he needed to maintain composure. Even if certain youngsters tested that composure daily. Oh, it's like this, Masashi began, only for Fugaku to cut him off with a gesture to take the conversation outside. He had no choice but to follow the clan leader out of the study. Masashi, let me ask you something. Of course, Fugaku-sama. After your return, there have been some unpleasant rumors spreading in the village again. Do you know anything about this? Huh? What kind of rumors? Things about the Uchiha clan leader. Personally, I don't mind, but sudden rumors like these are damaging to the clan's reputation. And my personal dignity. Oh dear, the rumors have spread to the village already? Sigh. Hidden Leaf village residents really are gossip enthusiasts. Masashi was moved. He was just about to offer some comforting words when he noticed Fugaku staring at him with a meaningful expression. Wait a second. He's suspecting me? Fugaku-sama, you know me. Masashi exclaimed indignantly. I despise rumors the most. I'll thoroughly investigate this, and when I find the culprit, I'll leave their punishment to you. Forget it. Fugaku sighed, retracting his gaze. People will always talk. Why bother getting angry? Though a small Susanoo punch might be therapeutic. In truth, he was furious. Not about the rumors, but because this brat has grown so shameless, why wouldn't he run for clan leader? Does he think I'm unwilling to step aside for the younger generation? Don't you realize how much the younger members of the clan idolize you? Hurry up and tell me you want to be clan leader already. You're truly admirable, Fugaku-sama. Masashi gave a thumbs up. You're the only leader I respect in our clan. Just say the word, and I'll take down whoever you point to. Take yourself down? That works too. Fugaku smirked inwardly. Spit it out already. Well, Fugaku-sama, I just heard about something. Is it about the position of Hokage's advisor? I won't compete for it. Didn't you often say to wait for the right opportunity? I don't think the timing is right now, there's no hope of winning. Fugaku waved it off. He genuinely wasn't interested. In fact, he was quite content with the current state of things. Minato's leadership as Hokage was increasingly to his liking. The Uchiha clan's reputation in Hidden Leaf Village was steadily improving, and relations with the Hokage's office were much more amicable. Even the council now had members willing to speak up for the Uchiha. The clan's contributions to the village had not gone unnoticed. This brought him great satisfaction. No, Fugaku-sama, you misunderstood, Masashi corrected him. Oh? Fugaku was puzzled. This wasn't the kind of response he expected from Masashi, who had always been aiming for the Hokage advisor position. It's precisely because the chances are slim that we need to run for it. Ridiculous. Fugaku frowned. Stay away from underhanded schemes. We've worked too hard for this piece. This is a great opportunity, Masashi persisted, ignoring Fugaku's subtle warning. Earlier today, Shikaku told me that some people hope our clan won't participate. Shikaku. Fugaku's demeanor grew serious. He couldn't ignore that name. Did he say that outright? Yes, and he made sure to distance the Nara clan from it. I pretended to be very upset. I see. This matter will be discussed at the clan meeting, Fugaku decided. If the clan requires it, I'll participate. And perhaps between meetings, I can still find time for calligraphy. After leaving Fugaku's house, Masashi left in high spirits. The ever-composed and stoic clan leader was finally ready to step forward and take action. Talks about a clan council vote? For a group like the Uchiha, who hadn't had a seat in the decision-making process for decades, just showing restraint and not overreaching would already be a display of tact. This position, Hokage Advisor, was another of Tobirama's creations. With the explosive combination of the Senju and Uchiha Hidden Leaf Village as inception, followed by the addition of other powerful ninja clans, the structure of the village was inherently complex. From the very beginning, Hidden Leaf Village had been composed of various factions with hidden tensions lurking underneath. These tensions were only concealed by the sheer strength and authority of Hashirama and Madara. As the de facto administrator of the village, Tobirama grew increasingly uneasy over time, feeling as though he was sitting atop a powder keg. He wasn't worried about his own generation but about the next. Thus, the position of Hokage Advisor was born. From its inception, the role of Hokage Advisor was designed as someone who would assist the Hokage in exercising authority. This implicitly included the responsibility of ensuring that the village did not become a dictatorship under the Hokage's sole rule. The Hokage and the Advisor, acting as primary and secondary leaders, were meant to jointly govern Hidden Leaf Village. The position was also created to prevent the various interest groups within the village from tearing themselves apart over the Hokage's seat, potentially causing the village to collapse from within. Such conflicts were not uncommon among ninja. To ensure that the Hokage Advisor had sufficient authority and standing to mediate dissatisfaction with the Hokage, the position was also subject to elections. The process mirrored that of electing the Hokage, with votes cast by the Jonin Corps and final approval by the daimyo. Additionally, the Hokage could not directly dismiss the advisor. Instead, they could only nominate a new candidate, prompting a re-election in which the incumbent advisor could still participate. Danzo, for example, only stepped down because Hyuga, the leader of his faction, pressured him to do so. The news of Fugaku running for Hokage Advisor spread through the Uchiha clan like wildfire that very same day. The entire clan was in uproar. Many people couldn't believe it. As a result, when a clan meeting was called that evening, not a single member was late. Everyone arrived early at the main hall, the usual Uchiha composure cracking under the weight of anticipation. This clan meeting was extraordinarily formal, held in the largest hall in the compound, with attendees seated in strict order. The clan head and the elders sat on the stage, following tradition. The front row was reserved for the clan's Jonin, followed by Chunin and Geinin in descending order of rank. Hundreds of Uchiha filled the hall, with many standing due to a lack of seating. Even those without Sharingan, those not actively serving as ninja, attended or waited anxiously for news at home. These civilians were just as aware of the Uchiha's precarious standing in Hidden Leaf Village and the recent changes within their clan. The shift from a tense and lifeless environment to one filled with laughter and hope was something no one wanted to lose. Yet beneath this positivity was anxiety. As long as the Uchiha clan had no representation in the Hokage's administration, their current stability could disappear in an instant. This was why the Uchiha's obsession with the Hokage position persisted. The oppressive atmosphere that had once driven a wedge between the clan and the village was still fresh in everyone's memory. Even the expansion of the police force was only accepted because most of the clan had come to embrace Masashi's philosophy: you have to give something to gain something. If Fugaku could successfully campaign and win the role of Hokage Advisor, it would finally give the clan the peace of mind they desperately needed. They would no longer be the village's outsiders. Thunk. Thunk. The sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Everyone, whether kneeling on the tatami or standing, turned their gaze toward the door. Fugaku and the elders appeared in the doorway, their presence commanding immediate respect. The kneeling attendees stood and parted to create a path. As a senior Jonin, Masashi sat in the front row. He rose with the others, watching as Fugaku and the elders walked through the crowd and ascended the stage. The elders walked slowly, carefully observing the expressions of each clan member as they passed. Both sides maintained a solemn demeanor. When Fugaku passed by Masashi and Shizui, he briefly smiled at them before stepping onto the stage and kneeling in his designated spot. The last elder, Setsuna, paused to pat both Shizui and Masashi on the shoulder, saying, "Well done," before taking his seat. With the elder settled, the rest of the attendees followed suit, sitting down one by one. "Let's begin," Fugaku announced, his gaze sweeping over the hall filled with passionate eyes. He nodded slightly. "As you all know, we are here to discuss whether our clan should participate in the election for Hokage Advisor, and, if so, who our candidate should be. That is the sole agenda for today." "Speak freely," Setsuna added. "This matter is of immense importance to the clan. Let's put aside rank distinctions for now." As soon as he finished speaking, discussions erupted across the hall. Shizui, a Chunin, called out from 2 rows back. "You're close to the 4th, right? What's his stance on all this?" Before Shizui could answer, another voice cut in. "The 4th's not the only one who can nominate. What about the advisory elders?" "The elders?" A bitter laugh came from somewhere in the crowd. "I heard they can't even agree on lunch orders these days. Last week, Their argument about mission assignments was so loud, the Anbu thought someone was being attacked. Then the Hokage advisor is our best shot, someone else added. Has anyone spoken with Masashi? A firm voice cut through the chatter. It was Inuka. His eyes were fixed on Masashi with an intensity that drew others' attention. You're in and out of the Hokage's office more than most of us. What's the real situation with the Jonin Corps? Here we go. Masashi met Inuka's gaze. You want the honest truth? No, I want you to lie to make us feel better, Inuka said dryly. Several others chuckled, the tension easing slightly. The Sarutobi clan's already positioning themselves against us, Masashi began. They've been, of course they are, Yatsushiro interrupted from Masashi's left. They've always, let him finish, Tetsuka snapped. Some of us actually want to hear the analysis. Masashi continued, the Sarutobi have the Inoshikacho alliance backing them. Usually. Then we're doomed to lose. An outraged Jonin interrupted, his Sharingan briefly flashing to life. This kind of backroom deal is despicable. Let me finish, Masashi sighed. I said they usually side with the Sarutobi, but not always. What does that mean? Inuka asked. It means, a new voice joined in, it was Yaku, that the alliance isn't as solid as everyone thinks. Right, Masashi? Sharp as ever, Yaku. Masashi nodded. Earlier today, Shikaku suggested our clan should abstain from running. What? Several voices exclaimed at once. Sharingan flared across the room in flashes of red. Shikaku? He's the Jonin commander. Someone exclaimed, visibly shocked. Does that mean we still have no allies in the Corps? That snake, another one hissed. First they shut us out, now they want us to think, Masashi cut in sharply. Why would the Jonin commander, who could easily pressure us through official channels, make a mere suggestion? If Shikaku truly didn't want us to run, he would have approached the Akimaki clan to persuade Fugaku-sama directly. A moment of silence fell as people considered this. Yaku's eyes widened slightly. He wants the fourth to nominate Fugaku-sama. Exactly. Masashi watched understanding dawn on some faces. If the fourth nominates us, the civilian Jonin bloc, Inuka breathed. They'd support the fourth's choice. And if the fourth doesn't nominate us? Another voice joined in, tension evident in their tone. He will. Fugaku-sama is the only plausible candidate among the clans for the fourth Hokage to nominate, Masashi said confidently. And who will Shikaku vote for? Tetsuka asked, scratching his head. Isn't it obvious? Masashi said. You're forgetting that the third Hokage can also make nominations. He'll never nominate someone from the Sarutobi clan. His pick will be Shikaku himself. Chapter 85, All Hands Raised. Shikaku was seen by Masashi as the most likely candidate to be chosen as the Hokage advisor. He possessed all the necessary qualifications. He was a standard bearer of the Hokage faction. And he was close in age to Minato. During Minato's time in the Jonin team, Shikaku often provided strategic advice, earning Minato's full recognition of his abilities. As long as Shikaku garnered the most votes, Minato would not hesitate to appoint him as Hokage advisor. The Inoshikacho alliance had flourished during the third Hokage's era and maintained harmonious relationships with all the ninja clans, laying a solid foundation for vote gathering. Take the Hyuga clan as an example, the largest in number. The Hyuga's long-standing aspiration was to be a clan trusted by the Hokage. Shikaku, with his close ties to both the third and fourth Hokage, offered a sense of reliability and capability as an intermediary. His main rival in the election would likely be a nominee from the Sarutobi clan, another group with strong vote-gathering ability. However, he was sure to first eliminate any unpredictable factors, and the biggest uncertainty lay in the votes of the civilian Jonin. Unlike clan-affiliated Jonin, civilian Jonin voted purely based on their own opinions. Their votes were the most dispersed, yet they could also consolidate unexpectedly, becoming the final straw that tipped the scale. For instance, if the Hokage endorsed a nominee, civilian ninjas, unsure of who else to vote for, might simply follow the Hokage's suggestion. In the absence of such endorsement, they might vote randomly. Rather than letting these votes scatter, it would be better for the fourth Hokage to nominate an Uchiha, effectively nullifying those votes. That would simplify matters into a game among the clans, a field in which Shikaku had a significant advantage. Masashi believed that, to ensure the Uchiha clan did not leverage the police force's power to win over other clans, Shikaku would likely introduce additional candidates to restrict the Uchiha's voting influence. Those adept at tactics often play dirty. Though running for Hokage advisor might not be Shikaku's personal ambition, in the world of ninja clans, personal will often had to yield to collective interests. The Inoshikacho alliance, having grown robust under the third Hokage's reign, had now reached a transformative stage, where quantitative growth was giving way to qualitative breakthroughs. Not every member of the Nara clan feared trouble. After voicing his analysis, Masashi fell silent. He glanced to his side, where Shizue wore a perplexed expression. He was utterly baffled. The fourth Hokage's Anbu was far less informed than it used to be. He likely had no insight into the Hokage office's inner workings or the movements of its key players. However, his mental state was much healthier than in the original timeline. At least he was no longer plagued by worries of irreconcilable conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage. For now, he was simply confused. Seeing this, the other clan members began to show sympathy in their gazes toward him. Shizue, maybe you should leave the Anbu, someone suggested. Exactly. You don't even seem to know what's going on in the village. The Anbu doesn't suit you, Shizue. Come back to the police force. It's doing great now. Hearing his clansman's well-meaning advice, Shizue, though still confused, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. He began to wonder if he was indeed rather inadequate. Unable to stand the sight, Masashi stepped in to help. Shizue's work is external. Such roles don't involve much interaction with the higher-ups. Oh, as expected of Masashi, so knowledgeable. The clansman's expressions shifted to ones of sudden understanding. Shizue, on the other hand, hung his head dejectedly. On the stage, Fugaku and the elders remained silent, their eyes watchful. Gradually, the discussions among the clansmen quieted. Everyone was striving to provide as much information as possible, and a consensus was beginning to emerge. Fugaku-sama, please run for the election yourself. Someone finally spoke up. Once the first voice was heard, others quickly joined in, the momentum building naturally. Let's pick a representative to speak, talking all at once isn't clear, Setsuna reminded from the stage. There's no need for that, Masashi interjected. I believe most of us share the same opinion, we want the Fugaku-sama to run for Hokage advisor. Even if it means failure? Fugaku finally spoke, gazing at Masashi with sharp eyes that missed nothing. By now, Masashi had become the de facto representative of the Uchiha clan in external affairs. This was evident from how the clansman fell silent the moment he began speaking. It wasn't merely due to his strength, Shizue was also strong but lacked Masashi's influence. Ultimately, this trust stemmed from the role Masashi had played in improving the clan's situation. Unconsciously, the clan had placed their full faith in him. Even failure wouldn't be a bad outcome, Masashi replied, turning to face the clansman. The purpose of running is to make our voice heard. During the campaign, we'll have opportunities to connect with many people and build deeper relationships. Through this, we can more forcefully challenge the stereotypes others have of the Uchiha. Things might not go as smoothly as you hope, Masashi, Fugaku countered with a slight smile. Your opponent is Shikaku. Regardless of Shikaku's intentions, there's one thing I'm certain of. Masashi smiled, the kind of smile that suggested he held the winning hand. He has a flaw, a very significant one. And what flaw is that? Strength, Masashi replied emphatically. Hokage advisor is still a position of Kage, and it requires corresponding personal strength. That is Shikaku's fatal flaw. He doesn't have the raw power expected of a Kage-level individual. The Hokage advisor rarely needs to engage in direct combat, Fugaku retorted with a grin. Your argument might not hold. And Shikaku isn't weak. But you are stronger, Fugaku-sama, Masashi said, pointing to his eyes. On this trip, I gained some insights. Your ocular power is on par with Shizue's, you also possess the Mangekyō Sharingan. When the gap in strength becomes evident, all of Shikaku's advantages will turn into liabilities. Turning back to the assembly, Masashi declared loudly, with 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan and the police force finally opening up, the Uchiha clan has everything to gain, even in failure. What do you all think? The hall fell silent. Moments later, it erupted in fervent agreement. All Uchiha clan members began to voice their approval in unison, each expressing the same sentiment despite varied wording. Whoa! Fugaku-sama, you're this amazing? The excited voices filled the room, some leaning forward on their cushions, others exchanging meaningful glances. Even Shizue was stunned as he stared at the calm-faced Fugaku. So, he wasn't the only one with the Mangekyō Sharingan. No wonder, back then, Fugaku had asked him if he had awakened his. Wait. Why did he feel a bit thrilled by this revelation? Fugaku, is what Masashi said true? Setsuna asked. Yes. Fugaku nodded, his expression somewhat somber. I obtained this power during the war. Then, here comes the next question. Setsuna suppressed his excitement and turned to Masashi. Masashi, as an elder, I think I have some say in this matter. Only someone with a Mangekyō Sharingan can sense another Mangekyō Sharingan. So, do you also have one? All eyes in the room instantly locked onto Masashi. Some were filled with anticipation, others with excitement. A few of the younger members whispered among themselves. Sorry to disappoint you, Setsuna-sama. I don't. Masashi shrugged. But Setsuna wasn't buying it. I think you do, the stubborn elder replied with a mischievous glint. You might have awakened it without realizing. Let's have Shizue use a Mangekyō illusion on you. That should confirm it. What nonsense. Noticing that Shizue looked a bit eager to try, Masashi quickly clamped a hand on his shoulder, using brute strength to keep him seated. Setsuna-sama, you must be joking. The Mangekyō isn't something to mess around with. Trying doesn't hurt, Setsuna remembered certain brothers from the past. Masashi, being overly cautious can make you miss opportunities. If there's a chance, you should be bold and go for it. I don't feel like it. Masashi said firmly. Stick to steady development and avoid unnecessary risks, that's my ninja way. Ninja way, huh? Setsuna looked somewhat wistful. That sounds serious, but every time you tell us about your ninja way, it's different. Why not settle on one? Maybe set a small goal, like awakening a Mangekyō Sharingan? Setsuna-sama, can we focus on the real issue here? Alright. Setsuna turned back to Fugaku. What's your take on this? Actually, I've been considering this for a while, Fugaku said, standing up from his tatami mat. The movement drew all eyes to him. As he scanned the faces of his clansmen, he saw their expressions. Young and old, eager and cautious, they all waited for his words. Perhaps you all remember, back when we gathered here before, how powerless we felt about our circumstances. At that time, some of you wanted me to run for the position of 4th Hokage.